Futures little change here to start things off so far this morning on Fed Day. Get ready for what is expected to be another cuts coming up today, although we did take downward as far as the percent chance that we will get that cut later on this afternoon. Remember, 2 o'clock this afternoon, we'll get the actual decision. 2:30, we'll get the press conference coming through and comments from Fed Chair Powell. We'll touch on what to be expected coming up here throughout the morning and into the remainder of the day. Oracle, meanwhile, with some spending questions to deal with ahead of their earnings report coming up after the close tonight. We'll hear from Adobe as well. Amazon, Microsoft, Google on the AI watch today. Lots to talk about on the individual side of things as well. Intel moving around, GameStop with their earnings report. Downside this morning for GME on the final Fed day of 2025 and also the final Fed day potentially of Fed Chair Powell's career. Will he or won't he go out with a bang today? We'll have to see.
You know, they're calling it a hawkish cut. I think it's more of like a begrudging cut. You know, Brendo, he doesn't want to cut, but I feel like he might be forced to. And good morning, guys. There's a whole lot to talk about after the H200 change with the administration coming out yesterday saying that the H200 would be available for export. We got Alibaba and ByteDance chomping at the bit. Brendo, they want to get their hands on the H200, not like they don't have some already. Lots to speak about today. Microsoft investing $17.5 billion in India. Likewise with Amazon, $35 billion. Everybody wants to get into the Indian market, and Citibank raising their price target on Apple. And as you mentioned, of course, Oracle after the bell. So much made about these RPOs, or remaining performance obligations, which are mostly for OpenAI.
Yeah.
And then the questions surrounding OpenAI, of course.
And big time debt question marks for Oracle, it seems like, as well. So we'll hear from them again coming up after the close tonight. So stand by for that. Adobe as well. Will they or won't they update the subscriber side of things? I think a lot of people are looking towards that number specifically for Adobe. Remember going back, I mean, a couple of decades ago, Adobe was the first really to switch entirely to a subscriber-based model,
Right.
monthly payment type model. And we're very, very successful with that. But I mean, there's so much competition in that space at this point. So we will have to see how both of those come through. Both going to be talking a lot about AI as well, and that will be the most important part for Oracle and Adobe coming up after Powell this afternoon, guys. Good morning.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
Yeah, Oracle and Adobe had some big earnings coming. We have GameStop had a report. I just saw that story here with GEV. Yeah, that's nice. And another guide there.
Updated their guidance and was fantastic. So they're at some all-time highs. GME, I mean, it's actually, GameStop could be worse, because like GameStop is actually down less than the expected move. But we do have some strength from GE Vernova that, you know, it's going to be a little bit high priced, but yeah, their guidance was definitely a warm welcome. So we got some fresh all-time highs here for GE Vernova. Obviously, it's a big day, Fed day. We're still sitting, you know, oddly enough, we're still sitting at 90%, like 89.9. So it's real. Like it's a non-zero chance. It's a non-zero chance that we wouldn't get this rate cut. And everyone's like, oh, what are we looking at 2 o'clock? Well, at 2 o'clock, we're not expecting anything. We're expecting that we get the rate cut as expected. And if there is a surprise, I think you'll want to be ready. Like, I think rate-sensitive stocks, if somehow this 10% turns out to be true, it's going to be one heck of a move to the downside. I don't think it happens. I think we have we get our third cut of the year, and then they'll probably talk about why they're going to pause. So I think that's what's going to be more important at 2:30 with Powell coming on through. So yeah, there's individual stocks to look at, but remember yesterday how quiet the overall market was, just in terms of it was like a slow slide to the upside. I think you could see a little bit of that. Some good trading opportunities in individual names, but then be ready to be very, very patient and not overtrade, not fight the trend, because at 2 o'clock, I think the fireworks are going to come, or maybe 2:30.
Yeah, looking forward to some decent movement on some of these names today. I mean, GameStop's down 5%, right into a nice little level of $21. We'll see if that can hold into there as well today. And yeah, I mean, it's just about the dot plot, right? If we can see that the Fed looks to, are they going to be hawkish next year, dovish? Are we looking for 2 cuts? Are we looking for 1 cut next year? I think that will really set the pace there. And we'll just wait for that. I mean, they are going to cut today, and then we'll wait to see what the moment looks like moving forward on that dot plot. A new agreement or a deal here today between Palantir and I think it's the Navy, right? So we're going to be looking, U.S. Navy worth up to $450 million. So there goes Palantir, so that's nice. We're really happy to see that continue to go to the north side here, breaking out. This may be on the radar for sure today. Marvell finally catching a little bit of a break there. So many negative stories coming through from this name. Nice to finally see it catching a little bit of a bid, up 1.6%. So we'll see what winds up happening here with Marvell. Things changed in just a couple of days there with some new stories coming out, and we'll see where that goes. I like their Celestial AI bid or purchase. And then talking about bidding and offering right now, here goes Netflix, still at that $96 mark again. So I guess we should have waited for $95.50 yesterday, but we're in here at 96, waiting to see what happens with PSKY and WBD and all this nice stuff. And apparently the Paramount deal of $30 is exactly what they had on auction before this whole deal announced. So I don't think that Warner Brothers is going to accept the same deal. Unless Netflix decides to up their price, I feel like we're fine now. And there goes WBD, man. Really nice move. Another 2% there to the upside as the bidding war does continue for this. But right now it's Netflix's gem right here. We'll have to see where it goes. Does Paramount wind up taking it over or not? It was a very snowy day here today. It's much more snow. I only live 30 minutes from here, and the snow, and it's west. The snow is way worse where I am than here. Like it was, I had to shovel and everything today, and I come in here, and it's like the streets are fine. I mean, they're not fine. They're wet, but it's not. I don't think it's that cold.
It's a lot of snow.
It's 0 degrees.
When I was pulling into the station, there was a dude, literally like he was shoveling the parking spots just so he's making sure he's in the right spot.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, let's shovel out the lines. I'm like, or since like there's nobody here, actually just park where there's like.
Yeah, then everybody will just follow.
Well, no,
like they'll park beside you.
Park on the edge where there's like obviously in the middle of the marked barriers. I forget what you call those little things. Like,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Just park on one of those. But just like
concrete.
Dude was parking in the middle of the lot for no apparent reason. I'm like, you don't need to do that.
Was it busy or people take the day off?
No, I take the first. I take the first train in. Like, there's nobody in the lot. The dude was choosing to make life difficult for himself. But kudos to him because he shoveled out some of the spots so other people could find it. Maybe he was being a good Samaritan.
I feel like as day traders, we make our lives difficult.
Don't work harder, work smarter. Keep it simple. And I see guy at LAX saying they're expecting 85 in LA today, trading in a T-shirt. Yeah, well, we're not going to be doing that. It's not that cold, though. It was like 1 degree.
Yeah, it's 0. I just looked right now.
It wasn't too bad. It's the snow.
Kraft Heinz, 52-week low. Okay. I mean, there's lots of stuff going on over here. I don't know. Yeah, we had to shovel out of the driveway there a little bit today, so it was fun. You know what we didn't? Actually, just noticing this right now. What did CBRL do? Cracker Barrel. New logo, no problem. Yeah, flattish. Yeah, it's back, but it was down to $23. Their Cracker Barrel was another one of those plays yesterday that we were worried about. Yeah, that's downside. And there was another name that reported yesterday that had a real bad chart. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't GameStop. There was another one. We'll look at more of these things here. Amazon zeros today. GameStop, Marvell, Vernova, Chewy, Intel. There's Cracker Barrel there. Warner Brothers on the look as well. Microsoft down 2%. What's up with that? And then we have ENVB, Sharif and Brendan. This is Enveric Biosciences. So here's another one going 122%. Yeah, we got the white background in there to signify the snow today, so we were predicting that was going to happen. So we have more of a look right there.
Those guys get the memo because they're both.
It's funny because they're on white on white. This is like some Rick Ross stuff happening back
intense.
there. Hey, what's going on, Sharif? Yeah, they're in dark. We're in dark. They're in light. So here we go. But Sharif, I like the look there. I like that shirt. It's a new one there. Brendan's look is Brendan's look, and that's a great one as well. And I look like this, and you look like that. So I think we're all in our usual getup over here today. But Sharif looking sharp as usual. All right, let's go back over the desk. How was your 2 ventures in today?
It was 9 minutes instead of 8. It was fine.
You look like you're floating in heaven, Brendo. Look at the screen there with the white background.
white.
It was pretty easy on the way into. Just a little bit of a slow area on the subway where it comes out of the underground. So they had to go slow. Davisville, Rosedale, otherwise it was good.
Yeah. I mean, it's whatever. It's December. There's a, I don't know if you can see, but there's a
Pink?
there's a pink thing, like right there. So it's I don't know if that's the issue that's happening today, but there's some sort of pink thing happening over there. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Nvidia, we're still trying to understand this thing. It's quite complicated. Anyway, Nvidia, you mentioned the China tie or the China storyline here as far as the demand already for these H200 chips. The information's reporting already, this was 10, 15 minutes ago, that DeepSeek specifically is using these smuggled Blackwell chips for their next model that they're already working on. We talked a little bit about that yesterday, the smuggling issue with Nvidia and Blackwell specifically. Canadians, apparently, responsible for this. How dare they?
It was $160 million worth, Brendo, and you have no idea how creative they got. They were relabeling some of these things into generic computer parts. They had a whole bunch of conspirators working with them. It was really an aggressive smuggling campaign. But what we're getting today, Brendo, is actually through the legal channels, where Alibaba, ByteDance, Tencent, others, they're actually approaching the regulator there about buying these H200s. But the companies want clarity on supply and regulatory approval before committing. And Brendo, they're not making too much of these H200s anymore. The H100 succeeded it, and then there was Blackwell, then there's Rubin. So the amount that they actually have for sale is a small amount. So they're going to want specifics. The Chinese regulator is meeting with all these companies as well to kind of just have a cohesive approach.
I mean, it's good to see. I guess as soon as the doors get opened, there's already a lineup there waiting for your product. As we talked about a little bit yesterday, it's going to cost Nvidia 25% to the U.S. government to sell these. But I mean, as long as the demand's there, guys, as Sharif was just mentioning, it's been a while since these have been the thing, but there's still obviously a lot of backlog for them to maybe offload to some of these people waiting.
Yeah, I mean, the demand's going to be there. It's, Alibaba wants them. People, they want them. It's a matter of what the Chinese government ends up saying here. Like, do they allow them to sell them? Well, and if you think about that, like the pay to play, the 25%. Okay, well, if you're not getting any sales now, like for Nvidia, like everyone they sell, their margins are still good. They're probably not going to stay this high with their margins forever, but at the same time, their margins can easily say, okay, well, fine, take your 25%, and we're still going to add, depending on the Chinese government, a boatload of revenue. But this is the thing. Look at what happened yesterday, for most of the day yesterday. Nvidia, like there was one down move. All it did is essentially go sideways, 184 to 185. Spent the whole day in that range. People are trying to figure out what's going to happen here. Who that coffee is.
Thank you, Randy.
Randy had the real drive-in. Like everyone.
Yeah, he had a couple hours. I think.
Like he's got a couple of hours coming in the snow. Like the rest of us, it's like whatever. It's not that big of a deal. If I drove, it'd be crazy, but I don't. So. No, but Nvidia, they couldn't figure out what to do with it because we don't know if China's going to allow them to sell or buy, I guess. So I don't know if too much has changed here, except for the fact that it put a nice floor in for us the last 2 days. So on this news, you now have like 2 days worth of 184 buy support. So I like that. Like what it gives you a level to look at today that you can be patient for and wait around because we need to figure out if the Chinese government's going to allow them. And that's the big story.
Yeah, I like Nvidia here. I think, if they're already, I mean, the note is there, and it's funny that these guys, Brennan and Sharif, they mentioned Canada and some of the smuggling in of the already used chips from Nvidia, the H200s and whatnot, and DeepSeek is already training on them. Alibaba actually, I'm getting ready to I'm trying to get out of some Alibaba, so I'm $1 away now from getting out of Alibaba. We had a nice move up there yesterday on this name. I'm going to see if I can get out basically where I bought. I bought 160. I'm going to take 158, take a $2 L on those, and I want to rotate the money into Marvell. But yeah, I think all of this is it's just a game that's being played back and forth, right? I mean, President Trump was like, and the administration was like, okay, this is a problem. You know, it's a national security issue, but if we can make money on it, then it's okay. Meanwhile, they probably got wind that these were being smuggled in anyways. We already knew that through Singapore, all these different ports of entry for these Nvidia chips into China anyways. So for me, I like the long, man. I think there's long around here. I'm gonna write it down, 184. I think that's an awesome area right there. I don't know because of Fed coming through. The market's down, I'm not worried about that, but I was just thinking like, I wanna be long this name. You know, the story came out yesterday and the market dumped and Nvidia didn't really get going at all. So I don't know, I'm a little puzzled by sort of the flatness here, but it's definitely a name that now that we're above 180, I'm thinking longs, right? I think that bottom's gonna be like 178 to 179 and then we can start to increase a little bit higher. All right, the drilling has now started as Randy is never stopping over there. There he goes right there. I had to put in a new door sweep my door at home yesterday, and so I did that. That went actually pretty well, actually. I was surprised how easy it went. Right there, I had to make sure the new cat didn't run out of the house there. Yeah, all right. We got it, so it's really cool because what's gonna wind up happening is how Neil and I, our backs are turned right now to Sharif and Brendan, and the idea is eventually we'll be able to flip around and we'll have a little bit of a desk behind us so that when we're talking to them, we'll have some, you know, some sort of a computer screen situation all set up there, and then we're able to sort of look at Brendan, Sharif directly and have a better discussion. Sharif and Joe at their desk, same type of thing will be happening there. And so even when Adara's there, or Sia, or anybody's there, it just creates more conversation. We have guests in-house. We can turn around, look at them so they're not looking at the back of our heads.
Then we'd be able to turn around and talk to him.
Yes, and when we get, you know, the infamous...
He's back at it today, by the way.
Rahim Alani. Oh, is he? What is he?
It's next door this time.
Oh, next door. So anything that's a door, basically.
Well, he's big on doors, which is fine.
He had Open Door, and he had that other one. Well, he had Hut 8, which was...
Yeah, well, Hut 8 was the problem.
Not really. Well, huts have doors, some huts, you know. He might have thought Hut 8 was like one of those huts.
I feel like if your hut has like you're stepping into your game up if your hut.
And then didn't he have, and then the other one was Pizza Hut, yeah, Pizza Hut too, Randy, a good one.
Maybe he does.
No, the other one,
no,
there was another home name that he had there. That was another one that he wanted to.
You guys know this.
So what's he saying about Nextdoor then? That's only a $2 name?
So here he goes. He posted on X. I don't have the post. I just have the story.
Okay.
Look, I don't think I follow him. So actually, I might actually. But either way, he says, Nextdoor NXDR, the most mispriced agentic AI platform of the 2020s. A rising dynasty blueprint for a potential multi-S-curve re-rating. Every cycle of few platforms stay misunderstood for years until one moment reframes everything.
Ooh.
This is the best part. This is the best part right here. Nextdoor at $2 today feels like one of those moments. So not only is it like there's a moment where
and now it's at $2.50
and everything changes, well, Nextdoor at 2, which is where it was for the entirety of the day yesterday. And he says that now changes. It's done a few million shares here this morning. It's actually holding, holding some higher lows here. A good volume on Nextdoor. Again, take it for what it's worth. It's really only been popping for the last couple of weeks here after not doing a heck of a lot since coming around. It's been hanging around that $2 for a very, very long time. So all time, it needs to break this 260 and then you get some juice. Prior high here, 230 is what it's holding on to right now. So yeah, there's going to be some small cappers to look at, no questions asked. Just remember, at 2 o'clock, things can change, especially for small cap names. Like sometimes they'll get even more violent on a Fed day. Let's talk a little options, which I'm assuming Nextdoor does not have, with Joe.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Wednesday. All right, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on from some of the options activity in yesterday's session. We're going to start this up with Ethereum, putting in a monster day, guys, a little around 10%. We closed around. So at that $27 strike price, once again heading into that December 19th expiration cycle, we're sitting around 19,000 open contracts. Volume around a little under 3,000 there, guys. Now, JP Morgan also coming in, heightened expenses, open interest sitting around 3,160 with volume around 7,600, and that's going to be at that $320 strike price. once again, when we talk calls, it doesn't necessarily mean long, and look for that. We're looking for supply zones, and also that a magnet effect as well too. And then obviously you get the inverse of that, where you get the rejection from the supply zones that we also like to call resistance. Now, as for Google, guys, that $325 strike price, that's going to be expiring this Friday. You're sitting around 15,300 current open contracts, with 7,600 open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, as for some of the activity, Tesla putting in a pretty solid day, guys. Very interesting stuff. So that strike price at 450. Again, once again, expiring on December 19th. Open interest sitting around 19,100 and volume around 18,200. Sorry, this is just a little mishap, but this is a $12.40 contract. No zero there. And you can look this morning. It's already substantially lower, $100 lower approximately. And we're going to pull up the chart on this from a daily in a moment here. But we're going to take a look at the delta first. You're sitting around 0.49. So for every $1 move in the underlying, you're going to see the value of that contract trade change approximately $50, and the gamma exposure is relatively light, with your at-the-money IV sitting around 44.7%, which is relatively cool for Tesla. But this is what I wanted to pull up here. We're going to do a small comparison between the options contract and the actual underlying asset from a daily perspective, and we can see what we got going on here. I think it's really important to note that the decay in these contracts can rapidly pick up. Oops. We'll get rid of this. So essentially what we got going on here, we'll pull it up from a daily and see what we have. So we'll go back to the same date here, so approximately August 25th, and we go back around this neck of the woods. But the price action is relatively the same until you really start to cool off and the implied volatility starts to cool down. But the pullback has not yet recovered. So when you're this close to an expiration cycle, at this point, this contract is going to become essentially valueless. So it's going to go down to zero. It did participate in some of the higher spikes, peaking at around $65 or $6,500 in options terms. But at the end of the day, look, as we sell off in November and early November, and then we flatten out, but Tesla is appreciating, and there's no appreciation in the value of that contract. It never gains any of its extrinsic value or time value and intrinsic value after the fact that you go through this extensive sell-off. So that's really important to note, guys. Always look out for theta.
Tesla, like Tesla's last couple of days, like, of course, like, if being the one stock that probably moved or maybe gave you the biggest moves in either direction in the last 2 days, essentially just 435 to 450 twice. So like once down and another time up. It feels like it'll give us like the head fake today. Like, yeah, after the last couple of days, Tesla will decide to do like one of those like weird inside days when everyone's expecting the volatility because of how crazy it's been the last two. I'm not opposed to the notion that this could hold the higher low. But until proven otherwise, like it's held 435 twice. I kind of feel like you can, like if we get that, that's worth waiting for. And up in the middle here, 440, like the 442, 443 area, maybe could be something. But I feel like if we head down, you really want to wait for that bid on Tesla. It's done this before, where you get like these crazy moves, and then when you're anticipating more, it just kind of bundles up for a couple of days, and then settles down for a couple of days and then goes crazy again. So I'm kind of feeling you probably get one of those more quiet days, I should say, on Tesla. Relatively quiet is probably a better way to put it.
Yeah, I think Tesla's going to be an interesting look here today. Look, I want to make sure that everybody, in order to get all this information, look, to become a member, you got to hit this join. And then when you do that, you get to see Brendan talking here with our old background. You get all these emojis. And then the thing is, you get the members only morning research note. So it's just $5 a month. You can sign up right now. And Sharif's note is just packed absolutely full of everything you need here, including, you know, all your regulatory talk here about Nvidia, the Amazon story, and it gives trader takeaways. That to me is something that I really think is awesome. Thanks, Sharif, for doing all of this. There's Citibank. Again, perspectives on Apple, perspectives on Citigroup. There's Oracle as well today. Trader takeaways, everything. Here's the Marvell story, and it's not just a story. It gives you support and resistance levels as well, all these trader takeaways. So all of us here on the desk use this every single day, and often we get gifted memberships, but for $5 a month, it's just supporting the show. I got a frog in my throat right now, but get that. It's an awesome opportunity to get educated before the market opens. And we have almost 1,700 members, so it's going quite strong. We want to keep that going. And you can also hit the subscribe button as well. Get involved with our stream, and you can see right here today. We need you all to hit this like button. I haven't refreshed it. It's going to be more than 32, but with over 2,000 of you watching right now, we are now on at 8 a.m. So make sure you do join us every single day now. 229 likes. So if every two of you hit this, we get to 1,000 right now. So let's see if we can get that to 1,000 before 8:30. So if you're watching here, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and join us live every single day on air at 8 a.m. Snow, rain, wind, sun. What other kind of weather do we have around here? Ice storms.
Ice storm. We'll be here.
Fog.
We won't be happy if there's an ice storm. We'll be here, though.
When the city is on fire, apparently, even, we're here. We're here every day. I mean, honestly, what if the market's closed? Fine.
Well, that's a different story.
Fine. We'll take the day off. We'll take a day off.
If they shut the markets down for a holiday.
Although, what's going to happen when it does go, I mean, I don't think it's going to go 24/7, but there'll be some sort of a talk here in the new year about where this goes.
It is, look, the market is going 23.5.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to happen. It's a matter of when, and I don't think there's been no firm timeline. It's just like sometime next year, I think the wheels maybe get turning. It'll probably take a while. I don't know if it'll end up in stages, but trust me, it's, the market's always evolving, and we will evolve with it. That's how we roll around here. Okay, so there's a story for USAR. A few people mentioning this one popping. Light volume so far. Well, I just had it here. If I hit paste in the chat, then do my messages show up? Like, can I look at my own comment?
Yeah, as long as you just find it in there. Find it as an option.
No, it's not. Oh, whatever. It's not working. I'll just do this. Because I don't see it on that page. Oh, there it is. Okay, fine. It maybe took a second there. USA Earth accelerates timeline for round top deposit commercial production by 2 years. They're up 6%. It is pretty light volume, though, for USAR. Like, it's only a couple 100,000 shares early for volume, but it is a good mover. Oh, I'm getting a frog. So it is a good mover, and if you look at where it's breaking out from, well, there's been some consolidation here before off the $17, $18 area. So a break, like, it's about 18 and a half, and there's room in here for this one to go. The problem, of course, as I said, couple 100,000 shares of volume only so far for USAR. But another name that's going to be in play, I feel like it could be that kind of day where if it doesn't have a catalyst and it doesn't look special, then you don't want to overtrade it at the open or until we get the Fed. So I think this is going to be on the radar for sure. Like, USAR has run before in the past, and now it's giving you a little bit of a discount. We got this, and we had the story from, I guess, next door with Eric Jackson. So there's already a few names starting to pop around here early on. And that's the other thing here. In real time, like when that hit the wire, like I was throwing it into the chat as everybody was talking. And that's also what we're going to do. We have a dare all day long, Sia as well. And then, of course, we're always in tune to whatever news we're able to get to you in real time. And then we can see exactly how the stocks are moving and reacting to it and not talk about it like an hour and a half later. Or not at all. And the market's bumping here as well.
Market's on a run, yeah. A little bit of a run right here, nicely kicking to the upside there, as it's 90% chance that the Fed does wind up cutting today. So for all of you that are joining right now, it's great to have everybody there. We got to get those likes going upside right now. And then also, we are now starting at 8 a.m. So make sure that you set your, I said it too much earlier. Set your alarm clock a little earlier. Wake up with us, 8 a.m. every single day. Get that coffee going. I don't know if the guy's here yet, but it's been a pretty good week. I think now, let's see the next time they bring peanut butter.
You can be late today, for sure. They're not bringing that
could be late today. You know what? To Brendan's point, it actually, the drive wasn't, I think my drive was the same. It was just getting out of my little neighborhood that was the problem. Yeah, because there was less cars on the road, a little slower, but it was pretty good. So I think to Brendan's point, yeah, just a couple minutes added there today. And then my driveway slopes down, and my car was at the bottom. So even though I had winter tires, to reverse out of there was a little bit of a problem. So I had to shovel the driveway real quick because the wife and daughter were out at 6 a.m. already going to hockey. So I wake up, shower, shave, whatever, you know, take a long time to pick out my outfit. And then
this is the difficult thing.
Yeah, the very, very difficult things. And then get into the car and then back that car up. And it was a little bit of a problem. Oh no, now Randy's. Oh look, see Randy's got the food now. So now it's here. Man. You know, this guy, hard at work hard, play hard. Yeah, we're gonna go get some, Randy. Don't worry about that.
Did you leave any sausage?
Did you leave anything for anybody else over there, Randy?
Oh my! Look at this guy's
God.
plate. He
Randy,
cooked everything.
Randy, have a seat, man. Randy, just have a seat and relax. Ramin's here in the building. Hi, Ramin. How was your trip in today? I think she sounded was good. I think she said.
I didn't even hear what she said.
I don't know. I didn't hear her either.
I'm too busy looking at Randy's plate. You can't bring a hot plate.
He's gonna go get food for you, Neil. Just
what?
Yeah, man. You gave him. See, you like.
I didn't give him grief. I'm just like
you're kind of like
15 pieces of sausage.
I kind of feel like you're bullying him. You know.
Oh, I'm bullying. Now I'm bullying.
Yeah. I mean, I'm the one that said how now Randy's sitting down here eating. So no, I think he's gonna. Man, I think the bullying worked, Neil. I think he's gonna go back and get it right now.
Randy's not. Yeah, Randy's like way too kind like that.
Yeah, he's gonna come back and get that. He'll be back with some scrambled eggs.
It's crazy. There's another mover here. Thank you in the chat.
There always is. Here we go.
Momentous is making some moves
Neil?
to the up.
The bullying worked. Oh, I'm not gonna sharing a plate. Neil, you just have all of that, man. That's about the same. That's about the same amount Randy took.
That's a lot.
You take it. I'll go get it. Thank you, Randy. Man, that's very, very kind of you to do that.
I'll wait till I'm not on camera to
Randy.
crush this.
We know what that does smell really good, actually. And the scrambled eggs actually look pretty legit today. So
a little bit.
Yeah. All right. I don't know what that means. Hamego Cigarro. What's up, Carrie?
We'll just leave it
right there. Yeah, Neil. Just keep going on that one. Get that protein today. Sharif will be super happy with all of that there today. You know. Look. There we go. We've got the infamous Trader TV Live crew there. So we've got to add Sia to that right now.
We should recreate that image at some point.
Yeah, because it looks exactly like me, you know? Exactly like
I have some serious questions about that picture.
Oh, no.
We've talked about a lot of the quirks that don't make any sense. But why is it Dara holding the energy drink like it's a baby bottle?
Because she's just like downing
Nobody drinks like that.
No, nobody does.
Absolutely
there.
Nobody.
And that's Brendo on the phone, and it's Joe with his phone, me with my phone, Sharif with the chicken coop.
Of course I'm eating.
And then you're loving the Hawaiian pizza over there.
There's no, it's only pepperoni.
I know, it's just pepperoni, yeah. Got some olives on there, too. All right, back over to the desk to get control of this show, finally.
We'll attempt to. I don't know. Smells really good in here, that's for damn sure.
It does, and he brought in all the food.
Smells like bacon and sausage, and come on. A couple of data points here to talk about, guys. It's 8:30. We got employment cost benefits for Q3 coming through 0.8% to the upside. That was versus forecast of 0.6%. On the benefit side, 0.8%, so basically in line with expectations. We're also getting a Bank of Canada interest rate decision today. Nice. So 9:45, we'll get the Bank of Canada coming through. They're expected to hold. We're already at 2.25, so I don't know where they're going to go anyway. At this point, this economy maybe needs another quarter off that, but we'll see. But they're expected to hold today.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you what they were expecting, because I didn't know, but you saw what I sent you over the weekend.
Yeah.
All of the city of Toronto, almost 3 million residents. That was just the city of Toronto, not the surrounding areas, Brenda, that I sent you. In the month of October, 54 new condominiums, new builds, not just regular condos, were sold in the city. That is one of the historic lows.
I think it was all-time low. Yeah.
It's not a good look for the real estate market, especially the condo market. You and I have been talking about that for some time now. So it would be nice to see that rate a little bit lower. But Brendo, the pressure still is the cost of living. If people are not able to put money aside for the down payments because everything's so much higher, the interest rate doesn't really help things.
And it said in that article as well, to compare, I mean, 54 is an arbitrary number, but to compare, in 2019, a new construction build would have sold 54 units in an hour. And there was 54 units sold, condominium units sold in the entire month, last month. So just an absolute 180 as far as the difference goes. And then we also get the Bank of Canada press conference that no one ever listens to. But that's coming up at 10:30 this morning. And then energy, and then, oh yeah, the Fed to follow at 2 p.m. Make sure you're with us. We'll come back on a little bit early from the midday, guys. Prep what's going to happen. Again, right now, I just checked again. It's 89% according to the CME Fed Funds tool. We did get a downtick late yesterday, I noticed. Got all the way down to 86 at one point, 86%. And now we're back to 89%. So, Neil was making the point yesterday. It's the first time in a long time we've gone into a Fed day not at 98 or 99% almost, certain of whatever the outcome was going to be.
And that's, I think, for the, not historically, but in the recent times, Brendo, there is an outsized amount of Fed dissents. So not everybody's seeing eye to eye. It's, I don't want to say along political lines, but it does feel a little bit that way, especially with the new Fed governor or the new Fed chair coming in the new year. So it should be really interesting to see what we get. I do believe we're getting an economic projections as well today. We should be getting the dot plot. So that would be, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I'll double check. I haven't looked yet, but if that's the case, then that'll add even more. Hey, Ramin, fix the wall. Guys, 2 p.m. should be interesting.
I think, as far as I know, they are getting that dot plot, and I think that's all that matters today. To be honest with you, it's what are they going to do moving forward? That's what the dot plot is. All the members will plot out where they feel it's going.
Surprise. Assuming no surprise.
Yeah, it's not. It's going to be a cut today, and the thing is that it's about next year, right? Like right now, they're thinking 2 cuts. If the dot plot only shows 1, also you're looking for dissents, right? There's going to be hawkish and dovish dissents today. I think some people will have wanted to cut more, some will cut less, some will want no cut. And I think that's the first time since COVID that you're going to see. I think it was 3 or more dissents.
It'll be all over the place.
So I think that's definitely going to be something that's going to play today. That people talk about the 10-year on the rise there might not be good for equity markets. We'll see equity markets flat right now on that. The Fed really does have sort of a. It'll put like a little malaise or whatever on the market there. Probably won't do too much early, and then once it's announced, you'll get that quarter-point cut, I would think, anyways, and then we'll move forward and see what he has to say, hear the dot plot, get some of those questions answered, but at 2 p.m. is when you want to be right here with us, and we'll be talking about all the stocks, all the movement there in the NASDAQ, in the TQQs. People talk about using SQQ there as well. IWM, I know you have that up. I'll leave that for you, yeah. That could move around. Watch out for gold. And last time, Bitcoin actually took a huge dump, I believe, on the last rate cut. I'll have to go back, find the exact day and show it to you. Oh, September 17th. That's right. It was my birthday there. So here's September the 17th. It was right here. So this was, good memory. Again, I say the joke, don't tell my wife I have sometimes a decent memory because, I'm supposed to do that? Oh, I forgot. I don't remember you saying that. But there it was right here. It started a nice move to the downside there on the most recent cut from the Fed. And I don't know if, again, did the Fed have something to do with it? That's the day that we started that last little descent down. So if we are worried about crypto, today would be that day. And you're going to watch to see if we can get back. I don't think it's like this, but you could get a little bit of a movement there in BTC. And of course, the US dollar will naturally move on a day like today. But Bitcoin right now down 0.6. It's not the end of the world. 1%, that chart said 0.6, but we'll watch out for Bitcoin today, long story short.
Yeah, I think you've got to be afraid, at least a little bit, for the Russell here. Like if we get, I saw a couple people in the chat say this, Factory Kids and a couple of others. Here's the thing, and the point was, don't assume a cut because everyone's predicting one. So the overwhelming probability is that we're going to get a cut. Absolutely. Do I expect it? Yeah, sure. Does everyone expect it? Absolutely. But in those moments, like when you're preparing for what are you going to look at, what are you going to do at 2 o'clock or potentially maybe just after that, don't really like to be gambling before. Well, if you know what the high expectation is, fair enough. Oftentimes it ends up in somewhat of a nothing burger in terms of price action. We don't usually make some crazy fresh highs or fresh lows initially because everyone knows what to expect. However, if that's going to be the case, if there is a surprise, just be prepared with, well, if there's a surprise, this is what I want to do. This is where I want to go. I want to look at Open Door and IWM. If we don't get a cut, I think they're going to tank. And I think it'll be the kind of tank where the algos go first and you might still be able to capture a move because it'd be really bad. So, we literally have been topping out here in the Russell. Small cap has been running. They're at the highs, and they've been showing you the same resistance. Well, what if at 2 o'clock we're at this top, and then for some reason, for whatever reason, that 10% turns out to be true, and there was a pause? Like, I would see this, regardless of where it is, I would see it potentially breaking 250 in the lows. But if it's at the highs, I mean, there's a lot that you could potentially capture. So just as long as you're ready on the off chance, I think you can be good to go. And then I think if you're looking at during the speech, I want to have open door and IWM up. I'm pretty sure it was like last Fed I was looking at, actually Bitcoin, I was trading IBIT and also trading open door. Specifically, and I kind of want to go back there, maybe adding in the IWM today. So I think some of you in the chat, you're right. Like, what's the point of assuming it? Be ready for the alternative that you could have a bit of a surprise. And then at 2:30, of course, we're going to be paying attention to every word that gets said, for sure. I'd mentioned that there was a small capper that was running and passing, and then I think maybe I got distracted by this delicious plate in front of me. Whoops. It's MNTS. See, like, my brain wants to type in the stock that I know instead of the actual random small capper that's going. So, like, without even thinking, I just started typing Monster Beverage instead of Momentous, which is moving around here. So they announced a warrant inducement deal. Okay. Including 4.8 mil in existing warrants, 7.3 mil in new warrants. That's done over 30 million shares in volume and broken above the magical and important $1 level. So watch that for this stock here. MNTS, still actually potentially some room if it can break 120 here. But can it hold on to the dollar? That's going to be the key one. It's always kind of simple. Can you hold on to that dollar and any dip into the open? Maybe give it a few cents. The last challenge got down to like 96 cents. Let's see if it can hold on to that for sure. So MNTS, another one going to be in play up 40, 50%. Always some halt risk with these lower price names just because the halt bands are a little ridiculously tight sometimes when they break above $1. So keep this one on your back burner if you are a small cap trader. A lot to look at. And on a Fed day, remember, hey, it's these small cappers sometimes that will move around the most when we have a Fed day.
Yeah, we might get a lot of people sitting on their hands waiting for 2 o'clock this afternoon as far as big tech is concerned. However, we are still seeing a decent amount of strength in big tech land going in, not only towards the open this morning here, but towards the Fed decision overall. Just seeing Business Insider, Meta plans to hike for its virtual reality, or price hike, sorry. Meta plans a price hike for its virtual reality devices, according to internal memo. That's from BI. I mean, they just said they were going to slash spending on that world anyways, right. But now they're going to try and get some more revenue. Here's Alphabet. We've been talking over the past couple of days about this EU story. It's, I mean, a couple days, couple weeks, it seems like it's always there in the background. It's just a matter of what stage they're at in the process of getting Alphabet and Meta to pay them more. But you found an interesting graphic there, just highlighting the tax side of things for the EU specifically.
Yeah, Brendo, you can call it a tax. I've been railing about or the European regulator basically fining American companies. And I got a good data point. I said this to Joey yesterday. So U.S. tech companies in 2024 were fined a total of 3.8 billion euros. However, European tech companies in that same year paid 3.2 billion in tax. So the American companies, in addition to paying the European tax that they have to pay for operating in that regulatory environment, paid $3.8 billion in fines. Give you an example, $1.839 billion for Apple, $1.049 billion for Meta, and we can go on, $310 million for LinkedIn. And there's a story that works perfectly with that today, Brendo, because Intel also caught the ire of the European regulator. Europe's General Court upheld the EU Commission's 2023 antitrust decision against Intel for anti-competitive practice, but they did reduce the fine from 376 million euros down to 237, but that was a lot higher back in 2009 when they tried to fine Intel 1.06 billion euros for allegedly blocking HP, Acer, Lenovo, or basically demanding that HP, Acer, and Lenovo use Intel chips as opposed to AMD chips. That was for the years of 2002 to 2006. They're just paying the fine for that now.
Unreal. But if you look at the actual market, you get a different feel and a different picture when it comes to this storyline specifically. I mean, you can pull up any of these, but that's a daily chart of Google. So, I mean, everyone knows what this thing has done over the past couple of months here. So is this newsworthy? Is this, a relative or relevant note as far as these companies are concerned? Sure. But as it's been over the years, it seems like just the cost of doing business.
It does feel that way, but in the current climate, Brendo, where they're trying to negotiate the trade deals and President Trump has kind of made his position very clear that he doesn't like these fines, I wonder if there's going to be a retaliation of some sort. And President Trump, he has an affinity to retaliate. So I always joke about this on the Midday. Could Porsche, could Mercedes-Benz, could any of these big European companies that operate in North America also catch that?
Well, I mean, you guys were talking yesterday about they were going to bring that little tiny.
The Topolino.
What was it? The
Topolino,
yeah.
Yeah.
So they're going to start bringing some of those little tiny European cars over here. So maybe not retaliation. Maybe just open the doors for a bigger marketplace for them. But anyways, speaking of the Midday, speaking of Joe, he's got options for us right now.
Upgrades, downgrades. We'll take a look at these here, guys. I mean, we heard Neil and Sean talking about this morning. It's going to be GE Vernova going from a sector perform to an outperform here, guys. You're up almost 11% in the morning. And then we also have PepsiCo as well, too, guys, going from a neutral weight to an overweight, relatively flat here this morning. And then we have Nike as well, too, guys, getting an initiation of buy, guys, buy Guggenheim in. Price target being raised to $77. You're slightly positive here in the morning. And the same thing here with Roblox, guys. Price target being raised to $125. Now, as for Ferrari, that's going to be raised. We are looking at a neutral weight. So there's going to be a downgrade there, guys. You're down 3.3% here in the pre-market session. And then Rogers Communication going from a buy to a hold, you're down 0.63%. And then Home Depot as well, too, guys. That price target is going to be lowered from $430 to $410 by Telsey Advisory Group. And Campbell's Soup, yes, getting that price target lowered as well, too, to $39, from $39 to $33, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing, GE Vernova, with updated guidance and making fresh highs, it's one thing to upgrade the stock that's been trending up and breaking out the tops. Fair enough. But Nike, that seems like that's a bit of a call. Retail ain't been that good. Nike hasn't been doing that well either, but this seems like, hey, this could be a stock. And by the way, it flashed a death cross a couple of weeks ago. The 50 period on the daily crosses down underneath the 200 period, which some people like to think is bearish, but when it did the golden cross, was it bullish? Nope. So do I automatically think it's bearish because it does death cross? No, but it could lend into a temporary breakout here. I think this should be put on watch. Like Nike, it's slowly trying to break this recent downtrend. And we already saw, it went 50 to 80 before. You break out this 66, maybe even the 68, there's room to 80 again for Nike. So it's a little bit more bold to call to get that upgrade there. I think this puts Nike on the watch. Now you have your past earnings and all that stuff, so everything is sort of past earnings, and you can look toward next year for them. So I like that 66 to 68 breakout for Nike. GE Vernova, I mean, it's like, okay, fine, great, guidance good. We'll probably talk about this on the watch list, on the rundown, but fresh all-time highs, and you're going to tell us that you're upgrading it. Yeah, you have to make that response. But the Nike call, much more interesting to me.
Yeah, I was, again, the name that I always focus on whenever I think about, where do I want to put my money, is a name that I was actually shopping at yesterday. I went to Home Depot last night. I was talking about fixing the door sweep and everything like that, so I got one of those, installed it, everything pretty obviously easy to do. But they had Investor Day yesterday, and it was a nice move to the upside there. Initially, weak guidance. Not even sure what rallied that rate there, but better talk. And with rates coming in a little bit. You know, we talked about it's not going to be the super, you know, rate cut cycle that maybe some were hoping for. But I think Home Depot works in lower rates. You know, it's not going to be enough to spark the housing market or anything like that. But hopefully it does give a little bit of benefit there to, you know, do-it-yourself jobs and just being able to afford potentially a little bit more on, and I don't know if this quarter point rate's going to do anything to credit cards or anything like that, delinquencies or whatever, but I think Home Depot it's at one of those levels now, and even if you zoom out even more, you know, we've hit this 335 a couple times and held pretty good. So obviously the more we zoom out, you know, Home Depot's had a nice run, but I go back to what Brian was saying, like not that he didn't like, there was a name that I bought recently, it was Netflix, that he was just like, you know, until we actually start to turn up here and we start to get a little bit of a turn on the 50 period, the 200 period, it's not really the greatest idea to try to catch some of these falling knives. Better to wait for a correction to get back to the upside. So I would think that maybe we don't have to crab it here, but why not in and around here? They're low post earnings. So I think that would be 330 to 335. We'll see if we can catch something down and around here in a long-term account. But for a day trade, I don't know about Home Depot. It's the spread. We don't really trade it too much on this show. But yeah, I like it for a longer-term idea there, Home Depot, just to get away from some of the AI plays. And retail's been really hot, right? So this name can work, and I think it does. It's the go-to spot there. Lowe's is actually performing a little bit better than Home Depot, but with a decent PE and a dividend, I think it's something that you might want to look at with Home Depot. So a couple downgrades probably get this thing into that 330 area, and we got one today. So let's see what winds up happening. It's there's so much action happening on Amazon. Like, you can get anything you want online.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that that's going to be a problem for Home Depot. But when you're a contractor and things like that, you need that lumber. You need you know, sometimes that expertise to go into Home Depot and get things on the minute there as well. Oh, there's Randy. Randy, you like Home Depot? And see if a thumbs up. Yeah, there it is. You got a thumbs up there. XOM had a really nice run yesterday. They were off some investors. They're on Investors Day yesterday. Oh, it pulled back, but they had a nice move there as well. Same thing as Home Depot. Started at 116 up to 120.50, and then got faded all day, but still nicely cooking right here. XOM right back into prior resistance. So we'll see if we can break through that 120 and hold it at some point. But yeah, nice, real nice upward trajectory right now. The lows keep on getting raised. You're now bounced off the 50-period moving average. I actually really like XOM around here, looking at that right now. I'm really weak in oil as well. Energy, but almost no energy plays in the account. And here I am trying to sell Alibaba to raise more money for Marvell. So yeah, my mind needs to get off some of these high growth names. But yeah, XOM continues to work, that is for sure.
Speaking of growth, I don't know if this was we were talking about like earnings names. I don't know if this was the one that you were thinking about, Chewy, but because this was in the morning. They beat top and bottom, but the EPS beat was 32 cents versus 13. They've raised their guidance as well, so their sales guidance and their EPS guidance for full year and for Q4 as well, both raised. Big time reversal here for Chewy. Don't really know if any of the pumpers are still involved in this one, but who knows? But Chewy still got a decent enough short float. What are we looking at here? No, it's correction. I thought it had a decent enough short float. Although sometimes when I look up only one source, only 5% I'm getting from one source here. I can double check a second, but not as big as before. But still, beating top and bottom, raise their guidance, breaking out here past the 50, breaking out over 35, and on some solid volume. But keep in mind, this is a morning earnings report, so I would suspect you would have the conference call potentially going on. So one that you might want to let settle down a little bit here. A lot of times you're going to have you can have anything that kind of gets set on a call, and you can move the stock around on some light volume and light liquidity. But a good look here for Chewy, up 6%. Plenty of individual names moving around here, even if the market is not. Keep that in mind.
Yes, yeah.
All right, I was just actually looking that up just to see when that call was, because that's a huge reversal for Chewy. Whether or not there was some comments there or not, we'll double check. I was having a look at this chart as well. I saw on Joe's options, or sorry, on the upgrades and downgrades specifically side of things. That's Ferrari on a weekly time frame, not looking too healthy at this point. Even this candle this week looking pretty ugly to be, in fact, 362 coming back into play. If you go back to, I believe it was around here, this thing absolutely exploded. when Lewis Hamilton announced he was going to jump ship from Ferrari or from Mercedes and go over to Ferrari for the 2025 season, that's been a complete disaster. The interesting part of this is, I might get into the weeds here a little bit, but I apologize in advance for F1 fans. There's a huge regulation change that's happening going into next season. So every 4 years in Formula One, they find a way to, in my opinion, make it worse, not better. So there's going to be another one of those going into next year as well. So watch Aston Martin, I think, is going to be interesting.
Okay.
They completely wrote off this season and have been focusing on next season entirely when this rule change comes into effect. So watch Aston Martin, but I have zero faith in Ferrari doing anything in the near future.
We just finished the last race, am I right,
Yeah.
of the season? Yeah. What was it, Qatar or
Dubai and Abu
Dubai, that's
Dhabi.
it.
Yeah.
So, Brendo, I read an article a few weeks ago. This is not recent, but I think it still applies. So, Ferrari is much like Rolex. You go into the Rolex store, you ask for the top watch. They smile at you nicely, and they offer you a much lower version.
Exactly.
And the idea here is you work your way up.
Yeah.
You become a client of theirs. Ferrari operates in much the same way. So here's what happened, Brendo. People were going, new buyers to Ferrari, and they were being offered cars they typically wouldn't be offered at a first go. It would be for a second, third, client or second, third purchase. To me, that just means one thing. Their demand for the top models is not there, and as a result, they're giving it to clients that they don't have a history with. That doesn't really look good, and the chart, I think, reflects that. Flat bottom break, Brendo, through that 380. It had defended it earlier in late October, but we gave way now.
Yeah, that last earnings report was that huge down move, and it never recovered. We bounced back above 400 very, very briefly, but this thing is just in free air, guys, trying to get back to maybe 300, 320. Not good here for a race.
Race.
And you pull that chart, I'm like, that doesn't look good at all. Like, you could see, like, look at the history of when it does do some kind of a flat bottom break or lose support. Like, why couldn't you see $300 for a race? That's a great point Reef makes. And the thing about having a long-standing and understood business practice that works for you, that everybody knows, is if there's the slightest change in behavior, people are going to really pick up on it. And clearly, look at the vitriol with which this is getting sold off. Like, it's not when you have like a one tape, like this is an earnings day, like this massive October 9th spike down. Look at the next couple of days. Like, this not settling down after the first day. Like, that's dropping heavily for 2 more days in a row after that. Like, when this makes a turn, it's like, uh-oh, there's a problem. It drops 3 days after that. So with a bit of a flat bottom break here, like, it makes a turn, you're getting heavy day down, heavy day down, heavy day down. You're getting multiple days. So whenever I see a pattern like this, first thought is, okay, the next time it consolidates and gives you a turn, that's like a short for a couple of days on a race. Keep in mind, of course, that this is going to trade primarily, like, its primary market is going to be in Europe. So if you end up trading this stock, just know that at 11:30 there is the close over in Europe, and you will have a little bit of it's a volume spike. It doesn't always result in something. You can kind of see it'll be like after 11:30, like you might see reversals around that time if you happen to be in the stock. But yeah, race not looking good at all. And the next time that catches any kind of a rollover, like that day one rollover, seems like you just short it for the next 2 days.
Yeah, I don't know enough about, I got to clean up this chart here for Palantir, but yeah, interesting take there from Brendan on F1. And then, of course, the same thing happens to me every time I go in to buy that new Ferrari. They're always like, bro, you got to keep waiting. So we'll just, drive the 2 that we have and keep on waiting for the next one to become available there. Yeah, I'll have to fix this up. But yeah, it's 8:58 right now. Make sure you guys do hit the like, hit the subscribe. And we wanted to have thousands and thousands of likes, and right now we have 570. So there's 4,000 of you watching right now. Hit the like button, get this up to 1,000 by open would be absolutely fantastic if one out of every 5 of you hit it, we'd be there. So 20%, let's get that going as well. And if you just hit this join button right now, you can be a member on this channel. For $5 a month, you'll get Sharif's morning note, which is absolutely fantastic. Everything that we're talking about and all the details right here, right now, man, as we continue to go. Oracle, all the build out, the trader takeaways, the key support and resistance, all the notes, Marvell, everything that we're talking about is going to be on here today. Many, many pages long. You can see I've searched the word Google in here, find some new stories. So every single day that Sharif is in the building, you're going to get that. And that's just right here. Hit join, Sharif's members morning note. You can do these little cute emojis into here as well, becoming a member. And if you wanted to, you could sponsor as well. And we often get gifted memberships. See, my thing says Nvidia, my chart says Palantir. Make sure you do check that out. Thank you to Casey, Day Trader LA there, Eddie Sarkeesian, everybody that continues, to David, everybody that drops in. I'm probably missing people, so I'm going to stop. All of the gifts that are always in our chat. So make sure you do hit the subscribe button. That way you can get into the chat. And that's a way to eventually, there we go. Some people, here it is. What's up, Notorious Dinkelberg right there. All the hosts right here and all of our faces a couple times there. And this is the kind of stuff that you get. So it's just fun. So participate with us, $5 a month. Helps us do that and build out. And now you can see we've got our background back there now. So that's really nice to see. All right, it's 9 o'clock. We're going to start going through that watch list, which is, we have a free one. You want to make sure you sign up for that every single day. Also, Sharif's note will be talked about, so we're going to go over that now at 9 o'clock. So the next half hour is going to be all information about what you might need. News about Meta today as well, but anyways.
Oh, no. Well, there it goes.
There it is.
No, that didn't work.
Yesterday. All right. Is that the one you wanted?
No, I wanted the super chat. This. Oh, there it goes.
There it is.
Ian Rispetto, any news for the Microsoft drop? There was some antitrust, and there's a couple of antitrust stories out there, but more specifically for Alphabet, unfortunately. And the thing about Microsoft is, like, it's just been trending lower and lower and lower. Like every $10, like $510, $500, $490. Now we're going to probably see the 480. I think you're waiting for that 200 period there, but there was nothing specific that I'm going to double check right now. I don't think I saw anything specific to Microsoft, although there was
a deal. They Marvell and them. It's something about Microsoft and Marvell. They lost something. Microsoft and Marvell.
You have it? Oh, I see.
There was something about Microsoft and Marvell earlier. I'm not sure what that.
Okay, yeah.
is.
So here we go. It's a long-term AI roadmap remains intact despite concerns surrounding Amazon's next-generation chip programs. Marvell said its major customer engagements will be both Amazon and Microsoft. So I guess
I don't know.
No, but that would mean that there's some concern that they're leaning more to Amazon and less Microsoft. So that could take them to the downside. Didn't seem like that big of a deal to bring them down 1.5%.
I just want to say a big shout out, man. We just got 2 new members there. S. Leos, thank you so much, and then Anthony Footer, 8898, right there. Is that your PIN code there, 8898, my guy? No, I don't know. That's so funny, man. Quantum computing is going to crack all this stuff. That should be really, really exciting. All right, we got another super chat just real quick, and then we'll get out of here. May I have your comments on Intel? It says OON33Gs. Baba popped? Okay, well, that's good, because we'll probably got filled. If Baba went through one... Oh, geez, okay. I don't know if I'm going to be filled in the pre-market or not, but there goes Alibaba. I like that one right there up to 161. We're now in the money. I didn't get filled. I didn't get the note that I'm filled there. So hopefully we will get filled on open for Alibaba. I'm not sure what the news is over here, Brendo, if you have something on BABA, but that is really starting to pop right now. And look, just because we got that super chat, then we'll go over our watch list. We got to do that, guys. We got to hurry up a little bit here. You know what? Like, I like Intel. I like the space. I think it's decent, holding above this $40 marker for now. You know, with the Intel, with the investment from the U.S. government, investment by Nvidia. Okay, there it is. Yeah, refined AI model using BABA. So there we go. So good job there. Looks like Meta probably going to save a little bit of costs, maybe using Quen. So that's going to be really nice. And we talked about Mark Zuckerberg the other day getting rid of some of that metaverse spend. So maybe it now looks like they're going to pivot away from open source AI and go over there with Quen. But yeah, look, I just think as long as we hold this 50 period, I mean, we've dipped down in there. It was just 2 weeks ago, we were all worried about it because it was back into the $34 mark. Then we get a nice bump up there. I would just watch out for this name breaking back through this 38 again. And I think if you're long, stay long, and then trim some if you break through 38. I've already trimmed up here, and you know, I think that makes a lot of sense. And especially if you zoom out, you're going to see there is again some more consolidation here. But you know, like I got some out here on that top, we got some out when it came back into here, and now we got a little bit more out. I think even lower than that into this area, probably around $40 again. So we'll see if that next tranche, like that word, that we could get out if it kicks out up here around $44. So that would be another area, but I mean, for a $2 super chat, I think that's you know, decent right now for Intel. Watch us throughout the day. We will be trading it and we will be commenting on it. So thank you so much for all of that. But it is real nice, man, that that Intel's going and Baba's going, and some of these stocks remain strong. The Nasdaq's heading to the downside. But with that move, what does that mean for Meta on that right now? I think it means good for Meta. It looks like a little bit of a dip down, now a little bit of bump higher. So Meta actually not reacting too much to that, but we do get that. Did Nvidia move? We got to parse through that news to see exactly what that means. But it looks like it's going to be a win for Quen, an Alibaba fan. So that's me. Hey, it's me. Maybe we'll get out on that. I already have the order, so I may cancel that to see right there, because hey, a tie up with Meta is not necessarily bad news.
I like
actually scrap this.
This is breaking. Look, I know we're gonna go to the rundown. Come on, this is gonna break that trend finally. Like it's been a while. Like I think it was since November 25th when it made this spike. I'm like, okay, here's the trend line. It tried to break here on the first. It's trying to break it now. A close above this trend line and you're off and running for sure. There's the breaking news right there. Meta refined new AI model using Baba's Quen.
Order canceled.
Baba going higher. Yeah, Microsoft going down. We were just talking about that. Alibaba headed to the upside. Meta doing meh things. But there's a heck of a lot more moving. A lot of the names on the watch list that we will go over as well, including a certain GE Vernova. We will talk about, I promise.
We will.
68.48, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We're making some newer lows and lower highs here ever since the 12th. Of December. So here's the deal. We're still looking at that 68.75. That's going to be our first area of resistance. If we clear that, we're talking about the same area of second resistance, 6,900. Brenda, we defended that 30-point area yesterday. Let's see if we can defend it today. We're going to say 68.25 as our first area of support.
Did you see that headline? Was people say? You got to love those headlines.
I love those.
People say Meta used Quen to train their model. According to people. Like, trust me, bro.
I knew that was coming.
People say. If you haven't done so, as we mentioned, grab that. Absolutely free. Link is below in the description. Top link, in fact, in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything you need to know. In the pre-market, comes right to your inbox. You can go ahead, Randy. It's a graphic right now. It's fine. No one can see. Here is a weekly chart of Nvidia. There goes Randy. 184, 185 coming into play again. If you zoom way out, this has been a level for quite some time. If you missed it, first 30 minutes, we were touching on this a little bit. As soon as the door opens for Nvidia to sell these H200s into China, it seems like there's already a pretty long lineup and a decent amount of demand coming with that.
That's exactly it, Brendo. ByteDance, Alibaba, Tencent, they're all wanting to place major orders for the H200. The companies want clarity, though, on the supply as well as the regulatory approval before committing, with Beijing yet to issue formal guidance. Brendo, we know they've had access to the H20, but I want to give you an idea of how stronger the H200 is to the H20. 6 times more powerful than the H20. That's how scaled down the previous version was. China also recently restricted, as we know, government-backed entities as well as some tech firms from buying Nvidia's chips. The regulator there has been meeting with major Chinese firms, the ones that I've mentioned, to evaluate the demand and prepare a coordinated response so that they can place the orders. But as I mentioned, H200 production is extremely limited, as Nvidia's manufacturing priority is now actually focused on the newest Blackwell as well as the upcoming Rubin architectures, Brendo. But we know these Chinese universities, military-linked laboratories, and data center operators, they've attempted to procure the H200 via, let's call it, indirect channels. We reported on that yesterday as well, arrest made in this country.
Yeah, and we were talking about the information coming out this morning, straight up saying that DeepSeek was using Blackwell. That just magically appeared within China as well.
Unbelievable.
Nvidia downside here right now, guys, but coming into these levels from yesterday. Just seeing as well, Apple phones, shipments of foreign branded phones, including Apple phones within China, up 13% year over year.
So we have Nvidia written down here at 184.50 long. So I've already talked about this a little bit earlier. So right now we are in that. It is a banger right now. It's 40 cents in the money, but we're going to stay light. We just tweeted it out. We never like getting filled too much in the pre-market, that's for sure, especially with so much uncertainty on a day like today with Fed and everything like that. But we just put a small little order there, like quarter of a unit, something like that. And then we got some outs there at 80s, and now I'm waiting at above at 185.10. See if we break back above there, get into VWAP, take a fill. We could take it right now for 50 cents and be really happy with the way this is performing. But I like these dip buy opportunities. We talked about this a little bit earlier. There's 184. This is what I wrote down on the note, 184.50. I just thought I liked the 185 hold, but we were opening up the market at 185, so I wasn't really too concerned about that. So we just went to 184, and I was like, if I like 185 and 184, let's just put down 184.50. So that's where we started at right now, and here it goes. Nice move to the upside here for Nvidia. So we'll start the day off with a banger right here, and it's just a long, right? It's something pretty simple. Don't mind trying to catch a little bit there. We'll punch it a little bit more out there, yes, as we get some, whatever we got there, 01s, I guess, there. And yeah, so far so good there on Nvidia. Like Sharif mentioned, it's going to be the stronger chip, the H200 that's available now. And we'll just wait to see what that demand looks like. We just got that news about Alibaba. By the way, I didn't cancel the full order. I'm still going to try to get out of a piece of that Alibaba upside there. But I like Nvidia. I think it's a hold, don't sell type of trade if you've got the long. I think it does try to go back. We asked this to Brian Shannon yesterday. I still think we go back and look at 200 pretty soon. But we just got to get above this 50-period moving average, man. We got to kind of get this out of here, take out 190. I don't know if that happens today, but Nvidia right now, it's a long until it's not really. And I think that level for me today is 184. So if we break below this 184, we can give it a heartbeat below that. But that would be it for me. Just like a couple levels here off the last 2 days. So we'll see if that winds up holding. I actually wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. Like I don't know what the market's going to do here today. So I like Nvidia long. We're in it. It's 40 cents.
Pre and post 2 o'clock is going to be a bit of a different story, I think, for everything. But one thing I'll note about Nvidia, I like someone asked about retrading Intel today. Like that's the one I'm looking at because that's what I've traded the last couple of days in Shipland. But when it's traded 184 every single day this month except for the first. Like at some point, whether it's strong or whether it's weak, or sometimes only in the pre-market here, but I think that I'm going to count that. You've managed to get to 184 or fail 184 or break out 184 or bounce 184. All roads have led to that price. So I think that's going to be the key. Yesterday I was saying 185 was going to be a key if it could hold it. It didn't. So I was sort of favoring it short. I think I took one short on it yesterday. It was like one short off VWAP for like 50 pennies was all Nvidia gave you. But I think it travels to 84 at some point. It's just to the point, like the chip name that I'm looking at right now is going to be Intel. It's got a very distinct 40.75 to 41 resistance point, which yesterday was a short that worked all day until there was that random buyer at 40 right at the end of the day. So I think that gives a couple places to look. So like this is, like yesterday it had a 1.5% to 2% range on it, which you couldn't get out of a lot of the chip names, which I think is just a little bit better. So I'm looking at Intel in that high 40s resistance, but I do like these longs down here. Sometimes a bit below 40s where it bounced, but the 40 level as well. So like, yeah, this was one that was all day long giving you that short off of that 41 level.
Just reading a couple more notes here on Meta that came through there with that. There's a few headlines that came out all at the same time there for Meta. One of them was this new avocado model that we were talking about that yesterday is the one they're talking about that was partially, it sounds like, trained at least with Qwen. Alibaba's Quen, they may, quote unquote, they may charge for it as well. So it's getting to that point, I guess, with you can compare to Gemini or ChatGPT, the paid versions of those, which they've been open source up until this point. So this would be a shift for them. But Meta is still kind of volatile here as far as what's happening this morning. Nothing significant as far as direction, though, for Meta stock. Amazon to the upside this morning. We also have Microsoft to talk about in India.
A lot of investments. I'll just go through both real quick here. Brenda, let's start with Microsoft. $17.5 billion investment over 4 years. That is its largest Asian investment ever. It's targeting cloud and AI hyperscaler builds in the country. This follows, of course, the meeting between CEO Satya Nadella and Prime Minister Modi. That also builds on the $3 billion they committed in January. The goal here is, Brendo, to expand data centers, their GPU-rich computer clusters, and sovereign cloud zones. Let's talk a little bit about Amazon, because they're spending more, $35 billion through 2030 to expand India's cloud and AI infrastructure. That builds on the $40 billion they've already invested in India. The capital deployed here is going to be targeted towards AI-driven digitization, export expansion, and large-scale job creations, Brendo. By 2030, they want to have about 1 million people employed in India.
More coming through on this DeepSeek story for Nvidia as well. On the Blackwell side of things, reports now suggesting DeepSeek reportedly tapped chips installed in data centers in various countries around the world, then dismantled it all and shipped it to China to continue the work on building this. So they were able to get their hands on at least the processing power of Blackwell versus these H200s. But anyways, Amazon, Microsoft guys going into India.
Both these are kind of like, I mean, certainly a little bit Microsoft, and they belong with Meta in the semi-penalty box. Amazon not quite as bad, but I just feel like this stock has been telling you what to do for a while. Since the earnings back in August, you've been bouncing essentially off of like the 200 period moving average, yes, but also like the 210 to 215 area. And after making that fresh high, all it's done is kind of reject the 215. Seems like we could be rolling back over to 215. I just don't see, like, that's the level to watch for Amazon. So that's the one I'm interested in, and you're not getting there today. Like, the only way we would see that level today on Amazon is if, we'd have to, that 10% chance that the Fed didn't cut. Like, that's pretty much the only chance you get to that level. So it's going to be a pass for me on Amazon, but I'm still alert to this 200 period moving average. There's a limit to how many times you bounce off that before you break it, but I think you're still pretty good there for Amazon. It hasn't been able to do much of anything good. It's like stair-stepping it to the downside. So yeah, I'd wait for 215, hands off Amazon until then. It's been a good buy there, so I think you should be patient and look for that.
Important. Yeah. Okay. I was still thinking the same type of thing there. I really like Amazon heading into India. So I think that that's going to be not only booming market now, but moving forward. I mean, the most populated country in the world with education over there. I really like India and what it means for the technology space moving forward. So the more investments into there seems to be, to me anyways, makes sense on that. So congratulations. Again, it's going to provide more jobs, everything there, and a bigger cloud, more people, more, co-locating down there in India. I think that's pretty important. If you're going to play off the 200 period on Amazon, then you might want to do this to something similar there with Microsoft, right? I mean, this 470 has been your 200 period moving average. Now, whether or not you wait to get that or you just buy it today, I think down 2%. It's just funny because it's hard for me to wrap my head around like why I want to be in Microsoft as opposed to those other ones. Like, I don't think ChatGPT will be the one. I think Gemini will be the one that eventually takes it all over. And then I don't know what they're investing with OpenAI, what that's going to look like eventually once OpenAI comes public. We'll know a little bit more about that valuation. But I just get a little worried about the tie-up sometimes with Microsoft and OpenAI and just how deep that does run. So I think out of all the names, I would rather, look at an Amazon or a Google or something else in the cloud rather than Microsoft. And I don't know. It might be the wrong take. I don't know, but yeah, I'm still invested in the name, and it's coming back into some key levels here. It's easy to talk sort of like unknowingly about it when it's stuck in the middle like this, so you're in between the 50 and the 200. So that's what I'm saying. Get some love down there. Let me just see what Microsoft's PE. I need to do more research. I was looking at Marvell. Marvell's is 27. Microsoft's right here, 30 and 34s. Current P 31, forward 35. So, you know, Microsoft is getting there. And if you're going to look at AMZN's PE as well, very similar, but a little bit better, right? 28 and 32 as opposed to 31 and 35. So a little bit lower value there on, or more, potentially more attractive valuations on Amazon than on Microsoft, but you don't want to make investments just based on PEs. Anyways, that's Microsoft, that's Amazon. I do prefer the one that starts with the earlier letter in the alphabet.
All right, let's continue along here. Palantir gapping to the upside this morning. Zoomed out to a daily chart. Huge levels coming into play here once again. This bounce back, though, I mean, what is this? Almost $40 straight to the upside for Palantir, new Navy contract today.
Yeah, building on the one they already had. Brendan, let's talk about this. They secured a $448 million contract with the U.S. Navy to manage their supply chain of nuclear submarines. The contract adds to the $2 billion in new government deals Palantir's landed since President Trump returned to office. The Navy Department, Brendo, they call this Ship OS, and it replaces manual parts tracking labor with predictive AI to improve maintenance, readiness, and scheduling. While starting with submarines, the platform could later expand to jet fighters, aircraft carriers, and additional vessels. Navy leadership says, look, guys, the AI adoption is going to improve schedules, it's going to increase our capacity, and most importantly, of course, reduce costs. U.S. government revenue, Brendo, up 52% year over year, now $486 million, and their commercial revenue, something we've been following closely, also doubling year over year, but about $100 million lower, $397 million in Q3 in commercial revenue.
I mean, even the last couple of weeks here have just been remarkable for this stock. Once again, I was just going to count. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of 11 days straight to the upside for Palantir, guys.
Oh, I thought it was only one red day. Okay, so you know what? I'm glad you said that, because I was about to tell, I guess I was going to tell everybody that it has one red day in the last.
Yeah, I see that on NISA. I think it is one day. 1 or 2 days doesn't
It doesn't
really matter.
either way, it's strong. Let's leave it at that. Either way, it's strong.
Yesterday was
It's
red.
above the 50 period. Yeah, above the 50 period moving average here, back above it at 180. I don't know if you want to wait till 180. Like anytime you have a breakaway like this in an upward trend, I'm generally thinking, okay, prior day or prior highs, which gives you've got the 182. It's kind of an area here and probably a little bit closer to 183. And then you've got this top up here, which is certainly like 183.5. Those are the places I want to dip by initially on Palantir, just to continue this upward trend. And we've seen it do this before. Like, you'll have a gap up, you'll retest the prior high. Once you prove that you're holding that, it's just all systems go. You'll go up, you'll have a retest. Sometimes it's the prior close, but you'll test that prior high. Once you're good to go, this one you had to be really patient for a dip by. Like, this is the thing about Palantir. Like, this time, a few days ago, it didn't come back in there until 11:30. So if you didn't have the breakout trade, you wait till 11:30 to get your dip buy on Palantir, which is fine because it then rallied for the rest of the day. That's my look on Palantir. I want to be buying into those prior highs on PLTR. I haven't looked at this one. I guess actually the last time we looked at it was this day. For myself was on Friday.
This is going to be the #1 idea today for me to trade it off the node here. You know, we had a nice clean win yesterday early, right? Now it's not contract chatter. It is actually U.S. Navy contract there around that $450 million. That's going to help some sentiment there today, on the name. So we're already up that 1.5%. NASDAQ starting to tick a little bit lower. So why I wrote down 182.50 was that looked to me like a decent spot yesterday where we had pretty much a top. That was good resistance levels yesterday. I mean, the very top is like 183. But if we fall back in, I mean, Palantir has very aggressive moves early, right? This is why it's always a good idea. And like even yesterday, that's that aggressive move higher there yesterday. I could see, again, because we're on that streak there, whether or not it's 8 or 9 days with 1 red candle, 2 red candles, we are coming back in a little bit in the NASDAQ. So maybe Palantir does give us a dip buy opportunity. And I'm going to wait on my hands to see. Well, I'm bidding right now, but if we do get into this 183, 182.50 level, then I want to be a buyer of this name. I think positive news about that contract. Palantir continues to work. I did get some out at 175, if you guys remember that day. So, you know, that wasn't a great call to get some out of Palantir, but pretty epic rise upside there. Considering the NASDAQ has been relatively flat the last couple days, I mean, I'm sure we're starting to inch up a little bit, but we're still above 25,000 on the NASDAQ. Palantir did have a downside play, right? There was Bear Cave reports, Burry, somebody else, SoftBank. A lot of people exiting out of some of their positions there, but I just think that was probably just repositioning. So we did get that move down. Whether or not people bought at this 155 or not, if you did, I think you might want to look at getting some out. It's been a pretty aggressive move higher. But for me, Palantir's a long. Play the momentum and just forget about it, right? Yesterday, we traded the TQs all day. I could see, if I trade Palantir, it won't be the only name I trade, but I do think a dip down gets me going on this one. So I'm aggressively waiting down there at 182. And if we can get it early, man, I think that might even be better. Like, wait for a flush, let it hit some of those lows, and then let it take off on news. So that's what I'm going to wait for here. Oh, we don't have the imbalances yet. We'll get those now in 1 minute.
Yeah, we're about to.
So maybe I'll just show for now, nothing going on right now as far as side or size, but in 1 minute we'll get the NASDAQ, and that should give us a clear vision on Palantir. And we're out of about 20% of our Nvidia right now as well. So. All right, Adobe and Oracle tonight, man. The big earnings plays. Let's go find some analysis on those.
Yeah, maybe some question marks, specifically with Oracle on the debt side of things. We're getting time to time here. Let's go. Oracle drifting lower here right now. This was out earlier, and also in a different form yesterday afternoon. They're talking specifically about the $18 billion bond sale that Oracle raised going back to September, which was, according to this anyways, one of the largest ever in the tech industry.
Oh yeah, it is, Brendo. That's actually exactly accurate. Oracle's been up, it's been down. Look, guys, it's still up 30% year to date, despite a brutal October where it dropped 23% and then bounced back 10% in November. The street's looking for clarity, guys. They want to know whether Oracle's going to have the ability to fund its massive AI data centers. This is going to be the first earnings call for the new co-CEOs, and their visibility really here exploded after that $300 billion deal with OpenAI, which they're leaning very much, as you mentioned, into the debt markets on. Analysts will expect Oracle will need about $20 to $30 billion of new debt annually for 3 years to fund the build-outs in New Mexico, Wisconsin, and other regions. There's so much more to say about this, Brendo, but these RPOs are also expected to grow $500 billion in addition to the 455 they spoke about last time.
Adobe, on the other hand, going to come down to the sub number, as it always does with this company. So much competition in Adobe's world now, guys.
Oracle has two jobs on the call tonight. Alleviate concerns about you needing to go into the debt market so much, and two, alleviate concerns that everything is all about OpenAI. It's turned into this like, okay, you are the signal that everything is a house of cards in AI, and you need to alleviate those two concerns. It's temporarily bottom, but that doesn't, nothing about this temporary bottom matters until that call. Will we have an effect in the Fed? I think potentially. This is not one that I plan on trading today. Like for myself, I'm looking at Opendoor and Intel and Palantir. Primary GameStop, which we're going to get to in a quick little second, but Oracle, yeah, that call is going to be important because they got some people to convince.
Yeah, Nvidia with a nice one, so that's another one. We will not. People asking if I'm going to make the goal here today early. No, we didn't have enough shares on Nvidia to do that, but it's still a nice move higher there. You know, could be my number one P&L name today. Who knows? But there goes Nvidia right now. Yeah, I like Oracle down there, although there is obviously concern about the spend. So last earnings call, they went up 40%. Won't do that again. Adobe is nicely off that bottom. What a nice move for Adobe right there. I don't know if they're trying to sniff out this earnings or what, but Adobe pretty nice off that bottom. So, you know, we're still not out of the water yet. You'd like to see it get above this 360 area, right in around there. 367 is your 200 period moving average. You could see we've really probably, although there's been a few times we've gone above it, we've really respected this 200 period moving average. So I would say it's probably a sell if you get a great earnings call on that. And then just get out of the way. I don't know if I like Adobe moving forward. Look, I mean, we could ask Ramin and Fabian and all those guys where they think about Adobe, but right now, the way that Nano Banana Pro is and all that stuff with Gemini, I just think that Adobe, I don't want to say its days are numbered because there still is a lot of content to be created out there, and you need tools for that. And I'm sure Adobe is not sleeping on this whole AI thing. So I like the stock. It's just it's expensive, right? Software as a service is something that you have to make sure you have the right product. And there goes Adobe right now to the downside for some reason, right there as it gets a little washed. And remember, we do have these imbalances that are out. So nothing significant on there, but you got to watch out for that early. There goes Adobe with a nice little whoosh down. All right, back over to the desk for a 1-minute recap on GameStop.
GameStop back downside right now. We're coming back into support. There was a note on Nvidia. Looks like they're commenting on the Blackwell smuggling going into China right now, saying they've received tips from phantom data centers. Smuggling seems far-fetched. Nvidia says it pursues any tips that it receives in that manner. Not much to know as far as GameStop goes. Everything missed. They bought a bunch of Bitcoin.
They bought Bitcoin, and their regular retail channel continues to struggle. Right?
Yeah, about to break the lows here, guys. Looks like for GME.
Actually, for them, unfortunately, GameStop. It was a revenue miss of like 15% for GameStop. And they're going to be down 6%. That's actually less than the expected move. I like them for 22 area short. It looks like we're already breaking down underneath, so one of the short pops in here. Had to pay for locates on GameStop. I don't think that was normal, but they were relatively cheap. Thank you, Real Trading. We can usually trade just about everything. So less than 1 minute to go. There was an imbalance on that next door that Eric Jackson was tweeting about this morning. It looks like it paired off most of it. It was about 500,000 shares. Now it's 180,000 only. That's about it. So nothing big. Eric Jackson liking next door. I think that's going to be one to watch today. I'm also looking at Open Door, but I don't see any way right now that it trades a $7 level. So with about 20 seconds to go, looking for a GameStop short. Was there a sell imbalance on? I didn't see an imbalance on Intel, but it's already falling.
No, I don't know.
Okay, well, Intel, the chances of it printing 40.75 into 41 just got a heck of a lot lower because it dropped 1% going into the open here with only 4 seconds to go. Let's ring the Fed Day bell. Now.
All right, watching out for Palantir right there. We actually got a nice little bump. Okay, Nvidia's coming back in a little bit, but we already got a nice little fill there at 185.20s. There it goes, another nice move higher right here for Nvidia. Here it goes, man. We are going to do it, man. Let's give it a Dollar Club winner right there now for Nvidia, as there it goes right up to the upside, 185.50 right there. Nice move there for Nvidia to start the day. So woo-ha, we got you all in check. All right, Palantir, 184, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Check in on Netflix, see what that's doing quickly. Why am I doing that? It's never doing anything. And then GameStop, the one that we just looked at just quickly right there. Already a little downside push there for Oopsies, that's Palantir, wrong stock. Do not mean to be short Palantir.
Just broke the high of the day.
Yeah, I made a mistake there. There goes Palantir, man. We really, really like that stock. I thought I was getting out some on Nvidia there, but I was not. I was getting out some on Palantir. So
it's annoying because they're the exact same price.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's a bit of a pain in the butt because I had those charts side by side, and I actually almost made that mistake myself. I went to throw a stink bid on Palantir, and I was going to throw it on Nvidia. Palantir just rinsed. Okay, we've just rinsed the high of the day. The open range high could come back into that prior high. That's going to start at about 182.75, and then you have support at 181. GameStop starting to head back into the upside. That might come into play. But whoa! Oh my, give me a break, Intel. Well, you couldn't go up before you did this? Okay, so Intel's really falling now.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, Intel's now 39.6. It's already dropped $1 off the open. This is Intel we're talking about. Like Intel moving $1 is a couple of percentage points here, obviously. So big time movement down in Intel. Wasn't aware of a story, did not see an imbalance here, but they are absolutely taking it on the chin. Oh, sorry, I just heard Adara say there is a story. So she's going to try to find that for us. We'll get it right to you as fast as possible, but I am in the GameStop off of these highs here. So there's a dark pool wick that says 22.20, but I like this high at about 22.25 there. Like I'm not using that wick, I'm kind of using this high.
All right, short some GameStop. Yeah, let's see how that winds up working out. Again, another earnings play right there. All right, so we got out.
Dave & Buster's.
Dave & Buster's, that's what it was, play, right?
There was one.
All right, so we got some more out of Nvidia. I mean, we got a really nice play there at 20s. We just got some at 85s again as we start to go around. I'm debating this Palantir right now, man. It's right now it's 932. Palantir bouncing off of 1 184. I think there's something there. Why don't we just put a, I don't know if I want that price. All right, let's get some right here at 184 flat or so, see if it wants to hold right now, and go over to Adara. 183.80 is the low here for Palantir. What's up, Adara?
Intel, the company actually lost its challenge against the EU antitrust ruling, but the EU also cut its fine for Intel in that case, so kind of a mixed story there. Also, both the European Commission and Intel can still appeal everything that happened here, so kind of still up in the air, but that's the deal there with INTC, Neil. It's just a Europe antitrust ruling. It actually was at our watch list this morning as well, but that's the only story I have on INTC, and it's not even showing up on Benzinga. Back to you.
That story I was aware of. The spike to the downside off the open, I was assuming it had to be attributable to something that we didn't know was happening. Because that's a very, very distinct, everybody. Yeah, I'm seeing some people in the chat are saying some other stories, but I can't confirm any of that, so I'm not going to speculate.
All right, man, it's coming again. There's another chicken dinner winner right now, man. We're going to go 2 for 2. Pretty good ones right now, but I mean, position pending, of course. But there goes Palantir. We waited for a minute to see what was going to wind up happening. We did buy that dip down there at 184. This trade didn't really happen. I mean, it did happen, but it was nothing. We put the wrong stock. We talked about that. So right now we're in the first time here in Palantir. We're long at 184.12. Let's take another piece out here in the 50s again if we can get it. It's very, very jumpy. We're not going to use, sorry, there it is. We get another piece out. We're not going to lose this level here, 183.70. So if we do, then we're gone right now. It's 55 cents in the money here. It's 65 cents in the money here. So 2 for 2 to start with. Neil's got the short there in GME. And we got the long over here on Palantir and Nvidia. But the market's down. It's not like this is, you know, we're playing with momentum. We're actually catching low bids here on stocks that I believe have upside. So let's go, man. We are at our daily goal, but it's position pending. I'm not getting out. So if you do have some of these trades on, I mean, both are 50 cents in the money. And on a Fed day, you know, you never know what this market wants to do. So I do have another offer on Palantir in the 86s. Hopefully we can get that. And then there it is. Wow. All right, man. The money is just now coming in right here as Palantir gets right back there up to the upside into 185. So it would be nice if we ran that high of the day again, 185.30. Let's put an offer there and see if we can get it. But so far, so good on PLTR. And yeah, let's see about that high. I'm waiting at 185, and then we'll go to 185.30, and we'll play it off of there. But it's very, very volatile. I mean, we were just 50 cents in the money, and then it just went back in. So who knows? But Nvidia also coming back in as well. Bank of Canada today, actually. I didn't even realize.
We get the Bank of Canada rates
right now.
For sure. We're not going to
10
do.
o'clock.
We're not going to make a move in the Bank of Canada. They should be holding rates steady. Intel's still falling now, $39. So it's 3.5% down. It was up, and now you're continuing to crater. So I just got VWAP and then reloaded in front of this high on GameStop, which is 22.15 or so. But let's go to Adara. Maybe we've got an update on this. Whatever is happening in Intel.
I don't have anything on the INTC. I want to talk, though, about GEV because GE Vernova has had an incredible morning. This name making new all-time highs quite literally as we speak. They did boost their 2028 outlook, and they also raised their dividend and expanded their buyback program. Great look here for GE Vernova, GEV. Be aware, this is like a $720 ticker. Back to you.
All right, so I'm going to go long in Nvidia. I mean, this is a price that we've talked about, 184. I thought that this could have been one of the lows that we wanted to look at here for NVDA, but you can see it's clearly breaking. I'm only going to give this a dime. Like, there it is. So if it breaks below 183.75, we're out, and there it goes, breaking through. So we'll hit the fail and the flush right now on NVIDIA. We tried it. We wrote down 184. That's what we liked. We talked about that, and there it goes, breaking back. So we're not going to stand in front of this falling knife. Right now, we try our levels, and now we get away from it as it's Intel getting destroyed. We tried to warn you guys, get out of that name. We did have a super chat early about it. Palantir came right back in again. So this is a 183.70 out as well. So we'll see if Palantir gives us one more dip buy down there, and we'll see if we can do something about it. But yeah, right now, that's what we're doing. It's Palantir. We just got a nice out on the upside there. So that's working. NVIDIA, not so much, but Palantir, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And the market's now 0.5% to the downside, the NASDAQ at least, but it's not, like, we're not cratering lower. I guess if you're looking at an Intel chart, that's what's freaking you out. But it's a triple bottom now over the last couple of days here on the NASDAQ at about 25,575, somewhere in there. And then 25,506 has been able to hold on. So you are at a bounce spot the last couple of sessions. VWAP's been a bit of a thing here. It gets moving about 1 point. on GameStop, and then it continues to bounce off VWAP. So if that pattern continues, then scalp inside of the range and try to hold for a little bit more. But there's signs of life here on Intel. It just caught 39, just caught a bit of a bid. That could head it back into said upside. As don't exactly know what's going on with Intel, but it is definitely the one that is moving the most. Vernova, for everyone out there, is now, what are we at? 725. You've got to be kidding me. 15% for Vernova. This one's an absolute rocket ship here on that raised guidance. They are the biggest name today, no questions asked. Looking good on the year, that's for sure.
We've got
double that energy, baby.
That's the biggest name, but we've got this is my biggest winner of the month right here so far, man. There goes Palantir. Let's go, everybody. It is your #1 trade idea on the sticky note right there today. It's Palantir. It's $2 plus in the money. What's up, Ozan? What's up, everybody in the chat, man? It's chicken dinner winter time. And then, by the way, we are now nicely up here on Nvidia as Nvidia retakes 184, and we go boom shakalaka on that one as well. Now 2 times goal met, but again, let's see what happens with Palantir, man. Maybe this name just continues to go, no stopping it. Let's go PLTR, let's go NVDA, as we've made all of that money back one more time right there again. So, oh boy, man, you want another one? Yeah, that's 2 for 2 right now. I think we're like, I don't know what we are. We're probably 20 for our last 22 trades or something like that. But we have now reloaded right there on an absolutely unreal run right now. Your boy is right there. There goes Palantir, Neil. There it is. Now it's $3 in the money, flossing it off. And the reason why we're happy, sure, look, I mean, I can look down and see the P&L and it's fine. But right there, we gave you guys Palantir as the #1 idea today. And there it goes, man. Absolutely Rip City. And it's just great when things work out, that is for sure, and it is doing it today on PLTR and on Nvidia. So let's take another out here. There we go. We just got 56s there on PLTR. I think Nvidia, I have double the shares on Nvidia right now than I do on Palantir because we've been getting out. So that just kind of tells me maybe I need to get out of a little bit more. So let's exit some more here on Nvidia and even this thing out. But there it is, man. Big time movements over here. And I see you got out of your GME. So far, so good here, guys.
Yeah, you have to, ultimately. Like, at the end of the day, your goal is to mitigate the losers so that when you have a good day, bad day, whatever, the big days or the good days outweigh the bad. So when we broke that high, don't move the stop. I told you exactly where the stop was going to be on GameStop, and it broke. So it gave you about a 1% move, and that's about it off of that high. And now it's breaking a little bit higher. Oh, no, Intel is not catching a bit. It's still actually heading into the downside, unfortunately. There's a couple of names that are moving pretty decently that we did not talk about. One is iRobot. That is up 25%. Yesterday, it bounced nicely off the $3 level and is making some big power moves here today. Remember, there's a robotics push by the administration that is causing a lot of that activity. The other door stock, Open, I said it might not get to $7, but today on Fed Day, I think yesterday one of the things I was saying is I'd rather be long into Fed on an interest rate sensitive name as opposed to getting in. $7 is where I'm looking on Open for support bid. It's halfway there. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to let it get to that price. Patience is what paid out yesterday, and we have still a bit of a choppy Open here, so a couple of small cap names that I'm going to be interested in for sure. We're going to go up to Adara at the desk, I believe.
Yeah, just be aware here, a headline for BA and UAL. UAL didn't move too much on this, but Boeing is kind of bouncing, so I do want to mention it here. Boeing and United Airlines apparently announcing that they're testing advanced digital communications for the future of flight. Seems like basically a PR blast, but either way, BA is reacting. So again, future of flight here for BA and UAL, this headline. Boeing seems to like, again, no economic data for the U.S. at 9:45 a.m. or 10 a.m. Of course, FOMC at 2 p.m. Back to you.
Yo, what's up, Harlov? What's up, Yes West? Thank you for the nice comment about the outfit. Thank you to, just thank you to everybody that's here in the chat, man. Harlov here, AZ here. Thank you so much for all of that, man. ASPS is halted. So we look here all the time. So let's go Nvidia. Now, there it is. Thank you so much, Adam. I know you know what's going on. So thanks to Adam there as well. It's just big trading, man. It's we're now $4, right? Like Palantir is now $2.50, and there's Nvidia, Neil, joining the dollar club as well. So it's just like, it's 2 for 2 because the note rate now today, and this is the thing, like, you do the work, man, do the due diligence, show up late, don't matter, because, we know what we're doing around here. And there it goes, man. Palantir and Nvidia, both those longs, 184.50 long in Nvidia, and then Palantir. These levels, we had to hold out on Nvidia. We had to let it dip before we were able to buy that one.
Got to 182.50?
No, not at all, man, not at all. We had the spidey senses, man, the trading senses hit on that one. And Palantir, look, because we write these notes when it's here. So like Palantir was at 184. We thought if it got into 182.50, that would be it. But instead it comes in to the 200 period moving averages, man, and then it just blasts higher. So yeah, play the momentum, play the news. Like we talk about that. It's not rocket science. If I can figure it out, definitely the rest of you can too. So yeah, thank you for all the nice words, man, and all the nice comments. It really means a lot to us, and it's good that you guys can appreciate what we do. We're trading here live for you every single day, and very, very easy to follow our trades. Our trades are at the bottom there. We've had GameStop, Nvidia, and Palantir today, but yeah, so far so good here. I'm getting out. Like, I'm starting to empty a little bit out here. Remember, with it being Fed Day, like, these things can just go with the ebbs and flows of the market, but more importantly today, we're going to wait for 2 p.m. So I think there could be a drift a little bit higher based on what we're seeing now, but the market is just now bouncing off of VWAP, so it's a huge recovery up. And remember, all your profits that you make can go away, like real quick, right? I mean, maybe not on Nvidia. That seems to be wanting to rip higher here. But all these can dissipate and disappear real quick, right? And you got to make sure you take the profits when they're there. So there's Nvidia. We'll really run this one. Look, we got stopped out, but right back in, believed in that trade. So Nvidia and Palantir, we have about 30% of each left, and I think that's a little too much. I'm going to start emptying the clip a little bit more here. Bank of Canada in 1 minute.
Yeah, boring Bank of Canada in 1 minute. Remember, look, unless you're trading a dual-listed name, I don't think you will care about that. But if you are, like if you happen to be trading like a Canadian Bank or an Enbridge, then just be careful. Look, Intel's bouncing. Look, I had on my note short Intel, but that was at 40.75 to 41, which it never came within it came about 1% away from getting up there, and this is a tank. So it's coming into VWAP, although with this kind of a move, the volume weighted average price doesn't mean much to me right now. I'm just looking for any kind of a rollover around this $0.50, and if it presses the $0.50, wait for about 40, because I'm still gonna think short on this. The fact that it tanked that much doesn't really dissuade me, but I got to wait for it to show me some kind of a bit of a curl. So I'll have an out. Like I don't want to just say, okay, VWAP happens to be here. Let's just go for the half. If we show some weakness, then I can jump into the short and give it to this prior high. So there you go, Bank of Canada, no change whatsoever. That was expected. We're way ahead in terms of cuts. So the U.S. is going to be catching up in a couple of hours to where I think we're at 2.25, 2.5. We'll get a little bit closer to the U.S. We're a very, very different economy.
Yeah, so I got out of a third of our positions at these levels right now. I mean, if Nvidia continues to go higher, that'd be great. But we've already seen this top come through a little bit. Remember, we had Nvidia early. We have Nvidia early again. And these have been the highs right into here. So now that I'm looking at this again with everybody, let's get out of a little bit more here at, I just put 11s. And then Palantir, same kind of way. We've just fallen back in. So we're going to get out here so that we don't have to worry about this thing, which it looks like it wants to do, go back down here a little bit as the futures are going up. Palantir coming back just a little bit. So we're going to watch out for that. Okay, here we come. Nice move back in here for PLTR. So going oppo the market a little bit. We'll be worried now about dip buying some of this. My out is 183.70. We talked about that. That's that low. So if it does come back in, we'll maybe take a little bit more of Palantir down here, but we don't need to, like I said, we don't need to get hit too badly here, especially if it comes back in. Let's take advantage of, the net that we have already and empty out, which we talked about that a couple minutes ago. Yesterday's big runner early was Tesla, so we'll have to watch out for that one. Big move up to 450 and stopped on a dime there, and now it's fallen in $5. So yeah, there it goes. Tesla to the downside. Things starting to pull in, man. Hopefully that short.
Downside?
Tesla, yeah. The market's trying to pull, but I don't know.
What I was
right now, I know you've got that short on Intel. That's probably a decent one. Palantir's come almost all the way back. Nvidia's holding out highs, though, but everything's fading a little bit.
Yeah, Intel pulling into not yesterday's highs, but, well, that'll be Tuesday's. Tuesday's lows, I should say. So Tuesday's lows at about this 39.7. As I'm into that now, there is a small capper halted. It's BBGI. I saw a couple people talk about that. The tap is currently flat. So if you're looking at BBGI, I'm going to mix that up with BBAI. It's tapping $8.14. Just wanted to show this is where I want to be getting out, above this Tuesday, I guess, low there on Intel, as the market really is starting to come back. What is going on with this? Like, why would Palantir be coming back in? The market's actually bouncing right now. Like, look at the Qs. We're actually in a bounce in the overall market. So it must mean that some big cap names, I'm looking at, okay, there you go, that's why. Look at Amazon breaking the highs, right? Like this is why. Meta's trying to go higher, but Amazon's breaking out the highs. Probably Apple's breaking out the highs here. Yeah, there you go, Apple breaking out the highs. So this is gonna explain why we're seeing so much strength coming into the market when a bunch of other things are going down. So yeah, there you go. Amazon, yeah, I kind of felt Amazon would give us a chance to maybe drop into some support, but I guess not. It's already bouncing heavily with some other Mag 7 names. I didn't check Microsoft. I only checked Apple and Amazon there.
Yeah, here goes. So we did try another reload there on Palantir. Did not work. We got out of it, although we might have just, I don't know why Palantir's coming back in so aggressively right here. Still up that 1%. We might have just got a little bottom there at 183.30. What time is it? 9:48. What did I say that was? 183.30. Well, that's too low right there. But that's kind of the prices that we wanted anyways, right in and around here. Let's try a little bit more on Palantir. I want to see if this is like a little bit of a flush. We did write down, as we pointed out, 182.50, but that was just because, like, looking here at Palantir, thought that, if we came into, and we showed you sort of the technical analysis during there. There's 183, 182.50. So into this area, I thought maybe that would be where you'd find some kind of support if there was a move down. It looks like we were pretty right about that. 183.35 right there is that supported level for now. We'll see if we can get a little bit longer right now on that one, and then see where we go from here on PLTR. But there's that QR code. I actually saw these guys yesterday on the ticker. I think it was on CNBC or so, but Beta Pro by Global X right now. They're 3X daily levered ETFs. Guys, pick those up. They do offer a cut on their fee until December the 31st on management fees. They have 3X the S&P TSX 60, treasuries, everything Beta Pro's offering. Go check them out right here. betapro.ca/3X daily, and of course, currency hedged as well. So if you are a USD trader, Canadian hedging against the USD. So, you're buying Palantir, they'll hedge that out, and especially with those 3X levered ETFs, go check them out.
You know where I've seen them?
Yeah, no, I don't. Where?
On DAZN.
Oh, on DAZN. Yeah. They're advertising a lot.
When I'm watching football.
And thank you for advertising.
Yeah, and thank you to them for supporting. The market looks like we just rejected, the NASDAQ looks like we just rejected VWAP. I'm specifically saying the NASDAQ because I looked over and the ES is still above the volume weighted average price. But a bit of a rejection forming on the 15-minute. We still have 10 minutes on this candle, but we're getting a bit of a topping tail here with the NASDAQ going red to green and then green to red and potentially back down in. So I'm gonna, if we put in a higher low, I've got to be wary that prior 2-day high up here on Intel that we're giving it to, I'm priced kind of 25 cents away from it. So when it gets like 20 to 25 cents down, got to take something out because this might not do a secondary flush. Never really found a story for this. So Intel was just doing its own thing right now. So got to be a bit careful with this. Amazon is the big mover, at least in Mag 7 land. So if you're looking for this market to come back in, you probably want to pay attention to Amazon, maybe a little bit of Apple. Up 2 points here and looking incredibly strong. I'm just double checking open door. It's still nowhere close. I'm just going to get on like O2s, and that way I don't have to worry about, I'm not going to miss it. But that's when I want to be bidding that $7 anyway. So I'm going to get that out there. Palantir for myself, I was waiting for it to fill in the gap, which it's trying to do. There's the prior day high, 75 cents away from prior day highs on Palantir. So maybe one little push, and then it's going to come into the levels for myself to take a shot at the long. And, oh, that's right, there was Alibaba news. The Alibaba meta news. Thank you in the chat. You really Poo-Poo M2D. What a man! I'm just reading the name in the chat. 2.5% to the upside is Alibaba, but it hasn't been able to regain any of those highs on this meta and I forget the term Brendan used, but it was some people are saying, I believe is what he said, that
Yeah, something like that.
like that's, I don't know if I like that. People are saying is a source. I feel like I immediately don't trust it if it's just people are saying, but for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's
Not very trustworthy,
it's not trustworthy. Not as trustworthy as Randy, that is.
I trust everything.
Sure. Yeah, be careful with that. Okay, so I was going to give Palantir into 180. I mean, Palantir's coming back in, so we're going to have to give this one a little bit. Oh, sorry, that's Nvidia. We're going to have to give Palantir a little bit of love right now, coming in into 183. So we're long right here at 183.15. We're not, remember, it's that same talk, right? Is that we're waiting to see. We wrote down 182.50, so that's really where we want to try to step it up at if it does come in, and it is coming into that level right now. So we do have a position here at 183 flat. We're waiting for a little bit more down there at that 182.50. If that can come in, then great. But the market's coming in right now pretty good. What we thought could be a relatively flat day sort of is. We just had that, this is where we opened, and we're just a little under there right now. But we did have that move higher, and that's why we talk about getting out of your positions. Like we talked about only having 20% left of Nvidia. We have not reloaded it at all yet, and maybe looking for just a little bit lower even here on Nvidia. So if we can get a price around 183.50s or so, that would be our stop zone. So we want to get along just a little bit underneath that. If we can get underneath 184, I think that's where we'll look for the long. But here goes Palantir, cooking a little bit now back up to the upside. We'll get something out in the 50s if we can. And then I am waiting at 184 flat to see if we can get some out here for Palantir, and then we'll see if that happens. So 183.75 right now. Nice little rebound here, but let's get some more out as the market's just trying to figure itself out. It's not even like it's that early. It's 9:50. Right now. There's been lots happening. We will get some watches with Adara here, sector watch, small cap recap, all that kind of stuff. But right now it's Microsoft down that 2.28%. It's Broadcom, it's Apple that's up. Nice to see a little bit of a rebound day here in the healthcare technology space with Eli Lilly only being up now 0.92. Caterpillar doing well. I want to check on John Deere as well. Amazon up 2, Walmart up a little bit today. Costco down, Tesla down. And then here we go. Nice little rebound day. I'm hoping for, I don't know, JP Morgan flat right there today after a big move down yesterday. They're at $300 even right now is JP Morgan. Blackstone downside. Okay, Citigroup actually went oppo of JP Morgan yesterday at that conference. So we're going to have to wait to see if Citigroup is maybe the better play moving forward than JP Morgan. I am in. Go Palantir. Go Palin freaking tier. I am in JP Morgan, so we got to watch out for that one. That's designer brands up as well here, DBI, right now starting to get a little bit higher. I just heard in my ear.
I thought he said BBAI. Excuse me.
He probably, maybe he did too, but DBI right there is 17%. So it's probably the one that they were talking about. And there it is, man. Palantir right back to P&L number 1, where it belongs, but could be short-lived. Palantir really dancing here today. So it's been a pretty good day, man. Rivian, Tesla, Palantir, all of that.
And Papa Pal, we have a poll up there. We'll get there in a quick little second. But Palantir finally, well, we'll see. It bounced off the prior day highs. There it is. Opened a little bit higher, but it got it 1-to-1 and right back into the lows, unfortunately. So I'm out if it breaks this low and then looking for another dip buy spot. Like if it's not going to be here off the prior highs, then I look to the prior close, which is 182, or down here at the 181. But there it goes. It just broke that low there on Palantir. So I'm not short. That's okay. Whatever.
Maybe you should be short. There it goes.
Well, it may be, but that's it breaking this low here on PLTR. I'm not short, just so you guys. We do have this. Papa Power will. Oh, okay. Well, cutting rates today. How is the poll 79%? So we think 79% in this poll, but the market thinks 90%. It'll be interesting to see if that holds. But no, they're going to cut rates today. I think if we get a surprise, you just want to know where you want to be if we get that surprise.
Yeah, all right. So I reloaded Palantir there. Didn't quite get out. I'm going to wait for that level. I know it's been a little bit of a tough day here today as some of these names just continue to dance around, right? I mean, we did get a little bit of a reload here on Nvidia, but look, there goes, wow, man, Palantir just continues to be the one. Man, we really loving this stock here. Really just carrying the day for me is PLTR. We're gonna go 2 for 2 today on the names that we've traded. And yesterday we only traded one name, so good job so far. But I mean, it's all pending wherever this market goes. Like if Nvidia comes back in and kicks me out, I am waiting to get taken out here at 183.50 if we're wrong on this one, and that would put me. Yeah, that would put me close to red on Nvidia, I guess, if we average in and that gets taken out down there to the downside. Palantir just continues to be its thing. We did have a news there about Boeing, which was lower and then caught a little bit of a bid right there, but today breaks that back down below that 200 level. That was where we had most recently bought. We did get a nice little move higher, but you know, we didn't respect this enough. Right there, man, that 205. I was never going to get out for $5, but that's the 200. Sorry, that's the 50 period moving average and the 200 period. So they're all right here, right now. Boeing at a decision make spot right there. If we do fall back into 175, now that I've seen that low, maybe that's a little bit of an add to the long-term position there on Boeing, potentially down there. We did get out. I got out of only 25% of Alibaba at 160. So all we do is pay a little bit of fees, getting in and out of that on our personal account, and we did want to get some money into Marvell. So I'll think about doing that after. Well, now it's up a little bit. If Marvell can dip down today, maybe we'll buy a little bit more. But just trying to get a little more powder. We do have the Fed coming through today, so powderific time for that if there's any sort of a movement one way or the other. So yeah, man, good day here. We've only traded 2 names. So far we'll be up on both of them, but just looking to get a little bit more. BBGI, that's the one you're talking about. That is now halted downside. Our halt scanner, BBGI right now, BBGI. Just seeing what's on the halt scanner. So there it is, 865, halted at 957. ASPCE also halted there today now as well. So that's $35. That's been halting all morning. ESHA, the most recent halter, now open, it looks like, ESHA. So some of these names have been a little violent. Let's go, Neil. There goes Palantir, man. And oh, hell yeah, we're right back to where we need to be now on the day. As Palantir gets going, we're almost at our highest spot again. We're still not there. We did have our highest spot early, but there goes PLTR, man. We definitely believed in this name, and it breaks a little bit higher. And again, it's just following our word, right? We went down 182.50 is what we marked out there. So it's a nice little move higher now. So this was going to get stopped out for 40 cents. It's now 90 cents in the money. A 2 for 1 brings out Weed Batman there. What's up, Adam West, as we now get going again. Thank you so much for, again, all the nice words there in the chat. Neil and myself trying to do the best and put on a good show and hopefully some good trades for you. And we can recap all of our trades. You can ask us how things are going.
I appreciate you.
I know. Yeah, no problem, man. We do get a lot of love, and we do appreciate all of that from you guys there in the chat. So thanks, everybody.
Yeah, and as you can see, like I've told you before, if I get wicked out at the level, like I said, I'm waiting for us to test the prior low. We tested it once. There was the bottom wick. I'm always going to get in. Oh, right, follow rules, Neil. Okay, gimme. I'll just explain after. Prior low, look, it's trending to the downside is what it is. And if we reject this opening range top, then I'm going to get out. I didn't even get all in anyways, but again, so it bounced off low. I got out, but the second I see this is now a trend break at the 184.3 or the 183.4, I should say, kind of transpose those, I'm going to jump back in. Right? I have myself an out. You get in, you have an out, and then if it wicks me out, I know where I want to be back into the trade. So as it breaks, it just happens to be that pre-market high or that post-market high that you guys see there. I just pointed as if you guys could see that. But there is a name that was on the list that we didn't talk about. Yesterday, SoFi got rugged a little bit. With a lot of the financial names getting rugged. It was stair step to the downside. 27 was a big pivot level here on SoFi. Looks like it has a chance to break that one out off of 27. So here I'm just going to show you why. There's 27. It was a low 2 days ago. It was a low 3 days ago. Big time level here on SoFi. Need to see buyers on the 15-minute above. Otherwise, I'd play that in the direction that it's already been going. Like stair step down. It needs to show me a close above 27 on the 15-minute Otherwise, that area is going to be a short. Adara.
It's time for Happening Now. I want to mention this story as well here in INTC. I just kind of happened to see it here. It looks like Bloomberg reported this a couple minutes before the bell, but Intel, AMD, and some other companies, I'm seeing TXN and Analog Devices, are apparently all accused of failing to block chips and Russian missiles. That is, according to a Bloomberg report, and they're being sued for this reportedly. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but I'm seeing a lot of companies involved here, AMD and Intel, the most consistently named of the two. Take a look here at the NASDAQ, which is right now, I mean, certainly finding some support around that 622, 622.50 area as we wait for the FOMC meeting that's going to be coming through here at 2 p.m. And we're going to get the press conference from Fed Chair Powell at 2:30 p.m. Now, a lot of the comments I'm seeing from analysts suggest that we might get what they're referring to as a hawkish rate cut, where you have the rates cut, but some commentary comes off as a bit hawkish and the market gets spooked. We're going to have to wait and see what comes of this meeting. But again, we are expecting a 25 basis point rate cut. So much news on Nvidia, guys, as the market continues to assess this announcement earlier this week from President Donald Trump that the company will be able to send their H200 chips to China. We have Reuters reporting that Alibaba and ByteDance are already seeking large orders of Nvidia chips. Meanwhile, the information reporting that apparently DeepSeek is using banned Nvidia chips for their next model. Take a look at GEV because this one has been incredibly strong today. They actually boost their 2028 outlook and they've raised their dividends and expanded their buyback program. And last but not least, we do have to talk some of these earnings names. Here's GME, pretty choppy today, but we also had CBRL, Cracker Barrel, and Dave & Buster's PLAY, as well as Chewy report that after the bell tonight, we're going to get a doozy. Oracle, Adobe, and Synopsys, definitely earnings reports to watch out for. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics. Millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Oragenics, trading on the NYSE OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Oragenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Welcome meeting today. Back to you.
For all of that. Yeah, same over here, Tony. Tony says he needs some tea in the chat. Yeah, I'm going to go get some tea, maybe get some green tea, figure that all out right now. Yeah, look, I mean, we just have way too many outs, but, you know, with this market, we talk about paying yourself first, and we did that, man. This was a big trade there on Palantir off the 200 period. Then we got stopped out right there when it came back in. So that was still put us positive on the stock. Then it broke 183, and that's where I was like, I'm not going to hold this past 183. And then once it made its way back upside there, we got out of a little bit more. We didn't get out of it all. And then when it came back in, there's the reload off of, again, as we talked about, our posted level of 182.50. So like we put up 182.50 for a reason. I mean, now, sure, it's $2 in the money. It's $2.25 right now in the money. So we'll props that up as we go right back there to the high side. So it's just a matter of, you know, trying to stick with it and doing what's been working for us so far. Like you said, it's been a very, very good December so far. IBIT 92,000, just looking to see what that's going to do. So $52 right there at the low for IBIT, waiting to see if it gets going. It's a nice little dip by right there into the 200 period moving average. That is sort of, this is a 5-minute chart. It hasn't been like super great.
This is the chart I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, that level, but that's it right there, 51 into 52. So that's kind of those levels. It looks like we could get a move higher. Look, I'm already long all these, like, now Palantir's 250. Like, we're long big names. The one name that I'm mad at is just Nvidia. So I'm just scalping this thing out. This does not look great. I'm not dip buying anything until we get into 183.50 again. That's where we'll try it one more time, right into here. And then if that works, great. But this is not that strong. So we'll exit out of this one and then let the monster run, right? Thank you, Alex Karp & Company, for what you've done here, not only for day trading, but for investment purposes as well. For many of you that have invested in Palantir, it's been quite the runner. Okay, Nvidia, if you can really get going, then oh boy, we'll put up a day. But just to let you know, despite all of this action, I'm only back to where I was P&L wise at 940. this was our highest spot all day, and we're just back there now. So, you know, it takes us 30 minutes to get back to where we need to be, but obviously a very green day here, and we're excited for it. We just need we just need Nvidia to get going. We'll offer some in the 40s, and then we'll see if we can't let it go from there. But there's so many names out there, man. SoFi, Bull, Hood, everything. So keep them coming in the chat. We'll keep looking up there. BMNR, people yelling about.
SoFi is breaking 27 right now. BMNR is going because Bitcoin is going. But look, I just heard that news from Madeira. In my mind, that doesn't seem like a big deal. But I could be dead wrong about that. I don't understand. So they were letting... Intel's getting fined because they were letting some chips into some Russian tech. That seems... The U.S. government bought a stake in these guys. How hard are they going to come down on them for something like this? Slap on the wrist. So anyways, I'm getting out. I just got out at VWAP. I'll be down flat on the day, but SoFi just bounced. And again, I might be wrong on that, but I wasn't aware of the news until after we were already in position in the stock, and it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But Bitcoin just did a bit of a trend break and holding above VWAP. Now, when it's done this in the past, I like the entry off the volume-weighted average price. We're well above 90K on Bitcoin. I think Sean showed you some of these levels on the 15 as well. So this is also a prior resistance spot here on Bitcoin, right about the 92,000 level. So I'm looking to, I don't want to say reverse because I haven't been in it, but I'm looking for this reversal now that you're holding the volume-weighted average price. If the market goes, we know Bitcoin can go in addition to it. SoFi just broke out that 27, so I believe it is going to make a run at closing a 15-minute above 27. If it does so, I think there's room to $28.
I'm going to change my name on here. It's too long, but right there. Thank you so much to ATN. It says, thank you, Sean, for all the input and wonderful show. You're welcome. The 2 years you've been watching, thank you so much for that. You've shout out to the knowledge and how your knowledge has grown, and shout out to everybody at Trader TV Live. So we want to say a big thank you to that, and yeah, thank you for studying the way and understanding the way we trade and trying to figure out our style versus your style, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can see we both have obviously drastically different styles, and so do the guys on the mid. I think Joe and I are more attached at the hip than even myself and my brother probably, but I know Sharif is much different than the rest of us, as is Neil. So, but here we go, man, up to 186. So thank you again. That's why we're doing the show. Many different hosts, many different styles, many different everything right now. Thank you, Sharif, for that. I'll always compliment you guys. That is for sure. Everybody on the show does a great job here, and it's great to be working with such a great team, especially our carpenter back here, Randy, the man who does absolutely everything, builds these desks, gives analysis, should in my opinion have his own segment, and as we continue to go here. But Randy, I don't want to give you some more work there, Randy, but there he goes. Is it Friday yet? Yes, it is Friday right now. So Randy, you know what? Take the next couple of days off, my guy. No doubt about
Mark
that.
He doesn't even break stride. I'll say his name. I'll be talking about Mark. Yeah. A little bit of a smile, but he's just absolutely focused on the task. He won't even look at the camera.
Oh, he will. He's such
I hate that. I always turn the wrong way initially.
We have a great team here, that is for sure. And I just hope everybody's, you see the trades. We're the traders. You can ask us anything about trading, ask us anything about anything, and we're here to help you guys out. So again, thanks for all the watching.
Questions, because I saw someone in the chat was like, I find it hard to follow. So one of the thing I said in response to that was, so if you're trying to follow along like with a plan of action, the most simple thing sometimes can be, well, what direction are you looking at in the stock, and where you're looking at to get out, right? So like for myself here, there's it bouncing off VWAP, there's a slight downward trend. If it breaks the trend, the prior bar on the trend line, I use two places for now, either the wick or the body. In this case, because it's underneath VWAP, I use the body here. So it's about 52.10, 11 or 12 cents worth of risk, assuming like 1 cent or 2 slippage. That's where I'm looking to take this one out. So it's because it's breaking the trend and holding VWAP while I'm in, and then I have the prior bar on that trend as my out. And then I go from there. If it gets to the high, I look to buy more dips if it holds the trend line 2 set upside. So yeah, the market's still not doing a heck of a lot here, but Tesla, for everyone out there in the chat, is trying to get back. What a blowout through 450, and now it's looking a little bit weak there on Tesla. So this might not be the Tesla day. It kind of felt like Tesla was going to be not a bamboozler, but a head fake kind of move. Just because it was 2 days in a row of going absolutely ape on Tesla. You expect that. So I get a little bit out, and then I go into the reload on iBit.
Yeah, I know. What's up, Bills Camp? Sean, do you like making snowmen? Yeah, I do. I actually like making snowmen. And today, I don't know if there's going to be enough snow outside to do that, but sure, why not? You know, my kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We have enough. At my house, we did this morning. We definitely to make a little mini-me snowman right there. Yeah, you leave real early, as does Randy. Randy gets a lot of snow up where he is. But thank you so much for that. We will clear that again, and we just want to say thank you to everybody watching and funny comments there as we continue to go. Show the screen, Randy.
That's pretty legit.
There we go. There's the snow.
What time is that in the morning?
That's right now.
Oh, that's now. It's your current camera.
No, I'm gonna check my camera out right now as well. All right, my charge is full now in the basement, so we'll get that. Yeah, you want to do that? The snow tires are on there, Randy. It's all good over there. But yeah, look, man, it's 10:12 right now. I'll check my cameras in a second. But there, I mean, Palantir is now, Neil. That's not one. It's not two. It is 4 now in the money as we continue to go higher. Just play the news, right? I mean, we do have a good news day here for Palantir. Obviously, my net would be just increasingly higher if I, knew to hold on to these things. But again, like if I hold on to everything, then, when this is happening, I'm not out at the top, I'm not out on the way down, and so on and so forth. So I am in the midst of figuring this all out. But honestly, man, we're on a real good heater over the last little while. So can't complain about what's been happening. Just could always improve. And I think that's the whole point of what we're doing right there. So again, thank you so much to everybody and all of their support again as we continue to go. Yeah, Christopher Ocean, I don't have many shares left for sure on this as we just continue to bleed higher and higher and higher. So good out there, and let's just watch this trade and see if we can get a little longer. My next trade might be Nvidia down here at 183.50. That's kind of what I'm looking for. iBit, Nvidia, and then the futures. We put down TQQs at 55. I didn't even really get a chance to look here yet. So what was the low on the TQQs today? 55.14. So if we were in this name in the first 5 minutes, we would have got the long we needed, but I'm not trying to trade too much the futures in the first couple minutes. So we'll wait to see if that can come through one more time. Good trade, Salvador.
Yeah, and I just put the tap in for this BBGI we keep referencing. For anyone that happens to be trading it, it's looking at, it's now 12.50. 12.50, it's going back and forth, 182%. I didn't get the story on this one to you guys, so apologies there. Beasley is the name of the company, Beasley Broadcast Group. Looks like they just, is this really? They reported on Monday, and I don't have a story for today. So it looks like they recently reported. No, that's literally last month. There is no story that I can see on BBGI. So yeah, you can sometimes find this on the locator if you wanted to, but I can tell you the tap happens to be $12. So I'm a little bit skeptical of the ones that have no news and go parabolic the way that this did here. So if you don't see a story, sometimes taking your profit on the way up is better than waiting for it to come all the way back in to said downside. Mint, Cornetto saying they elected someone to their board. If that's the only catalyst, better be somebody really important. Otherwise, sometimes you want to take your money and kind of run to the horses a little bit. So iBit, if it comes back into VWAP, I'm going to go ahead and reload that one and then see how far more we're going to go back into the upside. The thing that does give me a little bit of pause for concern, this is the Qs. Losing VWAP, headed back lower, but it's doing this. Both higher lows and higher highs. Well, you know what pattern that is? That's a wedge. You break the wedge in either direction, and that's momentum, and it's predicting which way it's going to go. I think sometimes a waste of time. If it breaks the wedge, I think I just favor that direction. So on a 3-minute, you are getting a wedge pattern here in the Qs. ES, kind of the same, but a little bit stronger. So a little more strength in the ES, but the NASDAQ for sure forming this tight wedge. You break higher, I think you want to look to maybe add longs. Obviously, you break lower, I'd be looking for some shorts. Likely Intel, but not really sure if that's the name I want to go back to given that news story. Makes it a little bit ambiguous for myself. So I jumped out of it. It goes right back into our resistance level. Technically, it still looks good, I suppose.
All right, we wanted to get this question up here because it's from you, Adam. Thank you so much. One of our big viewers and, of course, friend of the show. You've visited us, a big contributor on the Midday show as well. Thank you so much. That Palantir trade is incredible. What is it that you're working on recently? Nothing, really. I mean, the only thing, Adam, is to just try to be a little bit more patient and put on more shares later on instead of early. You know, because like this was an interesting trade because I actually had on a good position right there. That's why we had to drop it right away. You know, when things break, it's not about holding it until the ultimate levels, because if I don't get out, then the problem is that by the time it gets down here, I don't have a good price. I'm too nervous, and if it breaks, man, then I take a huge hit. So the thing is to get out when things don't work and then just wait for it to work. And so I think what's been working for me lately, and thank you for noticing, I mean, we talk about it all the time, the kind of run that, you know, we're on, and it's just like, it's being patient, being more specific. Yesterday, we only traded the TQQs. We only traded the NASDAQ there. And that's the only, someone said there, why doesn't Sean ever trade NVDL or TSLA or anything like that? I just trade the actual symbols themselves. You can easily follow along by trading some of those lower priced ETFs that are 2X or 3X or whatever. They may actually be better you know, than trading the actual equity themselves. But this is my strategy. It's just, Adam, it's just getting a little bit more aggressive at key price levels instead of just, you know, wanting to get in, you know, and, you know, be patient for what we're waiting for. A good example there, like we got stopped out there on Nvidia, let it make that wick bottom, then got right back in because we still liked 184. And then we're able to run that all the way to the top side. So we only have 2 stocks, man. We'll go 2 for 2 and we'll have a pretty decent day right now. And it's not about, you know, bragging or anything like that. It's trying to figure it out for myself so I can get better for tomorrow, because whatever we put on today is today. You know, like that money's in the account. I could flat it out right now and walk away from here and be completely happy with the day's work, and I already am. But it's what is the next trade? What can we do tomorrow? And then prepare ourselves mentally and then physically and everything like that to battle every single day. So that's just what we're doing, and it's really been paying off. So so far so good, man. And yeah, thanks for noticing, everybody there in the chat. And it's been a very, very good run. So, you know, we'll just continue doing that, and thanks for the questions, and let's just keep the good times rolling, and I think that we're doing that, and Randy's keeping the sawing going as well there in the background. So yeah, that's what we're doing. It's funny because I get told by various people around here that it's like sometimes too quiet, you know, celebrate your trades more, express your trades more, and then sometimes I feel like it is, you know, a little bit of bragging, but at the end of the day, it's a trading show. You know, judge us for obviously who we are as people, but judge us for our trades. And, you know, I like to point out whenever Neil's in some big winners or losers and vice versa, right? So I think we have a great team around here and very supportive, and great to have all of you guys there in the chat. So let's go.
I think, look, man, you just, I've seen this said a lot. Shout out to the drilling that just, well, that's a little bit louder than the last little bit of a drill. I like that one. Make sure you
Mark's
get it
got he's right here.
Solid.
He's
I don't
right
want
here.
that falling. Look, we got to use that desk. I don't want that falling over. No, here's what I was gonna say. Ultimately, and this is something that Brendan told me when we first started out. He goes, because the only person that had any broadcast experience, I should say, was Brendan. Like, he did some radio and that kind of stuff. Sean and I we've just been trading for a long time. And he essentially was like, look, you're in front of a camera, in front of a microphone. If you try to be somebody that you are not, it's gonna be very obvious to the viewers.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're being fake, you're gonna sound fake. So like, I'm a very focused, kind of like Tim Duncan-esque kind of person. So if I don't talk about what's in my head, what's in my head is always, what is my next decision? At all times. Like when the market opens up to market close, I am constantly only thinking about, if I'm not in something, what am I looking for to happen? And if that happens, what am I going to do? And if I get in, where am I going to get out? That's all my mind is churning through. So I try to stay focused on that, because that's what's really happening. And when you hear me questioning, like, oh my goodness, if there's news on this, I don't know what it is, I'm trying to figure it out too in real time. So just in light of that, I want to just quickly jump over, oh, come on, SoFi. All right, I'm disappointed in SoFi right now. So there's a bounce off VWAP here on IBIT. What I'm going to do here is, if we close under VWAP, tighten the stop. because now you're really bouncing, but you can't break the high. So I'll tighten the stop up and be willing to go back in above the volume weighted average price. But why I was griping about SoFi is it's starting to lose that $27 level. I wanted it showing me strength over 27 on the 15-minute, and that's exactly what is not yet happening here for SoFi. So I wanted to consolidate above 27, and then you can make a move into 28 for today. Could happen, but it really hasn't done it yet. We got about 9 minutes for that candle to close. Hopefully it closes bullish, but if it doesn't, I don't have to be in SoFi. Adara?
Time to talk small cap, starting with Alpha Capital, ASPC. This one was a business combination back in August of 2025, so about 5 months ago. That's the last catalyst I can find on this name. Right now, it looks like it's halted just below $60. It does have a really small float, around 800,000 shares, but somehow that is not as small as the float on our second small cap gapper today, Nvidia Biosciences. This one with a 600,000 share float, so about 200,000 shares less than ASPC. Yesterday morning, they received notice here of allowance for their EVM 301 series of drugs from the U.S. Patent Office. So patent here from yesterday morning for ENVB. Not clear why it gapped up today, but possibly some continuation. Last but not least, BEAT, Heartbeam. This one trading higher after receiving FDA clearance for its 12-lead electrocardiogram synthesis software. So nice look there for BEAT, according to the other ones, ASPC, and last but not least, ENVB. Now, before we send you back to Sean and Neil, guys, you know what I found? Something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges, and I stumbled across BTCC. Top 30 globally, but here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you are in the US, Canada, or Europe. And through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan that QR code for more info. Back to Sean and Neil.
There we go, and BBGI is about to go into another up halt in just a couple of seconds here. 1334 here for BBGI. That's Beasley Broadcast. That's about all I know about it. Unfortunately, there was no news story that we are aware of, so another halt, it instantly tapping a dollar higher. So $14 is the current theoretical auction price, maybe a little bit higher than that as it just continues to churn to set upside. Good look for them. Just going back to a name that I know a lot of people are interested in, finally above VWAP is going to be Tesla, possibly trending back into that 450. You can stick a fork in any notion that you were breaking down the low 400s of the 435 zone for Tesla. That's kind of what I liked. I don't think we're going to get it. SoFi is still... It's tracking towards holding 27. It just hasn't really done it yet. Still getting a couple lower highs off of this top. I want to see in 5 minutes, if we can close holding 27 and breaking it out, then that's one that I would want to join to set upside. I'm going to check back. GameStop is a New York stock. I got away from GME when it broke to the upside, but now it is respecting VWAP. So it shows me VWAP is getting respected, 22 is getting respected again. So I can come back over to liking the short. Early, it didn't work. Can I go to the 15 to show you? There we go. Yeah, so early it didn't work, but this is the area, kind of the chop area that I was looking for a resistance spot. And if we're gonna hang underneath that, then there's a little more clarity on the 15. See, on the 15, I'm getting it on the candle at a level, and now it's showing you resistance. Well, if it puts in lower highs, I can short along that trend, or I can short right in front of the 22 for GameStop. Breaking news from USTR Greer. USMCA trade agreement could be exited, revised, or renegotiated. All those things are on the table. Well, I mean, those are all the options out there, so I guess they would all be on the table. I mean, revised, exited, or renegotiated. Well, that's literally all you can do. So everything is on the table. Thank you for that update, Greer.
BBGI there. So what's up to Adam? What's up, my guy? I don't ever ignore any super chats, so we try not to. And so if we did, we're apologize on that one. And I think the thing that we've talked about already is everybody just do them. You know, like everybody's going to have different trade ideas, different P&Ls, different everything. And this was a great call by you, man, for BBGI. So yeah, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 halts, and now tapping $15. So this is going to open up in 5 minutes. Well, let me see. It's a 5-minute halt, but let me see when the time was 10:23:31. So in, I guess, 2.5 minutes or so, this will open back up. And right now, it looks like you're going to be able to put your order out. If you put out like a limit order right now, your broker will fill you. It's like if you put in an order at $14, let's just say you don't know where the trade's going to come in, it should fill you on whatever that opening price is. So wait to see where that opens up if you want to, or if you have a market on open order, a limit on open order, that will also work right now on our broker side. So if you do have shares and you're trading on wherever, Robinhood, IBKR, whatever, look at your order types, see if they have a limit on open order, because when a stock reopens, just like an IPO when it opens for the first time or whatever, they'll get you whatever this tap is. So right now it's back down to 14 again. So it doesn't matter when you put the stock in, when you put your order in, it'll get you whatever this settles out at. And what we're looking for here is these. Right now we sort this by market time, and we'll get the most updates on this one. So this is BBGI, so there it is right now. There was about 50,000 or so of interest on this. There still is a small buy imbalance, so as soon as he finds the next, or she finds the next 6,000 or 8,000 shares, there we go, it's starting to pair off right now. So this price is gonna be more exact, so 13.75. So it looks like it will still open up higher right now, but not that 14.95 that we were thinking. You are now 1 minute away from BBGI opening back up, and there it is. So just dancing around. There's a few other things that are halted right there. I know that's kind of annoying to watch out.
Why doesn't the halt scanner have the columns that the locator does? Why can't that be blended and I see it in one place?
Probably should
The halt scanner, sorry, I'm going to put a ticket in for this when we're done.
do
We'll
it.
get to the trades in a second. Like this, our halt scanner at Real Trading, I should have a column here that shows me what the indicated open price is and the tap bounce. We have it built into the system. Why do I have to look in 2 places? So, and I just, as you were going through, I'm like, why not? That can easily be built, for sure. Remember I told you I was going to tighten up my stop on IBIT? So there you go. I tightened up my stop underneath VWAP, and of course, it runs stops and potentially goes higher. But if we're only going to be trading in a 15-cent range, it shouldn't be too much trouble jumping back into this. If it ultimately ends up breaking out, there's a breakout trade off the highs, there's longs off of VWAP. In 1 minute, we're going to get another 15-minute candle. Hopefully that's going to mean some bullish things for SoFi. I don't know if it does yet, but those are the names I'm watching. And I'm starting to think more about going back over to Intel. I was able to get away from this just to kind of let it digest that news. But what's happening here is instead of rounding into like I'm going to hold it all day kind of a trade, that prior day top or low from Tuesday, that's holding on the 15-minute. So it's really holding on to this 39.75. What I need to see happen is not be putting in higher lows the entire time, which if you ignore the bottom wick or that crazy bottom wick, it's doing this. It's putting in higher lows going into that level. If it never breaks the top, it'll be simple. Break that trend line and I can go back short into Intel. If we break tops, I can wait for like 41 or whatever if it gets there, but break this trend line or I do not need to be in the stock. So that's what I'm going to wait for on Intel. Just didn't like the fact that I was trading it sans the actual story that apparently was out there, this Russian missile chip thing. Or, yeah, chips and Russian missiles, and they're getting fined. Them, TXN, and AMD apparently catching some flack for that.
Oh, SoFi, that'd be nice. Just real quickly here, we are out. So I just want to tell you, I'm out of Nvidia. Forget this noise, man. No point. We're well up on we're not even well up on the stock. We're up on the stock. We've made position pending 4 to 5 times more on Palantir than we did on Nvidia. We're just 2 for 2 on those 2 names. But BBGI, I want to show you guys. It opened and halted immediately again. So it opened up right where we said it. Well, not right where we said it would. We have no idea where it's going to open, but it looks like it opened at 13 flat there and immediately tanked into 12. So it's just another 5-minute halt. Looks like we'll have to go through that again. It looks like we had maybe 2 back-to-back 10-minute halts. I don't know why that was. And then all of a sudden back to the regular scheduled programming. So that was 10 there, 5, 5, 5, 10, 10, 5. So, I mean, it should be just limit up, limit down. So those are generally 5 minutes. If there's ever news pending or anything like that, that's when you can start to get longer halts as the company will request a halt. And once you're requesting a halt, then obviously they need to sort it out and get that figured out. All right, with the NASDAQ going downside, it looks like the ES is starting to hold a little bit green. I mean, right now we're flat on the ES 0.03 right now in the space. And I have a meeting with the bank today. And JP Morgan is not my bank, but that's had a nice recovery today. We was wondering if that was going to happen, right? Yesterday, JP Morgan was down 4%. Today, it's battled back that 1%, so that's good. You know, buying dips, that's not really, it looks like a pretty dramatic dip, but you know, this never happened, first of all. These dips that you want to do would be a little lower. So I would think 290 or so. And remember, like, it should react okay to interest rate announcements, which we're going to get here today. The last cut was September the 17th, so that was right here. So we did have a little bit of a dip, and then we just resumed regularly scheduled programming. So nice move into the rate cut, and then even a nice move after it. Just had 1 day of uncertainty there, and then right back in. So far so good on that one, and JP Morgan holding fort now in the space. Yeah, so out of Nvidia, still holding on to Palantir. Everybody's like, what a day for SoFi. Okay. Yeah, it's not, I guess it's good compared to everything else we're looking at, sans Palantir. I mean, Palantir's a banger today, but this SoFi would have been great as well, man. 2650, good little level there. To me, we've talked about it. I'm in this name. I just bought it Monday. I keep forgetting today's Wednesday. Monday, when we had that offering, which was, no, it was Friday, I guess, was the offering. So we had SoFi offer, and it came back into the 50-period moving average. We actually bought, I think it was 27.12 or 27.30. I don't know. It doesn't matter what it is. But we bought some more SoFi there and looking to see, and we just raised more cash today, right? We got out of a quarter. I was going to get out of the whole Alibaba trade. Hopefully I'm not mistaken with that. But we got out of a quarter there, raising some more money, and I want to put it into Marvell. Even though I keep saying I want to be diversified, I really love this stock, man. I love everything that they're doing. I love their most recent purchase there of, the name's on the tip of my tongue, not consignment, something AI. They're getting to photonics. So again, it's all about the transfer of data, right? You can do that now. Copper can only hold so much data. So when you're building out these huge major, is it Confluent AI? Yeah. Celestial AI. Yeah.
I knew it had to do with.
Yeah, Confluent was IBM, of course.
There's a way to remember it because Marvell has the Celestials with one of their movies.
Okay.
Should never forget.
Yeah. So that. Oh, well, that's interesting that they.
It's a crappy movie, but
they bought that name. Yeah. So again, it's just a transfer of data, and as you start to build these data centers bigger and stronger, they're going to need better highways, and that's what Marvell does. Right? The silicon, the roadmap. I talked about it. The GPUs are like the brain that's operating everything. Marvell's like the nervous system that's in there. You know. So I love Marvell. I think it's. I mean, with a 27 PE, I don't know. The market cap's not even that huge. I really, really like Marvell at this level. Just a quick check, and I'll throw it back to Neil because we've been talking about BBGI. There it is, opens up and looks like it might want to hold right now. So actually not halting. The first time all morning, we have never, ever seen this, except for right at the open where we were open for more than 1 minute. So right now we have 2 candles.
It's going to probably halt now.
I don't see any halt bands here. I thought we had halt bands.
Too. I think the issue is when
I should have gone short.
When it gets to the band and see that it's at the band now you're not going to see it.
Yeah, but you can see it because of this, of course.
Yeah, like
the levels.
You have to see it as it's going into the band. I think we're going to go up to Adara. We get that it was a question or a super chat about Uber. What's going on with Uber?
Okay.
Thank you, Steven Springer. Uber down 4%. And
yuck, man. Uber, what the hell?
Adara? Oh.
Uber, but I actually do want to address Uber because I looked into it. So Ross Gerber, who is this Tesla analyst mostly, he's kind of disgraced by the Tesla bull community. He basically said that Uber is cooked, quote unquote, with how well Waymo is doing. That's his wording, not mine. So he had some negative thoughts about Uber. I believe this was shared last night or early this morning. But other than that, not sure why this is selling. I did check on X. Lots of commentary on this, but no specific reason for the drop. But also, interestingly enough, I am currently working on an Uber infographic that will be on X at TTV Research during my vacation early next week, so stay tuned. Back to you.
My daughter says cooked way too much. It's like the teacher makes a random mistake or like she gets a word wrong and she's like, oh, today teacher said this when she meant that. She's cooked. I'm like, okay, like that's
She is cooked.
like that's not really what it means. Like it's like I think you're overstating it a little bit, sweetheart, but it is what it is. Well, the market just
Sweetheart.
they'll be like, I'll try to be as nice as possible. I'm like, especially with the 6-7 thing, I'm like, okay, I get it, 6-7. Okay. You know, I'm like, Daddy doesn't necessarily love it if you say it every single time you see those two numbers. And anytime something goes wrong, it doesn't mean something or somebody is cooked, people. All right, so the market just took a little bit of a turn to the downside. Here's the problem with SoFi for me. Yes, it technically was able to close holding 27, but then my entry, if it's in an uptrend, I'm not entering after it just broke the trend. And it just broke the trend. So unfortunately, that means either wait to VWAP or it establishes above this level here, just above 27. But if we are testing back lower, gonna do this. There's your bottoming tail. And then when it started to be reasonable on Intel, and when I said reasonable, when I was like, okay, it's starting to calm down a bit, now you've got yourself a bit of a channel. I could draw it like this so you guys could see. Now you got yourself a bit of a channel. And Intel, if it can break this channel down, that'll be VWAP, and I'll jump back over to this name, possibly heading to said downside. So if we can break this, I'd look down. Uber being cooked, huh? I don't know that I agree with that. But, you know, this could give an opportunity. I'm just trying to wait for this chart to load up here. You just lost to 200, but if you look back at how significant, now it loads faster, 82 has been, yeah, we go another couple dollars down here today. I think you're buying Uber today at 82. Like, this is a big-time support level. So if we get there, it's not going to be SSR or anything. It's not going to go 10%, but a couple of dollars to major support here on Uber. We'll see if they're cooked. I don't think so. I don't necessarily agree, but that's the best thing about the markets is that you will have opposing opinions, time frames, and all that jazz, which allows for price action. If none of that existed, then the markets would be boring. You have to have somebody to do this week, so you wouldn't be able to trade and invest.
Always a buyer and a seller everywhere. Okay, just like we talk about this all the time, you know, getting away from something. When I talk about being cooked, like if we had stayed in Nvidia, that's what we would be right now. Instead, we're at the highest spot because we sensed something was up. And we talk about, you know, having not only the sticky note to sort of base ideas off of, but also and I mentioned it already today, it's just like that feeling and just being able to read a chart and being able to say like, I didn't think Nvidia was going up. I mean, well, if I'm gonna be sitting here, this is another thing, Adam, that I've learned. It's like, if I'm sitting here and like yelling at the stock, like, why aren't you going? Why aren't you going? Get out. Like, it doesn't need to, it's not gonna answer me. You know, it has nothing to do with that. So you just gotta get out, and if not, think short. I mean, I feel like one of the better talents that I have is being able to obviously read order flow and charts, but it's about being able to get out and then reverse into the short. So I think that I might have missed something here because I could have easily gone short against this 50-period moving average. So I think that's another thing, another sort of, I guess, style or strategy that I'm going to try to add to my trading, which I've already done lots. I mean, if you go over, man, my thing is absolutely littered with those examples on Instagram and on Twitter where I've reversed the position. That would have been a good opportunity right there. Sure, like, you know, you look back and you say, oh, wow, well, there the move goes down, so it's easy to say, but I'm not saying it based on this move. That's why we got out. You know, we got out for flat on this trade because, well, first of all, we only had like 5 to 10% left. As Christopher Ocean there in the chat had mentioned before, he had said, how many shares could I possibly have left? And I had told you guys very little. So we got out right there. And then we should have just gone short. Regardless of what happened there, we had that 50-period moving average. So if we're going to play momentum, look at Nvidia right here, really following this pink line down. Now on Nvidia, we should all have the same markings, right? It's their 50 periods are pink, our VWAP is purple, and our 200 period is green. So if you're ever looking at our charts, that's basically what we're doing. And then because, again, we've been asked to have white backgrounds, which is why we have white backgrounds. So, you know, just trying to get better charting and better visuals for all of you guys to enjoy the show at a more visually appeasing moment. But the market just made it all the way down. Like we wrote down TQQs, $55. So that might be something that I look at now as we're right back into these lows again on the TQQ. I just don't know if we want to go long here. I only have 20 more minutes and I'm out of here. We throw over to the midday show. So that's an interesting level right now for the NASDAQ. The reason why we wrote it down was just we've seen support down here. So with Fed coming through, will this support hold? Be interesting to see. Let's give it a couple breaths and see if it does hold. But there it is again, man. So far today, Palantir long, Nvidia long. There's our TQQ long. And then we had IBIT written down as a short, but IBIT hasn't moved. The IBIT short has to deal with the 2 p.m. announcement for the Fed. So I want to be able to watch this as well because last time IBIT started to head downside there on that call. So, all right, it's 10:40. We forgot to do what's for lunch yesterday. We'll do it when we get back, but it's a dare right now with I'm going to throw out Sector Watch.
And you would be correct, Sean, as evidenced by the evil laugh. I want to mention as well here, we do have Jamison Greer, U.S. Trade Representative. He's been speaking for the last 10 minutes or so, mentioning some USMCA or US-Mexico-Canada trade agreement negotiations. He also just said right now that the U.S. goal with China is more balanced and managed trade. So again, trade talks coming from USTR Greer. If there's anything pressing, I'll let you know, but it's worth noting that he is speaking. And we'll talk here about the sector board. Microsoft, Apple have been getting hit really hard here. The tech services sector right over here. Meta, Netflix, and Oracle also weak, though. Palantir having a really good day now. PLTR, of course, with that U.S. Navy contract, sending it to the upside. Electronic tech maybe not as obviously weak as tech services, but still some downside in Nvidia as we get a lot of reports about whether they will or will not be shipping their H200 chips to China, who wants them, et cetera, and even reports suggesting some are being smuggled in. Broadcom also weak in the sector. But the other side of this board here is going to be generally pretty positive. Finance doing great. JPM bouncing off of some weakness yesterday at that Goldman Sachs Financial Services Conference. Producer manufacturing incredibly strong, led by GEV, which even despite pulling back heavily from highs is still up 10% after providing 2028 guidance and raising their dividend and buyback. Retail trade green, health tech green, energy minerals green. Transportation, though, Uber and DoorDash pretty weak, but the rest of the sector fairly strong. Long story short, if you're not tech, you're doing pretty okay heading into Fed Day. Back to you.
You're not tech, you're doing okay. Well, there's...
Tech is fine.
There's not,
look where you are.
That bad. I mean, I don't know. Nvidia is down 1 point here. Can we look at Microsoft? Well, a good time to do so. Thank you for the super chat, JY. Sup? It's up to you.
Up.
Well, okay. Well, Microsoft is pretty bad. Well, we said penalty box.
Wow.
Yeah, I said penalty box for this stock, unfortunately, and then wait for the 200-period moving average. That's exactly true. So, unfortunately for Microsoft, it's a classic kind of double top and trend down since it failed it. Lower highs all the way, and then no support until the 200-period moving average for Microsoft.
That's my favorite thing.
This is one stock. If this breaks down underneath the 200-period moving average, I think that will present a buying opportunity. So either this whole pattern of lower highs can end, and you can start looking, a little bit higher highs and that kind of stuff. But if that doesn't happen, a breakdown underneath the 200-period, I think is going to be a good opportunity. The valuation is going to look attractive down there, but you don't know where it's going to turn. It'll be similar to Meta. Like, unfortunately, sometimes when that happens, like you can put the guesswork in. You can buy off like an initial bounce or something like I did, and you don't really know where the bottom's going to be. So I was like, I'll buy some now, and then I'll wait a quarter, and then you wait a quarter, and it's already bounced. I think Microsoft could give you something very, very similar to that. It's in the penalty box. It hasn't been giving you anything or any reason to go long yet. Not saying it can't. It very much could still do so. All right, here goes SoFi, finally.
Yeah, the market's trying to come back just a little bit right now. I'm going to take a little bit more out there on the Qs. So here it is. So what's up, Rich, buddy? So can you go over the settings one day, please, on your chart? Thank you. Oh, yeah, I got to get ready to change the name. So, yeah, as far as I know, Brandon sent out a note there that we should all have the same colors. So I'm going to go over all of this together. So this should be true for all of our charts. I don't know if they've changed it or not on the midday, but we have green is the 200-period moving average right there. So these are just 1 minute simple moving average charts. So green is 200. VWAP is purpley bluish right there, and then pink is the 50-period moving average. These are all on the 1-minute chart, and I do the same on all the charts. So 200 period, simple. VWAP is blue, purple, and then pink is the 50-period moving average, which would be 50 minutes. These are all on a 1-minute chart, and you could put them on anything. And unfortunately, I have to edit this wick out, but I don't use VWAP on the 5-minute chart. But VWAP is interesting because it's the same it's supposed to be the same no matter what chart you look at, because it just takes in consideration.
There's only one consideration.
Yeah, the volume. What, the pre-market?
Yeah, like when your data starts.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, that doesn't matter. Obviously, once it's by the end of the day, it won't matter what your pre-market action is. But it can be a little bit different in the first half an hour because sometimes the pre-market is a big portion.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing, because one person might start their data at 6. Some people might have data from like 4:30 in the morning. Someone might start at 8 o'clock. So if you look at VWAP at like 9:35, or in the pre-market, it could be a little bit different. Otherwise, it'll be exactly the same on everybody's charts. It's the only line that I have on my chart.
Yep.
It's only ever going to be VWAP, and then I have volume because I think volume matters. SoFi, it's right. It didn't save my trend line, but obviously it's kind of going back to the upside. You guys can see. So it broke this consolidation at 27.10-ish. So now I want to look long into that 27 level. Just wanted to see it go back above where the trend line was before. It's now doing so. So SoFi on a nice run to the upside while the market's been relatively weak. Like the NASDAQ here, like there's a NASDAQ at the lows. Once again, one line on my chart is going to be VWAP, even on that one. As the market's going lower, you do have some strength here in SoFi. I would suspect, as Adara was saying, you're getting a little bit of strength elsewhere outside of tech. Well, SoFi qualifies as that, last I checked. They are a bank, after all. Let us know what other names you guys are looking at. I know that BBGI has been, Beasley has been going crazy. Like, I call it up. I can't make this up. It's actually going to down halt right now. I didn't know this was happening. BBGI is about to down halt at 10:30. It just hit the band, so it down halted here once, up halted right after. Oh, it looks like it just fake halted. So if you get to the halt bands, it's 15 seconds. You have to hold that price for 15 seconds, then you halt. Clearly, it did not do so. That's going ham. iRobot was running earlier this morning. It has now made a double top. Well, that's looking very strong. VWAP could be a nice little play here for iRobot. No new news, but this is still that story. The administration wants to back robotic names. Well, they would stand to benefit from that, obviously. Ooh, there's SoFi breaking out the highs. We have to join the break if we're not going to get the dip. Could nibble in at the break, but I want this back into 27. So I want 10s to be my price ultimately.
Yeah, and again, that's what we're talking about. Like, have the ability and good job there, like changing. And if you see momentum changing, sometimes you got to hop on and see where we go on that one. I saw momentum changing, obviously, as we break through VWAP there for Palantir. So we had 5% left. Now we have 2% left on this name. A handful of shares. We forgot yesterday, but let's figure out what's here today. Yesterday was barbecue chicken legs. Actually wasn't that bad, a little dry for me. The stir-fried noodles were decent, seasoned veg and chef's choice salad. That was yesterday. So we go to today. Did you like that chicken there yesterday, Randy? Yeah, a little dry, right? It was tasty, but dry. Today we got Thai.
There wasn't enough meat on that.
Yeah, today we got Thai on our mind here. It's Thai beef and basil stir-fry. We'll take that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I feel like it's a popular one here. Steamed jasmine rice, veggie stir fry, and mixed green salad. So a little bit of beef there in the flavor profile for today. All right, there it is. We'll take another piece out right there. As we are now getting very, very light, we'll end our day virtually at the highs. We did give up a little bit because obviously we can't end the day at our very highs, or else we would have had Palantir up there. And then we did give some up on Nvidia. So we'll be close to our highs on the day. So we're pretty happy with how it's been going. But we did just exit out of we have one more piece of Palantir left. So we'll hold that for the dream. No more pending bids, 10 minutes left. It's Adara with Money Talks. Let's go.
Let's talk about this USD, which right now here on this daily chart, again, finding support at 98. Kind of choppy. This is certainly something we're going to go over when I deliver that rate number for you guys. Now, in about 3 hours from now, 2 p.m. Eastern, so don't go anywhere. We'll have the midday show with Sharif and Joe. Then we'll come back early, and I'll give that number for you right at 2 p.m. DXY is certainly something we're going to be looking at. But you know what else we should be looking at ahead of this rate decision is the CME Fed Watch tool, which has actually been incredibly stagnant for the last couple weeks or so. Roughly 90% of participants pricing in that cut, and about 10% pricing in the fact that we'll just have no rate change. So again, that 25 basis point cut is incredibly likely. But there has been some talk, as I mentioned earlier, of the possibility of what analysts are calling a hawkish cut. So we get that rate cut, but the talk is a little bit more hawkish and cautious, and the markets will end up selling off. Again, that's just some speculation. We'll have to wait and see what comes to fruition, but I do think it's worth noting I'm seeing a lot of talk about this hawkish cut. Now, here's the members of the FOMC, all 19 of them. I think this is really important to note because it's going to be one of our last conferences with Fed Chair Powell before he leaves in May 2026. Now, it's also worth noting over the last 3 Fed meetings, so July, September, and October, we've had at least one dissenting vote. In September, Fed's Bowman and Waller both dissented in favor of a rate cut. Then we also had Fed's Myron dissenting in both September and October, favoring a larger than expected rate cut. Meanwhile, in October, Fed Schmidt actually favoring a hold rather than the cut that the Fed gave. So the point I'm trying to make is there has been a lot of dissent within the Fed. Let's see if that pattern continues for a 4th straight dissenting vote at today's meeting. Now, before we send you back to Neil and Sean for 10 more minutes of trading action, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money. We're never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that is changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders are using funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. That's the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off your first evaluation. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. I heard Joe chuckling over something. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but you're going to find out in about 7 minutes or so. John Womack just said GE Vernova might go red. I'd be a little surprised. Let's see.
Oh, wow.
We didn't even look at that stock.
Up 10.
Red? It's possible. It was up more than 10. It was up like
Oh, that's okay. Maybe that's
16%, I think.
Oh, like red on the day type of thing, like in the intraday.
Yeah, that's about 16%. I'm just eyeballing it myself. Yeah, but it was up about 16%, but it might go, red since the open. That looks like it is going to happen on GE. The thing about GE Vernova, I can tell you that it's a pretty expensive on a PE basis stock, right? So you're paying a pretty hefty premium. That being said, as opposed to some other power names that have done parabolic this year, like for them, they're powering the grid traditionally, and then anything nuclear is like a future like upside. So think of them like the IBM or Google or Microsoft of quantum relative to your Rigettis and other stuff, and then like the SMRs of the world are kind of like those higher risk type of names. But at the same time, you are still paying like a pretty hefty premium to be in this one at these prices. Like I wouldn't buy it up here. I'll be the first to tell you. Like this was my call at the beginning of the year, one of them, and I wouldn't buy it at these prices personally, but that's just me. I love the stock, and I'm not really intending on. I've already sold some up here. Not really intending on doing any more, but I wouldn't be a buyer at these prices. No siree, Bob. So I said my price. Like I'll nibble up here at the top on SoFi, and I want my price to be 10s. All my price is 10s. So I've got just enough, so we got our price 10s. But if we lose the trend from the VWAP, there's VWAP, then form this trend line. If we close underneath it, I want to be out. Until it gets to the high of the day, I'm not offering out at all. As people are still talking about iRobot, I'm assuming that is continuing to...
Yeah, it's up 40%.
40. It was 25 a second ago. Yep. Minute ago. A couple minutes ago. 40% now for iRobot. What is like Serve doing? Is it just iRobot or all?
Oh, I don't know. Probably them all. Rich Tech.
Serve's down like... Okay, so Serve's down 6%. You just said Rich Tech, RR, what's that doing?
Down 2%.
Come on, chart. Nothing?
No.
So it's going on its own? That's kind of weird.
It's like my Roomba in the house. It just goes on its own, you know. You set it and you forget it, and it just cleans up, man. We talk about having the robots in our house. This is a robot that I have in my house. I think we actually have the Roomba. So there it goes, man.
That's a weird one.
iRobot going again. Yeah, this one, again, short float action on iRobot. And when retail wants something to go, then it goes. And there goes iRobot right there. You just got to make sure it doesn't fall down the stairs right there like they tend to do at my house. But no, you have that little blocker thing. So it does not go right there. All right, iRobot. All right, like another name that can go if retail wants it to is Robinhood, that's for sure. So here goes Robinhood again today. Nice move, upside on Robinhood over the last couple days, but it is trying to get back going. And when we say here we go, it broke through VWAP, and now it's starting to go a little lower. Look at this market, man. It's a hell of a good thing. You know what? Let's just get out of our Palantir right now. I was waiting for a little bit higher, cancel everything. We're now gone as the market is really dropping down in. I see that got you into your SoFi. I don't have any trades on right now, so.
It broke trend. Oh, it's wrong.
Okay, well, you had SoFi, and then it broke trend, I guess.
There's it breaking the trend line. There's the wick. So there's the trend line. There's the wick before it broke here, so that's my wick to get out, which, I mean, coincidentally happened to be 27. So I risked about, like I said, it would be 11 or 12 cents. It ends up being 11, so that worked out pretty much to plan. But I am out of it. It's kind of weird. Like, sometimes that happens. Mm-hmm. It'll probably, whatever, I don't know. Sometimes it takes like a minute or two, but it's actually been a minute. So it is what it is. I know the thing I'm looking at right now was waiting for Intel to break this trend. It hasn't happened yet. Intel's holding on to the trend line. So if I favor a stock long, then I'm going to go with the trend. If I'm favoring it the other direction, it's obviously easy to say. Then I'm going to look for it to break the trend line and go down. There was an Intel story, obviously, earlier. Did it deserve to probably fall that far on that little Russia headline? I'm not sure. And Rainmaker, I did not watch Gimme V Classic last night.
Yeah, okay. I've only traded, I see Pro Day Trader there asking Neil how many times he's traded and if he's red or green, but I've only traded 2 names, Palantir and Nvidia. I don't think we've traded very many names today, so I'll...
5 for me.
Yeah.
The amount that I'm down is like literally less than, so if I take my best stock yesterday, 1/4 of what I was, ultimately. And it's just, you just have to try to compare your apples to your apples, because that's ultimately what's going to end up mattering. Oh, I threw mine out. The one from yesterday, it was ridiculously acidic for myself. So I had like a couple bites, and I was like, I'm not.
I only said that because you said that. I'm not a big fan of Granny Smith apples, but
sometimes I do like. You know where I like them? If I'm making like I'll put them sometimes in like if I'm putting apples in a potato salad.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, apples and potato salad are great.
And then I find it just kind of goes well.
That is a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit
tart.
Too much. But if you're mixing it into something, anyways, now I'm going off topic there. What I was going to get out there is make sure you're comparing apples to apples, because all that ultimately matters for me. If today I'm 3 for 5 or 2 for 5, let's just say, I'll be down a small amount. But if I'm 4 for 5, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be up. It should mean most times, but it doesn't necessarily mean that.
For sure. That's why green or red.
You should care about. But it's not just whether you're green or red. And I've said this before. Green or red compared to what? Like I'll give you an example of a trader that I used to know, or that we used to know. And this guy, if he was red on a day, he was basically shut down 80% of the times that he was red. Meaning, if his shutdown was $1,000, if he had a red day, he was down 1,000 or more. Like, he didn't have losing days that were contained within his shutdown. It just wasn't in his DNA. So for him, he had to have a ridiculously high winning percentage. It was really important for him to be up 80 to 90% of the time. Eventually, it caught up with him, that trader. That's what matters. So like, to him, you could stack up like $400 or $500 days. That would be good for somebody that was losing 200 or 300. But not for him, because when he was losing, it was 1,000 to 1,500, let's just say. So he needed to be winning big, and for a while that was working out for him. So understand when someone says like up or down, okay, well, what is it relative to an up day? You know, are you 1/3 of your average up day? Are you half of your average up day? That's what you should be thinking about as a trader. That's how you can be consistently profitable. Are you losing within your means? And then so you can be positive on a month, and then positive on a quarter, and then positive on a year. And that's what a trader's goal should be. That's where my focus is going to lie. And you'll hear me talking those terms because that's what I want people to do. If you're trying to be green, then you have to have that kind of a ratio, or it's incredibly difficult. Not impossible, just incredibly difficult to do so.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. We got to get out of here. It's another big day for your boy. Neil just discussed his day. It's going to be even a better day right now. It's the Midday Show. It is Sharif. It is Joe. Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, Neil. Thanks, Adara. Thanks, Ramin. Thanks, Andre. Thanks, Fabian. Your boy is lit. We're lit right now. We are, what was that word you used? Cooked. Trades not cooked, but trades are moving around. It's 11 o'clock. I go to the gym. We'll be back at 1:45, I believe, for Fed. Ciao to now.
Always early.
I like some introduction music here. What do you think?
Yeah, we don't have it. I thought we had it. Though.
Salutations.
We didn't hear it.
We did, and then I think there is. We just didn't hear it. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This gentleman right there is your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And where are my people at in the chat? There we go. Now they're weaseling on in. Shout out to JL82. We got Andrew Chow. We got Daniel B900, Rex Banner, Brad Warner, Guju Trader. We got Jay Koingi and Yannick Pitchbull in the house, as well as Damien. We got Bitcoin Bubbles. Come on now, it's no bubble now. Come on. We got Anon Purse, Anthony Kano, Skips, Koingi, Trip Q. I like that. M Stone 1323, and we got Chuck of all freaking trades. Nygaard, numero uno to you today. Ichiro in the house, and so is T. What's up, Joey? We got Just Busy Trading. I love that. Hangry Wife joining us, as well as Jaguar Nut. We got Jay Walken. We got Grunfeld, John Cutler, Private Suite Network. Runaway inflation is boom for stocks, he says. All right, guys, one more. We got Indy 23. I lied, another one.
Oh, no.
Gus 88. Good morning, Joe.
Gus 88. Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Just trying to get the chat rocking and rolling. We'll get it popped up. I hope everyone's had a fantastic morning. But you know what I'm about to say. Enough is enough. Let's get into some of these trades.
Like it.
Oh, Bitcoin. Looking for the continuation on today's session. No go. So we took our 4 stabs at it. You know, I typically have my 3-strike rule. And you know what happens when you take that additional one? So a lot of sideways price action. So not the greatest start, but we got something going here on Nvidia. A nice little pop to that side. And now, to be honest with you guys, I'm just going to be patient, and I'm waiting for FOMC. I sold some more calls. Sit up straight, Joseph. I told you this already. No, so I sold some more calls here on IBIT. I like that the market's actually selling leading into this FOMC meeting, because I think it just adds a little bit more probability in the chances that we get a pop on that news. Obviously, a lot determining on the Q&A with Jay Powell after that, whether he's hawkish or dovish. It's funny. I like what Ramin posted on Shorts as well, too. So JP just opens his mouth and boom.
I love those memes.
Yeah, those are the best. But other than that, guys, relatively cool. Market was choppy for the first hour, now starting to find a direction. You can see on the TQs, volume starting to stair step higher and pick up, so that's just going to give you a little bit more conviction that we are headed to the south side. But other than that, it's going to be a lot of sitting on my hands today, guys, so I won't be in too many trades. Full disclosure, I did use up a lot of risk on these 4 entries. I was ready to rock and roll because we had a nice strong session in IBIT yesterday looking for the continuation, which did not happen, my brother.
I just got called out in the chat. They said, why is he wearing a turtleneck? Is he worried about turkey neck? I'm like, bruh, man, come on, man. I'm not 75 yet, man. Give me a break. Like, hold on a minute. We're aging me a little bit there.
Nowadays, anyway.
What can you do, Joey?
Just a little cosmetic procedure.
Oh,
you get that
little quick one.
Just get that skin tightened up, because it seems to be the narrative these days. So, I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. I like the turtleneck. I've been trying to get a turtleneck, but yeah,
That's not even doing it justice.
That's not even doing it.
You gotta show them the video.
You gotta show them the video. All right, guys.
All right, let's get to work, Joey. Come on now. Here we go, guys. There are 8 small cap gappers that I've got on the side chart. The best looking of them is IBIO. Look at the breakout. Here comes $3. $2.99. The breakout is on right now on IBIO. It is a multi-day runner. We all saw what this one did in the pre-market. Alas, it dropped below VWAP during the midday, so I didn't trade it. But it caught a bid again in the afternoon into the aftermarket, and it's continuing again today. And IBIO has been a banger since earlier this month, since the 4th of June. And I'm just picking a random area. It's up 194% and doesn't really look to be making any lower lows. It just continues to put in that trend of higher highs and higher lows on a wider time frame. 303 high, it already broke through 3. The 10 EMA on the 5 is right at that 2 2/3, 270 area. It's going to need to pull back or clear 3 by some distance so that it can use 3 as support. Otherwise, I don't want to punch in willy-nilly in a random area. As the boys called out as they were ending their show, iRobot, IRBT, also looking real good here. And let's see if this one respects key technical areas of support prior resistance. I'm thinking that 4 2/3 area, we got into 506, we rejected 5 despite clearing it by a few pennies. And here we are already finding some support off the 10 EMA on the 5. Alas, we are still red on this current candle. We're up 34 and change on the day, but there are big boy movers, as there has been now for multiple days in the world of small cap gappers. ASPCE, it looks like maybe this trade, the best part of this trade is behind it. We'll have to wait and see. We never really know. It's already up 316%, and it's like $20 off the highs, giving you an idea how high this one was in the earlier trading session. BBIG, another monster trade on the day, 206%. It is halted down, but quite frankly, even though it's halted down, it's still holding trend. And it is respecting these technical moving averages on the way. Take a look at what we did here between 1030 and then the breakout to 1050. We held the 10 EMA on the 5 with some higher lows there. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. I've got CDT as well in focus. This one, a much smaller name, a slower mover, but a predictable one nonetheless, finding support at the volume weighted average price. It's up 22%. Playboy is going to lose its spot here, or PLAB, whatever the hell this is going to lose its spot on the side chart, double top into 38. It's now losing VWAP and all the moving averages into 35. We'll replace it with something better. And then KIT. Yeah, this one looked good, man. I was about to punch into this. I was going to put my out at prior trough low, prior trough low at 114. I got a little busy with some stuff and didn't end up putting the order, but this one is one that I'll be focusing on, especially, Joseph, if it clears that 124 area. Why that 124 area? Because that is a prior area high. If it clears that prior area high, then we have the higher lows and we also have the higher highs. That's what we call trend trading. So we're going to be keeping an eye here, Joey, on KIT.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if this chair can, you know what I mean? Get that back a little straighter. All right, guys, let's see what we got for the top performing sectors. We're going to hop right into it this morning. Healthcare leading the way, guys, up 0.6%. We have energy as well. All relatively same. The top 3 financials, 0.6, healthcare 0.6, energy taking the lead now, up 0.6 as well, too. The bottom 3 is going to be the comms, utilities, and the tech sector. Dara was talking about it this morning, but we'll go over it one more time. We got earnings after the bell. Yes, that's correct. Oracle, Adobe, Synopsys, Planet, and I think that's it for the exciting stuff. Chewy this morning as well, too, guys, so keep an eye out on some of those names. Now, where, yes, TQs, I knew you were going to get that nice little bounce, a hammer candle right off of these lows. 54.89, and then now we're starting to climb higher. 5-minute hammer candle as well, too. Algo is going to pick that bad boy up. 55.10s, so excuse me, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. Choppy stuff. Here's SMR. I got out of this one here this morning. I was looking for a swing trade and a pop back up to 24. We didn't get that. Ran into 23.17, and now it's coming right back into the middle of this range. So, yeah, I'm like, hey, add it up in here, tighten the stop, and then now we're just out at the break of this. So I wouldn't be surprised if it does break 16. That's $4 south. And you have to take into consideration, you're down 65% from the previous high. So that's a lofty haircut. And with the likes of Netflix as well, too, Shreve, down 35%, I believe, now off of that previous high. I like this. I'm a buy all day. And when we do, I'm telling you guys now.
Tell him, Joey.
I'm telling him now. I didn't see the Jimmy Carter picks for this month. I'm probably not doing so good, courteous to Meta. I was in 3rd place, probably not. But I promise you, Shreve, I promise, I'm going to win it this year. I'm going next year, sorry. I'm going to win it.
What are your Jimmy Carter picks again?
I think it's like, I think I have Apple, Meta, and Bitcoin.
You didn't have Tesla? I thought you got Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla.
But are you holding Tesla in your personal account?
I'm not.
You're not.
I don't think I'm holding. The only one I'm holding is Meta, to be honest with you. Apple not doing me too good. All right, but yeah, listen, Netflix, that's going to be one of my top picks for 2026.
My man. We're going to Adara.
Yeah, Adara, yeah.
Here's Google. I do have a piece of news here I want to let you guys know. Kind of in the ad space, Google just announcing they're going to be introducing comments on certain YouTube Shorts ads. So now you'll be able to comment on ads on certain YouTube Shorts. Interesting stuff here from an advertising perspective for GOOGL. Back to you.
Interesting, interesting. All right, Joey, we're in iRobot. Let's get right to work here. Here we go. We're breaking out on the robot. We got 75s. We just took 92s, posted now at, 90s. We're posting at 95. Let's go ahead and wait north of 5 now. We're going to wait at 505. Let's see if we can get that continuation through 5. It was a failed break of 5 initially. It is a 506 high, and now we are putting in lower highs. So I'm very much alive to the fact that we are still, despite the fact that I caught a bid here, we're still putting in lower highs. I need to be alive to that. I'm also very, very interested in punching into IBIO. I did a quick test trade here for Assassino. That was not a real trade. So what we're looking for here, this current candle has a lower low than the prior candle, which ended up being a bit of a, kind of a doji candle at 1105. I'm talking about the 1105 candle on the 5-minute chart on IBIO. This current candle has a lower high. It's not the end of the story, but it's just something to be alert to. Looks like 3 resistance there. I got to keep my eye certainly on IBIO, but there goes IRBT again, Joseph, into 95s, 25 pennies in the money now. We're looking for 505 next beak wetter. If we get a decisive and a clean break of 5, not the shenanigans we got on that earlier break at 1050, I will add into this position. So let's see what this one has to offer. But I definitely want to be on IBIO as well. Joseph, as of now, it is back above $3. Here we go. We're a couple of shekels south of that area high on the day. There we go. We're involved now. Didn't get a good price. Oh, man. It price spiked up and I didn't get to take anything out. Let's post at 14s. Let's post at 18s. There it is into 12s. No profit takers yet on IBIO. Good strength, though, through 3. Can we get that continuation? 14 showing up. Didn't cross. Can't get the print unless it crosses. But we're going to put some more beak wetters there. At current bar low, by the way, is 287. So we'll be looking to defend into this one should it drop into there. But this candle has now made a new high relative to the prior candle. So the trend is intact, even though it did make a marginally lower low. I'm talking about the 5-minute chart always, guys, right? So that's what we're keeping an eye on right now on IBIO. I want to get some more shareage here if I can in the low 3s, high 2s. So we're going to go ahead and wait at 303. Oh, there it goes, Joey, through that 314 area. There's 316 now showing up. That's a new high a day on IBIO. No continuation, though, into the 20 penny area. Still dealing with these mid-teens. What do you got, brother?
All right, man. Same thing. Just talking with Gore, the outstanding, yeah, man. Not the best of trading, obviously, but that doesn't faze me whatsoever because we'll come back tomorrow. I still have some risk left here. I'm going to save that for the FOMC meeting. I was up at 3:30 this morning, man. This guy, Milo, was just bugging out, so I didn't really sleep too good.
Everything good?
Everything. He's good, man. He's just chaotic sometimes. All right, SMR, this is the names that we're looking at. There goes Ethereum starting to climb higher, breaking through some of these pre-market resistance zones. And then we have Netflix. We'll get back to the 5-minute here, starting to get somewhat of a rebound. Gorb's like, hey, Joe, do you take that 5-minute on the TQs? No, but that is prime time Deion Sanders right there, guys. Ooh. A nice move as you're heading back towards the volume-weighted average price. Indecision print off the lows on Nvidia. I was looking for maybe, I'm not going to say continuation from yesterday, 2 days ago, that is, but nothing that I like from a 5-minute price action standpoint was making me want to get involved with it. Indecision print off of the lows, but not what I was exactly looking for as it's continuing to climb a little bit higher. And then as for Tesla, you're starting to form somewhat of a wedge here. You can see that we have that flat bottom right at 43.79, and then we have these continuous lower highs, guys. So once this is breached, we might have the ability to punch through. So just follow the volume, be patient. Do as I say, not as I do, as they typically, as the saying goes, and wait and hold off your risk if you are looking to play that momentum or any form of strategy leading into the meeting. It's going to be big, and I believe that IBIT's going to pop. I mentioned that I sold some calls. I probably should have been a little bit more patient on that, but that shoulda, coulda, woulda. We could get out and then get right back in if there is any form of a spike and collect a little bit more premium, brother.
IBIO, the breakout is on. It is a 324 high. buy. We have 7s. Let's go. We just took out 20, I think 3. Shout out to Jordan. Now we're posting up at 33s, a third of a dollar. Looking for continuation here on IBIO. Alas, I did not get any dip trades as this one did not come in to 3. New high a day, 3, 26, 27, 28, Joseph, 29. Let's go, bro. We're waiting at the 33 penny area. We're going to wet the beak here. We're going to take off that 33. We're going to move it up. We're going to move it up into the high 30s now. Good continuation here on IBIO. Very strong. That candle, oh my goodness, that candle, that 1110 candle on the 5-minute chart's a big boy. That's this one right there. Into 329, 330, 333. We already took out that one. We can't take it out again. Waiting for the high 30s now on IBIO. Great strength on this one. Let me just make sure I'm not taking out too much too quickly. We're going to cancel that one, Joey, and we're going to take it out a little bit up here, and then we're going to move it up a little bit more, man. We're going to go to 43s now. Let's go back to IBIO. Sorry, IRBT. So I did get a break through 5 there momentarily. I wet the beak at 5, but here we go again. We're rejecting $5 again on IRBT. Down into the mid-80s we go. What I see here is respect for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and I currently see that price now at around 74. My price is 75. We're going to go ahead and say 69 will be my out 469er. I didn't even put a stop on this one. So we're going to give back a few pennies if this one stops us out, but I have to put it south of the volume weighted average, south of the 10 EMA, not where I got in. The market doesn't care about where I got in. If it cares about anything, which sometimes it doesn't, it'll care about the 10 EMA. And so I have to base my out based on the 10 moving average on the 5. Now, here's the deal. If IRBT comes into the 10 EMA, holds the 10 EMA, we're going to add. We're going to add into this position. Let's see what this one does. Did we put 69? Ozan, you needn't ask, my friend. Shout out to Dallas. We'll be down there very soon, Ozan. Greeting you.
You going Dallas soon?
Maybe. I've been saying that for years.
Oh, because you want to catch a boys game.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right. But
maybe in a season where they're doing well.
Yeah, not
be
much.
Nice.
Not much going on in Dallas.
All right, Joes. All right, take your shots, Joe.
Yeah, I'm just being on it. Hey, man, love Chicago. Yeah, thanks, Bills. I appreciate that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you could tell Bills fan. Obviously,
Yeah,
it's the same affliction Neil suffers from, bro. It's like they got decimated in those 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
They're never going to let us live it down. They're going to make fun of us whenever they can. I got to give Neil credit, man. He's a consistent guy.
Hey, man, Bills suck too, man, at the end of the day.
They don't suck, bro.
It's tough to be a Bills fan.
Yeah, the Bills don't suck.
It's tough to be a Sabres fan. This guy.
Oh, he's coming in. You aggravated him now. Now he's coming in.
Listen, it's okay to suck, man. It just sucks to suck.
Oh, boy.
Here's my
Get him, Joe.
Yeah.
Anytime I hear people say it sucks to be a fan of this or that, at the end of the day, it comes down to this. Then you're not actually, it's fine to be a casual. There's nothing wrong with that. I think most people, you're okay being a casual. But if you're a real fan, then that means you love your team. You love your team. You love the city. That's what it's about. So I've never been a fair weather. Like, I was never one of those people. Like, when I started following football, a bunch of my friends were like, oh, they loved Dallas because they were winning. I know guys in my fantasy league that are San Francisco 49er fans because in the 80s they were crazy. And at my age, everyone loved that team. I'm like, okay, that's fine. You ever been to a Niners game? No. You ever lived down there? No. They're just like, oh, I wanted to back a winner. I'm like, that's nice. Have fun with that. I find it's a lot more satisfying to just worry about what you like and be passionate about that. But if you constantly want to love what other people love, like I always want to back the team that's the hottest. I always want to listen to music that's the coolest. I always want to speak and say the words that everybody's into.
Got him, Neil.
That's great. But I don't know very many fulfilled people that think or act that way, personally. And I think it works the same way with, I always bring this back to trading. It works the same thing in trading investing. If you're concerned more about how your trade or your perception of your ability to read the markets is viewed, on the trading floor this would happen or just in general, if you care more about that than whether you're making money or not, that's a problem. It's like in White Man Can't Jump. You want to win or you want to look good. People like to
you're not going to bring up that line, please.
No, I'm just saying. Some people like to look good, and that's what matters to them.
Yeah. No,
Other
that's
people
absolutely
just want to
accurate.
win and could care a rat's you know what about everything else. So as a fan, I care about being a fan. As a trader, do you win? At the end of the day, who cares what anybody thinks?
I appreciate that,
But,
man.
yeah, being a Bills fan, yeah, sometimes it hurts. But I'm a diehard no matter what, and I'm gonna be supporting my team no matter what, everybody.
And I got to say,
Just
Neil is pretty gung-ho when it comes to sports. He's been a long-time season ticket holder, and we know that for the Jays.
Yeah, Jays. I like Jays. I like winning. See, that's the thing. And when you don't.
Joey, I just got to interrupt. IBIO is going on a rampage right now. There it goes into another high a day, 37s, but look at the drop. Oh, my goodness, 337, prior bar low. Prior bar low is 14. This one is on the way to break prior bar low. I got 7s on. If this comes into 3 and holds, I will add into this one. It's far away from the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA ironically is, well, not ironically, but it is below $3. Here we go, coming into prior bar low. This is quite an ugly candle. And the candle prior to that actually closed as a very bullish hammer candle. So I'm not exactly sure how to digest this. So IBIO coming down here. We've got 7s on. If it comes into 3 and holds, I'm gonna add more. I'll flatten out at my level just to take out. I only have 1 beak wetter anyway. I don't even need to take it out, quite frankly. We can just let that one go and come into 3. So IBIO on the way down, and that I don't mind that all that much. But this current candle does have now a lower low and a lower high. I'm not saying it's a reversal candle and the end of the trade here on IBIO, but it's definitely something to be alert to on IBIO. IRBT still hanging out here at above the 10 EMA on the 5. I've got 75s. I'm going to add into this position. Am I going to add? Right, let me just think about this one for a sec. 10 EMA on the 575. I should have been adding. You suck, Sharif. All right, we're going to add here at a worse price, mind you. So we'll put some at 95s and then some at 99s. Seller at 90 on IRBT. Big seller. Can't shake the seller at 90, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. But I have to come back to IBIO now because it is coming back into 3, and I need to be thinking about the ad. Here are the levels. Volume weighted average price, 88s. 10 EMA in the 5, 91. So we're going to be keeping an eye out on that. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, same thing. I'm just looking at Nvidia. It's continuing to recover. There goes the TQs off of that 5-minute print. Beautiful stuff. Held that $55 mark. And then now you're starting to climb above the volume weighted average price. And then, oh, we don't want this. So essentially, but we still have this downtrend. So keep that in mind, guys. If it does reject, until we get a 5-minute print sitting on top, maybe we just chop around a little bit more leading into the 2 o'clock hour. So a lot going on. Other than that, I'm sitting on my hands waiting for a prime time entry. I need the trade to grab me in the face and say, hey, Joseph, take this. And I think the TQs was that, but I'm like, hesitation nation, considering we did take a couple of hits right here, giving a lot of our risk up on the day. So now I have to just be really precise. I'm not going to size down or anything because it just won't make sense. If I put on a winning trade and I'm underweight, then I won't have the ability to gain back that ground. Yesterday, I was almost, I was a little bit lower than where I'm currently sitting at yesterday. Came back, turned the day around green off multiple shorts, just churning shares and having a fun time. But right now, just a steady grind higher. Still negative on Bitcoin, down 0.8% roughly. And then Nvidia down 1.12%. We have Tesla, TSLA up about 0.5%. So TSLA 0.9% as it's now trading above the volume weighted average price. Nice grab right there. 1, 2, third time's a charm. You want to get around 1905s and take that move up higher. So now we just got to be patient and wait for a pullback.
All right, we added into IBIO at 6s. There we go, popping up again into the mid-20s, and there we go. Nice couple of prints there, no continuation though. We're still low 20s, we're not mid-20s over here. Let's wet the beak, looking for a mid-20 print. Where am I posted? I'm waiting at 22s, that should have printed. Here's 22 again, it's not crossing. That's why, okay. Okay, now we get the print, good, good, good. We're waiting now at 28s. We gotta post a little bit more. There's 25, there is 26. Can we get a little bit higher here on IBIO? Great strength on the small cap names today, guys, as the Russell 2000 green again. Oh no, Joey, here we freaking go. Oh, it's pretty, it's so pretty.
It's pretty, it's so pretty. We go with
Boom. Neil was just talking about white man can't jump. Shout out to Sia. I didn't even know you came. What's going on, girl? All right, here we go. We're doing real well on this trade. We're looking for continuation. 337 hot on IBIO. Looking for more continuation, though, on IRBT. We did add here at 87. It's got the beak wet at 96, but there's no continuation yet above 5. But I see a prolonged area of consolidation south of 5. So I'm not saying this is going to be a flat top breakout, but it makes it more likely that it may be a flat top breakout. So we're going to look to take some profit takers in anticipation of a 5 break. There's a 98 print there, which means we'll cancel the print above that. Pardon me. There we go, and then we'll put that a little bit higher. There's 98s. Can it cross? It can't cross, Joey. So we're not getting the print quite yet. 98 showing up again. There's a seller at 98. Why are they always sellers at the areas where I'm posting? A little unusual there, Joey.
Front run that.
Front run that bad boy.
Front run that.
From 98 to 88. Here we go again. So dipping back in. I'm not going to add any more here. How we doing on the IBIO trade? Still hanging out at the $0.25, but this current candle, yet another lower high. Be careful, guys, on IBIO. Even though it did get an aggressive buy up on the prior candle, it's 3 lower highs in a row now on this bad boy. We got to be careful here. What do you got?
Yeah, let's run through our scanner here, guys, and see what we got going on for some of the top volume names. And at the top of its class, we have Nvidia, guys, with 53.1 million shares traded. Warner Brothers Discovery with 36 million shares traded so far today, but trading within a range. So you can see that's about a 20-cent range right there, guys. INTC taking a nosedive out of the open here, guys, and now continuing its climb higher, looking to recover all of those losses from earlier in the day. Now, as for Palantir, some good stuff. Katina Man was trading this indecision print off of those lows. Way to pick that out. It's just going where the volume is and with the catalyst as well. So that's some big time stuff. 187.24 here on the intraday price action. How far are we up? Wow, what a run this name has been. 222 is that previous high. We're still down 16% in this name. So a lot rocking and rolling there. Indecision print on the, what is this, the 1 minute on Tesla? Dare we take it? Let's find out. I gotta, excuse me, I gotta confirm this. All right, it's been confirmed. Let's get involved, man. What?
I gotta confirm. It's been confirmed.
Yeah,
my man.
That's all it takes.
My
brother.
man.
That's all it takes, my boy. Let's get involved in this. If it comes back into the range, then it's going to be spaghetti-o, and that's not what we want to see here. So we'll hop over to TSLL.
All right, guys, I want to shout out Casey, obviously 526. That goes without saying. It should be an automatic shout out for her every day. But she's talking about VELO. Not one that I had on my scanners case, but let's take a gander. Okay, I like it. I already like it. Breakout yesterday in the aftermarket. Beautiful breakout in the aftermarket where we know there are no halt parameters. So these small cap gappers, they tend to have their best time. That's not a hard and fast rule, but they tend to have their best time either in the pre-market or in the aftermarket as a result, of course, of there being no volatility halt parameters. But VELO into the day high, 876, I believe. Let's throw in the ticker so everybody can follow along. And we're probably going to have to put this on the side chart case because this looks real good. Real good, by the way. I love
Bro.
What you want, bro?
No, I'm laughing
man?
at Grant because he's like, yeah, I'm saying I'm saving risk for FOMC 5 minutes later. Oh, I'm long Tesla. I know, man.
All right.
But it's how it goes, man.
Hey, that's just the way trading is, man.
Exactly.
You know, you love life, then you hate life the next second, brother. But VELO, Casey, this is a fantastic breakout, and now we are above those previous area highs. Even the implied balance high, that 930 pop that got into 850 has been decimated. Up into the high we go. The high, of course, is 886. We're up 34%. We're going to put this on the side chart over here, VELO, so that we can take a gander at that. So I'm going to have to set up a little bit better on this case because I'm not going to be punching in at the day's high. But, I mean, it just keeps going up. $8.90. Here comes $9. I'm not going to punch in. $8.95 now, Joey. The breakout is on VELO. I'm going to have to wait for an 8.5 to 8.25 retracement to test that previous area of resistance as my entry. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, then so be it. I also want to bring it to your attention. What's it called? What do they call those? An IPO on the Amex network. which I don't like, but it is. This is the ticker, JMG. I have no information about it other than its price and market cap and what percentage it's up on the day. It was halting multiple times to the upside, multiple times to the downside. It is now trading at around 550, where the volume weighted average price is about 575. JMG on the MX network. Shout out to Yannick. I believe he is the one that alerted me to this one. I didn't know about this one either. And I don't really have much. Let me just see if I can. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so it's a is it a Hong Kong-based company? Hong Kong headquartered sourcing and wholesale solutions provided for a wide array of consumer products. They announced pricing of initial public offering, 3.7.5 million ordinary shares at public got $4 a share. It opened up, I believe, I want to say $4.49, so it opened up a bit higher. They're going to raise about $15 million but before removing some of the costs of the IPO. So that is JMG. Assassino, I know we're going to go to Adair.
Let's talk about crypto here, and I have to talk about a crypto name making its debut in the market via a de-SPAC, or I guess a business combination here with Cantor Equity Partners. That was CEP. Now they're XXI. Again, this is 21 Capital. This is apparently viewed as a rival to Strategy or MicroStrategy. So this name now trading, as you can see, this is a very underwhelming debut. Not a lot of day trade action in the stock, but either way, XXI makes its debut. One interesting catalyst here in the crypto space. Now let's talk about Bitcoin, because from a technical perspective, BTC is getting kind of spicy. We actually broke out of last week's area of resistance going back to last Wednesday, that the high there being around 94.2. We make a high here, 94.6, so surpassing that level. Actually, it's the highest level that we've been at for BTC. That was as of yesterday, because later yesterday. Highest level for BTC since mid-November, already kind of pulling back. Now let's see if we're able to kind of get above and stay above that 94.5 level, because that is routinely showing up as of late as an area of resistance for BTC. Still, though, these higher lows here on the daily. And keep in mind, BTC and the whole market absolutely going to be on watch at 2 p.m. Eastern when we get that FOMC decision. We are expecting that 25 basis point cut. But either way, I'll be here with you guys at 2 p.m. to deliver that update. Now, before we send you back to Sharif and Joe for more trading action, I'm going to take a moment to thank our friends at AIML. Your heart will beat 100,000 times today, and every beat is a data point. AIML Innovations, trading on the CSE as AIML and the OTQCB as AIMLF, they turn that data into potentially life-saving insights with max yield. An AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. Their mission? To revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML.health and follow AIML_Innova on X. Back to you.
Joey, this one, what's it called?
What's it?
BBGI. BBGI halted down after making another new high of day 1540. Now high of day halted down 1311. Look, it's still holding trend though, ironically enough. Let's look at the black charts over here, get a little bit more of a detailed view. This is BBGI. Every dash you see right there on the 5-minute will mean it halted. So if you see 2 dashes on my black charts, that means a 10-minute halt. Each dash represents 1 5-minute halt there. That's how they're denoted on my chart. Anyway, what I mean to show you is this dash right there, right at the 1125. That is a halt up level, and that is 1264 or whatever, 12 mid-60s. Funny enough, this one did hold that level by testing it, dropping down into 1279. And we're talking about, you know, very, very little difference here between a stock that's moving dollars at a time and saying 64 to 70 to 79. That is essentially coming back into the level. And so if you're going to base your trade off a previous halt level as an area of support, you probably should look to front run it. By how much? It's going to really be up to you. I always do that because I know I'm looking at it, and there's going to be other people, much better traders, looking at it, and they're going to be front running it, and it gets to be a crowded trade at the level. So you may be you may be lower in priority than people sitting at that level. So what I try to do is I try to stack the deck and take it a little bit higher. Obviously, that comes with some risk, meaning if it goes against me, I'm in at a higher price with a bigger loss. So 1540, high a day. It's holding trend. It's putting on higher highs and higher lows. It's well above the 10 EMA on the 5. So BBGI, for those who love these type of, multiple halters and they can stomach them. I know Casey 526 loves it. She was an Afrojack, I think yesterday, multiple times for Monster winners. She's been doing this a long time. So make sure you are, using sound risk management skills if you're going to get into these multiple halters. VELO, another KC 526 special, coming down a little bit, lower high on this current candle, but not a lower low. I'm going to be waiting for an 8.5, 8.25 retracement, and we kind of got it. Did we? No, we didn't get it at all. We got 860 was the lowest there. So I'm going to be waiting for a bit of a deeper retracement here on VELO, but I'm quite interested in getting in another multiple day runner. We've been saying that a lot about these small cap gappers, which I like because it's not the best type of trade to get in, on a stock that's up 100% intraday, and then when you look at it on the daily chart, the body is like this big and the wicks are like that big. I mean, it doesn't help anybody in that case. So I'm going to be looking for continuation plays more as of late because, they've been showing up. So that's my thinking there, Joey.
I like it. I like that type of thinking, brother. All right, come on. You can do it, Tesla. Break the volume-weighted average price, a nice low consolidation around the lows, holding on some support levels. Hey, man, we entered that. It was instantly OTM, so we went oppo against us, but now we're starting to get a slight recovery. If we can break 1930s, then we're going to get rocking and rolling on this trade. So let's go, Tesla. We need this big-time move. Give us some more breathing room, and then I'm ready. Oh, yes, let's go. A nice volume spike right there, Sharif. 1922, still slightly OTM, but that's all right. We don't mind at all. What's Hangry Wife saying, Sharif? Netflix.
Asking about that.
Okay, all right. There it goes. NFLX, guys. A nice downtrend, some weak price action. Talking about this earlier. You're still down substantially. I like this name. The cheaper it gets, the more I want to buy it, to be honest with you. You got to take into consideration at that split. If it was $1,000, you're now down to essentially $700 in this name. I know it was a little bit more. It was like $1,300 or whatever it may be. So there it is, guys. 29.5% to the downside. And when you have these big boys, there's big aspirations here for Netflix. They want to be the next company to hit that $1 trillion club, the exclusive club, that is correct. And I think they have the ability to do so. It's just going to create them a streaming giant. You have so many, different channels. What happened?
Ram was giving me the evil eye, bro. I didn't understand what I did, man.
Oh, yeah, because she sat in a lot of traffic yesterday.
Oh, it's not my fault.
Yeah, but you got to blame somebody at the end of the day. You have HBO, you have the Game of Thrones, you have Euphoria, and all these other big time names that I think they're going to put some spin-offs and give that little Netflix touch, guys. So I like what we got going on. But it seems that we have put in a lower high here on TSLL. Tesla's still slightly positive on the session, only 0.25%. This is going to be up 0.5%. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on it. If we can break this previous pivot high, off to the races we can go. But yeah, it's most definitely been choppy. And someone said this earlier this week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are probably going to be choppy until FOMC. And you are 110% right. Adair, what do you have for us?
What I have here is a bit of an update from Amazon. I heard a little bit about this earlier today as well, but I just want to let you guys know, if you weren't aware, Amazon announcing that they've reached an agreement with the Italian tax collection agency. They also, though, and I think this is kind of key here, said that the unpredictable regulatory environments, disproportionate penalties, and protracted legal proceedings are increasingly affecting Italy's attractiveness as an investment destination. So more kind of U.S. companies versus Europe, a little bit here with this narrative, as Amazon reaches that agreement with the Italian tax collection agency. Back to you.
Oh, no, Joey, there goes IBIO. I didn't trade this one wrong. I just ran out of shares. What I did wrong was not add into the 10 EMA. A 4-candle pullback and a rocket ship, man. 360, 364. Look at the strength. 369, 37. Joseph, what the hell is happening here? This is aggressive. This is very aggressive on IBIO. Rocket ship central. My goodness, dude. It was just at $3 at 382 high. Someone got squeezed out, or there was a monster buy order that just came in there. What a move up on IPIO. Very, very aggressive. Look for a retracement. Breakout level, I want to say, guys, is 3 1/3. Be on the lookout for a 3 1/3 pullback here on IBIO. Here comes 3 1/2. That's the strength of this one. Look, it's not just people getting short, it's people taking profits, which causes this one to drop. This is normal price action here because it was a rocket ship up. There's people that are holding. Everyone's going to want to ring the profit bell. So let's watch what this one does at 3 1/3. Here comes 350. It's holding the 50 penny area. If it holds 50 pennies, then so be it. We'll base our trade off 50 pennies as a key area of technical support, but I'm very much interested in working back into this. I didn't know if it was going to be this strong. Geez Louise. Separately, I want to let you guys know that that IPO on the Amex JMG halted up again, up 82.5%, 730 halt. We're going to have to fly blind here on JMG because it is an Amex stock, so we will not have the tap, the theoretical auction price on this one. So be careful always. I'm always by default suspicious of anything trading on the Amex, okay? Especially if they're halting. Even though the same applies to New York, you can't see the tap on the New York. I get it. The New York, in my opinion, a little bit more of a reputable exchange. So we'll just leave it at that, okay? And that's what I'm looking at right now. IBIO coming back in to that 3 1/3. This is the breakout level, Joe. Are we going to get some here? We're going to give this one a try, man. 337, 36. It keeps dropping. Should we chase this one? What do I do? Do I get in, give it to the $0.25? How do I trade this one? The breakout level to me is glaring. It's 3 1/3. Whether or not it holds a different story. We're in. Let's see what this one does. We're in at 42s. Let's put in some profit takers for a possible price spike up. But we also have to account for moves down. What am I going to do if it goes against me? Well, I think 3 1/4 is going to be my line in the sand. So we're going to go ahead and throw in that in right now so that we don't have any subjectivity in the decision-making process. So we're throwing that stop in, come what may. Let's see if this one wants to pop up off 42. There's a seller at 42, funny enough, where I got in. I don't know why that always happens. But IBIO, very strong. Don't want to see it go against me. There's 45 now. Can we get continuation into the $0.50? It looks like people are still taking profits here and or short selling below the $0.50 now that it's given it up. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I'm also interested, as I mentioned, in VELO. So this one's finding a bit of a base, 350. I'm going to punch into this one too, Joey. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing. I'm going to hop out of Tesla here momentarily. I don't think it's going to go anytime soon. It's just been consolidating throughout the intraday session. So we're just going to get out when we're supposed to, leave ourselves some risk leading into FOMC. I told you it's already relatively tight. So once we crack this 1915 level in TSLA, I'm gone. So I'm at a dodge. And then I'm not going to say that I'm not going to trade it. If I do see something, then I will take it. But the market is relatively weak right now. Rejecting the downtrend is the TQs. Guys, you can see you get a move up into it. Downtrend still fully intact. And then sure enough, you're starting to reject that level right now. So keep an eye out on that. Nvidia curling over, guys. A nice small breath, but immediately turning back south side right there. South side on Nvidia. And watch out, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I think we're going to be able to get this name at a little bit better of a price. This is a shelf right here. If this shelf breaks, it's just start grabbing it hand over fist, essentially, in my opinion, that is. So once that 172 level breaks, I understand that that's $10 away from now, but look at the strength within this price action. I like what Brian Shannon was saying the other day. You can just tell when a stock's moving on fumes, and I think this is essentially what it is right here. There's no relative strength within the PA when we see in other days. So a lot of wiki-type price action, and then sure enough, the strength might come into the downside. Shoulder one, head. Shoulder two currently being formed. All right, I got to get out of this Tesla trade. Boom, and hit my stop. Oh, wow, what a horrible fill. All right, that's disastrous. Yeah, so there it is, guys. We're out of TSLL. Not much risk left now after that point, considering we want to move a little bit lower. Shreve, Netflix moving lower. Google not doing too much either. No continuation from yesterday's PA. I don't know what's going on with that, but hey, it is what it is, brother.
All right, man. Yeah, Netflix bleeding its own blood, continuing to bleed. Look, you know, I was a little bearish on this name, and I'm not short. I'm not going to pretend like I'm making money on this trade. I'm not, but I was a little bearish on the name, and I was having a conversation with my cousin. He was trying to convince me to punch into the name. I told him, not with your money. And we're gonna get into Netflix eventually, but just not at the moment. Not at the moment. It's still not looking real good. Two trades on right now, guys, both in precarious situations. IBIO, we're in at 42. It's showing me 36. So I don't know how I feel about this when we're giving it to the $0.25. I also worked into VELO. I'm going to give this one very tight risk, south of the $0.50. It's going to have to hold the $0.50. Otherwise, I'm out. I'll get back in if it holds support at the 10 EMA, which is currently showing me 836. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. We're going to give back some here on IBIO, sadly, as this one does look like it's going to breach the $0.25. It lost support. I had support at 340. Unless this gets bought up quite aggressively, then we will be out of the money on this one. So we'll see what this one does. IBIO, the ticker I'm talking about there. Keeping an eye here on, oh, we just got stopped out of VELO. So that'll be the first loser on the day for me. We'll look to do a little bit better. VELO still tradable here into the 8 1/3 to 8 1/4. Let's set up some beak wetter or some dip trades at those levels. We're going to go 8 1/3, and then we'll also have another dip trade at 8 1/4 for the possible breakout there. Back to IBIO. How we doing? We're still holding 8 1/3. So, all right, how many minutes do we have left? Okay, so we just opened up a new candle. Let's see if this one makes a lower low. The low of this candle, 827. We're showing 833. Let's see if we can get in maybe a little bit more here to get a better cost basis. Okay, good ad. Now we've got 39s on. Let's see if this one wants to pump back up or lose the $0.25. It does look like it will lose the $0.25 though. So no continuation right now, at least for the moment on IBIO. VELO stopped me out, and now it's going to take off again. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. That's crazy. All right, keeping an eye on this one. Let's this one trigger into 8 1/3, and then we're going to put another dip trade at 8 1/4. All right. Sweat a little bit here. I do apologize. Just give me a second. There we go. All right. We set up good on that one. How are we doing with the halt? JMG, that's the one I'm talking about there. We're open. Okay, so high, 7 1/3 high right now. We're dipping down into 690. Let's see if this one can get above 7.5. If it can get above 7.5, that will be above a prior halt level of 7 1/3, an up halt level, mind you. All right, I think I might got triggered on some orders here on VELO. Good dip trade there. Okay, so we did get the bottom wick there. On VELO, we have 33s, and now it's showing 47s. So good move up on VELO. Let's see if we can take some profits here in the low 40s. We'll throw that on there, and we'll get it immediately. Okay, good. Making some money back on this one. Let's throw some other profit takers to the high side. I'm going to leave my 8 1/4 dip trade still active on this one in case it does come back into the level. Yeah, so that's what I've got on right now. Joey, what's your look over there?
Yeah, I'm just chilling, man. We're going to crack this cranberry juice right here, get a substantial amount of sugar in the bloodstream. But that's all right, guys. Yeah, we took that loss here on TSLA. I mean, it's not bad at the end of the day. It's small loss. Sticking to the stop is what's really important. Just keep yourself in the game. Papa Powell we got that cut. So make sure you guys get those votes in there. IBIT. This is where the game plan didn't really go right there. Looking for the continuation on yesterday's price action. Right out of the gate, boom, 10-cent stops, boom, boom, boom. This one is where I really, really went wrong. Not only was it my 4th attempt, and I tried to stick to the 3 strikeout rule, but you have to keep in mind, look how tight they are, and you can go with all 3 of these entries, right? So we talk about winning trades. Let's talk about how we can improve from our losers. I'm going to tell you the first thing where I went wrong. I didn't give it the low a day. I was more worried about getting in full size and pushing as many shares as I could than correlating my stop loss with the right place. All right, so you should be south of 51.95 and a little bit less size. I'm like, no, let's go boom. We're going pedal to the metal on this one here. I was going to say something else, but that would have been inappropriate if we wanted to do that. So essentially, what we got going on, stop, and then I'm in this game. Like, I get a nice little move up here, boom. We take some off. All right, we got a winner in our back pocket. Sure enough, I would take another attempt right there, and then boom, we would have caught that whole move. But it is what it is. You know how it is. I bounce back. I'm not going to say, call me the comeback kid, but we're not going to go that far. But hey,
I'll call you the comeback kid, bro.
Yeah, because it happens a lot. It happens more often than not, to be honest with you. But it's really, really tight here on risk. So I need a couple of small winners to put in the back pocket, and then we could just boom, full throttle, and find that A1 setup. Especially after this meeting here, guys. But Tesla's starting to bounce off some support levels. I'm not going to be taking a stab at that just yet. The TQs did reject that downtrend line, now heading right back into it. And Google forming this double top almost here, guys. Not quite, but relatively close if we want to eliminate some of these wicks. And then now you're heading towards the neckline. Watch out for some more continuous selling in goggles. Look at it from a daily. We're still holding up super strong on that one, man. Super fly.
Ram, what's going on, right?
Super fly, man.
Ram's like causing ruckus in the chat. I'm not copying her outfit. I didn't even know she was wearing that. What's going on over there, Ram? Show everybody your vest, Ram. Come on camera. Because they were trolling Joey about his vest. Now you've got one on like 3 times the size.
I don't know if they were trolling me. I think there was more love in the chat for the vest than there.
Dude, can I say something to you? You know what I saw on Facebook Marketplace literally the day after?
Vest?
A heated vest.
Yeah.
Because remember, everyone kept saying it was a heated vest. I actually saw a heated vest. I was like,
I don't know what's so. I don't understand. I can't.
There's
wrap my
nothing
head
funny
around it.
about it.
No,
to me.
I can't.
But
wrap
the
my head
chat loved it.
Like, why wouldn't you want to be nice, warm, and cozy? This is how it is in Toronto. You want to wear the sweatpants as soon as you get home. You want to have the heated vest and everything. That's when I'm at my best, brother. In the warmth.
I like it. I like it. We know your affinity for the humidity and like the 40-degree temperature.
I love it.
Yeah, I know you do. I can't stand that kind of temperature, but bro, I run hot all the time, so I cannot deal with that. All right, guys, here's the deal. VELO treating me well after treating me poorly. Holding up here with a bottoming tail candle through the 10 EMA, and we do have bottom wick on that. Alas, we only got one dip trade filled. The second one went unfilled, so let's see how this bad boy does. I also weaseled into KITT. KITT. I feel like this one could be flat top break candidate here. I just got through 20. It had been rejecting at 19s. I'm waiting at 21s. KITT feels like it's holding above VWAP, but with lower highs. But it did have like this sort of flat top break characteristic that I found interesting. So we're going to take a moment off right now. We're going to send you to Adara at the big desk.
To keep you guys posted, GOOGL here is some EU news. I'm seeing reports that the company's going to be facing an EU fine in early 2026 over its Google Play rules, which apparently breached EU. So again, Google Play breaches set to be punished here with a fine, according to from GOOGL. Again, I'm just seeing these reports, so keep an eye on Google here. Back to you.
Comments in the chat are fantastic. Mac Wilder, hawkish tones on the vest.
Crazy.
And then always cheese yours live. Cheese yours lives? I don't know, man. Ha ha ha, just Joey's vest drama. Yes, I do like the vest drama from last week. It was funny.
Let me tell you a quick backstory.
Tell him, Joey.
All right, so I was probably about 7 or 8 years old, and my older cousin, we were over at his place for Christmas. Anyways, him and his friends go out for Boxing Day. They were teenagers at the time, probably late teens.
Okay.
And I wanted to go. I couldn't go. I wasn't allowed to go. But anyways, my cousin Johnny comes home, and he's like, look at this vest that I got and everything. So I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty cool vest.
All
and
right.
then after that, it kind of just stuck in the back of my mind, and I like vests.
You like vests?
Yeah.
Do you remember the Eddie Bauer vest, or is that like before your time?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't remember those vests?
No,
do you guys remember in the chat the Eddie Bauer vest, like in the late 90s, early 2000s? Neil, help me out, man. We're of the same, cohort. I know you don't have to mic up, but do you remember the Eddie Bauer vests? Yes, okay, so Neil gave me the nod. All right, so I don't feel that
Look at
alone
Ethereum go here, though.
Go ahead.
Ethereum.
I like it.
Yeah,
Ethereum
Ethereum up to 25.50 ETH, guys, a big time move. Let's take a look at the daily. Boom, same thing that we've seen in the Bitcoin price action here, guys. So not too bad of a look. 21 bucks. Now you're up to 25 and a half. So solid recovery, and there goes the TQ.
There it goes, Joey.
Right back through this downtrend. It has cracked. You got a 5-minute print above it. Watch for this name to continue to climb higher. Gorev, trust me, this is paining me to watch the TQs climb higher on this beautiful print right here. That would have been an amazing risk-to-reward ratio, but
tell him, Joey.
That's what if history, Sharif, and we don't play that around here, brother.
Tony says, I'm crazy. I like it, Tony. All right, guys, I'm loving the comments there about the vest. So you guys all remember the Eddie Bauer vest. Funny story. I'm going to have to wear this now that I talked about it. I still have one. I worked at Eddie Bauer during the Christmas season as a temp in grade 12th grade for Americans.
What is it? Pull up a picture. Let's see what this thing looks like.
They don't even call it 12th grade. They call it seniors, right?
Seniors,
like high school senior. Anyway, Joey, it's black and beige on the bottom, and I swear not to you.
Two-tone.
3-4 years ago, I want to say around maybe like towards the end of COVID, they started bringing that back in style.
yeah,
so I was like, all right, I got vintage
you
right
got
here,
vintage.
my guy. That's from like 99, so I'm gonna have to wear that. And then Melt here on the floor.
Yeah, you get warm in that for sure.
Immediately warm.
Cranberry juice.
iRobot breaking out, guys. There is the $5 reclaim and a decided new high, 518 high now on the roboted one. Move up into 46. Here comes 520. The breakout is on right now on iRobot, and that usually means IBIO going a different way. So I'm a little bit out of the money on this one. We're going to have to be careful with this one, but we're making it up on VELO, multiple prints into the 60s. We've got 33s on VELO, nicely in the money on that one. Likewise with my friend Kit. We took the flat top breakout on this one, and it is paying, and we have much more share size on Kit because of the price, so we'll be able to take multiple beak wetters. So the only one really hurting me at the moment is IBIO. After treating me well, man, it is not treating me well right now. Joseph dropping down, but still holding the 10 EMA on the 5, but no rocket ship to the move up here. I was hoping for maybe a 50 penny move. Well, looks like we're not getting it, so packing the patience there.
All right, man, good stuff. Big time move in Ethereum. We were just talking about that, but if we get any more selling pressure, it could be a potential short here. So you want to wait. Oh, okay, that 5-minute candle just changed right now. So if you ask me, this isn't enough selling pressure in order to potentially take the short. And if you look at the lower time frames, so you just get a little bit more detail within the price action. Not much saying that we're going to turn around, so it might be a steady grind. Are you hot?
I'm so hot.
The turtleneck is way warm. Yeah, it's a warm choice for sure.
I saw the snow this morning. I'm like, no, bro.
Oh no, yeah. I was having no part of that. Anyways, crazy stuff. But Meta guys starting to get a recovery. You're back up to 653 here in META and company. See what the daily's telling us. Is a good pullback. I like this. Steady volume starting to slow down as well, too. So I think there's a good chance that the volume will pick up. We punch through some of these levels. This is the continuous, so we'll leave that. We did touch that gap, or not quite, almost at 682. And rejected that. Figured that was going to happen. We load the boat right here. I think I bought a little bit more at 656s or something along those lines, and I'm going to add more into this. And this is a long term, so I'm holding a steady amount for the foreseeable future in META. And the same with Netflix as it's starting to rebound as well too, Sharif.
All right, I'm just trying to punch here. I don't know why it's blocking my orders, Joe.
Louder.
What's going on? I don't understand.
Punch it. Louder.
No, it's blocking my orders.
What's it
What
saying?
the hell? I'm going to have to look. Trader has potential wash trades?
What?
I'm doing wash trades, Brendo. I mean, I didn't know I was doing it. What the hell's going on? Potential wash trades.
My boy.
I'm not cheating, man. You're watching me trade live in living color.
I know.
Hey, man.
I know.
I'm wash trading. Yeah, I didn't even know. I didn't even know.
Awfully suspicious.
No, man. Give me my damn fills, man. There we go. There we got the fills.
You're not washing anymore, man.
Yeah, I was like, wash trades? Crazy. What's happening here? Cooked, says M. Stone. Hopefully I'm not cooked, man. But there we go. We got a bit of a better price here on IBIO as it still holds a 10 EMA on the 5 and has been, in fact, holding. But we had a bamboozling candle, the one that closed at 1150, because that one has a higher low and a higher high and a lower low relative to the prior candle. This candle is also basically stuck in the middle. Nothing doing right now, but still holding above the 10 EMA on the 5 and very much in that consolidative 3 1/4, 3 1/3 state. Let's see how this one ends up doing. We got 30s on right now. And that is exactly the price. So let's go ahead, and put some profit takers to the high side over here in case this one really gets going. We'll get some prints on this bad boy. What else we got? We got Kit going on. Any more prints on Kit? We're still knocking on the door of 22s. There is size at 22s. I posted at every penny, basically, on KITT. IRBT, let's not forget about that one because it's coming back into that $5 area. And to me, $5 is the breakout area. So if it holds 5, I'm going to get into this one. 520 is the high of the day. So if it holds on to that $5, I think that this could be a good dip trade. Below that area, though, I should let you know the 10 EMA on the 5 is a little bit below 5. It's around 490 or so. So let's keep an eye out on that. And BBGI also, guys, halted up again. 1796 high a day. That is the high. So it is halted at the day high right now. BBGI a monster mover on the day. Let's see what that one ends up doing, Joe.
All right, man. Good stuff, brother. All right, you know what time it is, guys. Actually, we probably don't know what time it is, but I'm going to let you guys know what time it is. Boom, right
Let
there.
them know, Joey.
Yeah, we got to let them know, man. I already told you guys what's going on here. Today is the 10th, yeah, so a couple days ago, performing relatively well, guys. Some nice moves here on the TQs. I thought we'd pick something up this morning, but that doesn't seem to be the case. And what I'm referring to here, guys, is going to be this specific candle. I can't show you this one, though. That's the cash money right there. Got to keep that on the DL. I thought I would have picked that up, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We'll head back over to this previous entry, hitting that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. You take a small loss right there, another half decent W right here, guys, in earlier November. So again, not the most active algo, right? It's not the most active, but what it is, over an extended period of time, it's extremely, I'm not even just saying it because it's mine, it's highly profitable.
Highly.
So when I ran it through a year, there wasn't very many stocks that were red. You may have a red month here and there, but other than that, this thing performs outstandingly. So shout out to this one here, just getting absolutely obliterated on the TQs. Never performed well. Hood, typically pretty good here, guys, but some continuous selling November 3rd to December 10th. Disastrous, I guess. Oh, okay, that's not bad. November 24th. We'll take that big W right here where we're in approximately right there, so not too bad. You can see that it's almost, but these 3 losses still outweigh this, or sorry, don't outweigh this one win right here, and then you have another big one here in the earlier months of November. We'll head over to that and see what we got going on, picking up exactly what we want. So that is your 2-minute algo rundown, guys.
All right.
Good stuff there. Yeah, other than that, Sharif, still choppy stuff. Tesla hasn't really done anything, trading within a couple dollar range. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Damn. Hit it.
Okay, what are my arms doing? This is what I was asking in the chat yesterday.
But you turn
Bro,
it-
you are driving.
And then
you are
you're-
driving.
and then you're
Look,
driving.
my
And then
hands
look,
are chilling.
hold on,
and then
hold on.
all of a sudden I'm driving.
And then you're driving, so
and then
you're
all of
getting
a
ready.
sudden, ciao bello.
Yeah, you're turning. What? Hey,
Yes,
man.
of course, we saw the girl. So the car morphed to
Of course we saw it. Of course we
right?
saw it.
And it went right back. It went from an older model or newer model, Assassino, one more time,
more
brother,
time,
please.
man.
A newer model, Topolino.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it morphed into a 60s model.
Hey, man.
That's
It is what it
fantastic.
is. I say we could fit 4 in there, no problem. There's no issues with it.
Oh,
There's no issues
man.
with that.
All right, guys, we're going to take a pause for a second. We're going to go up to Adara for happening now. Then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
Yeah, there's a lot happening here today in this market. And of course, the biggest thing happening is going to be Fed Chair Powell at 2:30 p.m. Immediately after we get that 2 p.m. rate decision. Now, again, because this rate cut is more or less set in stone, we are expecting, the majority of participants are expecting that 25 basis point cut. The biggest thing here in terms of maybe variables is going to be, what does Fed Chair Jerome Powell say during that press conference at 2:30? That's going to be what we're watching out for, I would say, above all else. Market right now trying to break out a little bit here, making some higher lows and a bit of a flat top here. So let's see if we can break above that 624 area, which has served as resistance so far this morning. I also just saw a piece of news here in Twilio. Keep an eye on TWLO. LA Kings announcing a multi-year partnership with TWLO. Now, another stock that's been on watch today is Nvidia. Nvidia, of course, earlier this week, U.S. President Donald Trump announces that the company can send its H200 chips to China. But now there's some debate over which companies want them, and will China really be encouraging this still either way? Lots of earnings on watch as well. GME and CBRL reported after the bell yesterday. Chewy reported this morning, and Oracle is on deck to report after the bell. This is going to be their first earnings report under their new co-CEO system with Clay Magourik and Mike Cecilia. Taking the reins, Safra Katz was CEO under their last report, which also featured their massive cloud infrastructure guidance through fiscal 2030. So let's see if we get any updates on that. Keep in mind, even though they did gap up with strong guidance, they actually had a double miss last quarter. Before we send you over to Neil at his lesson of the day, we will take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Origenics, OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today and schedule your listening ears for Neil's lesson. Neil, give the people that lesson.
I will, Adara. But I have to at least comment on that awesome and unbelievable video. And thank you to, I'm assuming, Remain for putting that together. And the best thing about it, I think, is like, it's AI generated, but it's just so believable. It's just, like, I can picture Sharif and Joe enjoying a cruise in that vehicle. It seems to fit you guys so well. When it comes to, what, you don't think it does? I'm just saying, they look like they're enjoying themselves. I mean, it looks a little cramped in there, but that's to each their own. I would wonder how you would fare if you got into an accident. Probably not that well, let's be real, for sure. Oh, that's hilarious, Trader Forever. I just saw that as well. It's a perfectly framed shot. Both on either side. It's like one can tell me all of like maybe like this is what you should do, and you should stay disciplined in all of your trading. On the other end, no, YOLO, every single trade. It'd be like the devil and the angel on either side. Well, the devil oftentimes will tell you in your trading that what you're doing is right. Keep doing it. You should short every single pop in Intel. It doesn't matter that it's on an uptrend. You're right and the market's wrong. So just keep doing what you're doing because you're the best. And the angel on the other side will be telling you, it's in an upward trend, fool. Stop shorting it. Oh, I mean, something along those lines. The angel's probably not going to call you a fool because angels are nice in general. But I think that's as simplistic an idea as possible. Like, you can have whatever plan that you would like, but I want to know, like, did I want to short the first available pop on Intel? Yes. Did I want to short back into this prior low? Yes. Did I want to stay shorting Intel, kind of like yesterday? Like, it made one, and then higher, and then lower highs all the way through, and then VWAP, and you just, no matter how many times you shorted the pops, you were working on trend, and eventually, for whatever, I still don't know why, at 3:30 it caught that bid, but whatever, until 3:30, it was an all-day short, every single pop, and every one is a lower high, and you're good to go. Just because that worked all day long yesterday, and it was a good stock, doesn't mean that you gotta try to do it today. Now, ultimately, let's be real for a second. If I reshorted here and here and here, and just keep covering most of it at VWAP, like, I'm probably getting away with it. I'll probably get blown out there. You're probably going to get stopped out pretty heavily there. And if you try to pick some tops, if I pick this low, I could have been in it for another reversion. You could. I'm not saying that that's necessarily, maybe that's someone's trading style. But you need to be so perfect to a degree that, quite frankly, I just have, in like 20-something years, I've never seen anybody ever that is good enough to fight the trend all day long. And the only way that you usually make it work is if you just, hopefully your last trade is your biggest one kind of deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you just keep doing it, it's like, okay, fine. Like, the last one, I have the most shares on in the last one, or I hold the last trade for the longest amount, like that kind of a thing. You need to be so perfect to thread that needle. Or you can just get away with it. It made a higher low here. It's a wipeout bottom. Think about it. It made a higher low. That's step one that I don't like about this. So boom, wipeout bottom on volume, one higher low, second higher low holding VWAP. Why am I shorting it? It's an uptrend. The second thing that it's got against it is look at this on a 15-minute chart. All of a sudden, here, sometimes I actually don't like our executions being on here, so I'm just gonna get rid of them for a quick second, just so you can see. What does this look like on a 15-minute chart? See that resistance level? Like where I was shorting it to on the first original pop. After this candle closes green on a 15-minute, that looked bullish or bearish to you. Once that candle closes green, you now have a wipeout bottom through that resistance level on huge volume and a potential reversal going on. So now I have a couple of really strong reasons telling me that, hey, I don't have to be long, but I can certainly stop shorting this stock and move on to something else. That's a lot of times what trading is going to end up being about. It can just be you have an idea, get away from that idea. Just because I liked Intel short doesn't mean I'm trying to short at every single point all day long while it trends to the upside. If you're doing that, you might get away with it a time or two, but in the long haul, it's probably going to bite you on the butt. So always listen to the angel on your shoulder, which is telling you to be disciplined. Listen to what the market is trying to tell you. Just because you liked something or it worked the day before, or maybe it was a good stock, or maybe you typically have a good read on it, doesn't mean you should ignore the signs that it's not doing what you want. There's been one red candle on the 15-minute of Intel. I was short while that was trying to work, but since then, why would I be trying to fight this stock? It doesn't make any sense. So listen to yourself, listen to the angel on your shoulder, listen to what the market's telling you, listen to your risk plan, and don't always try to fight the market. There might be moments where you look for a mean reversion trade, catch a bounce off a level, and you take your shot in or out, it works or it doesn't. It's one thing to do that, it's another to try to just short an upward trend all day long, or even to just buy dips all day long if the market's trending down. It's not a good way to go about business. That's your lesson of the day. And, we just got a super chat in there. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And it's the other thing that I used to do as well is if there's something in particular that you guys are like, hey, can you go over this? Or maybe you structure the lesson of the day around a certain concept or an idea, or maybe something that people are dealing with as a trader, then let me know, because I'm always happy to talk about whatever. I frame this as what's something that I saw today in the market that was either interesting to me or I learned something. And it literally writes itself, because no matter how long I've been trading, there's always, on a daily basis, that's what's cool about trading, on a daily basis, there is always something which you can learn from. And if you're not doing that, then you're not really progressing or trying to get better as a trader. There's always something that you can find out there. So I always try to find that one kernel, even if it's a small thing, that I felt can make me a little bit better tomorrow or that helped me throughout the day. I try to pass it on to you, but if you have questions or ideas, then you guys let us know. And for sure, I'd love to cover those. Good luck. We have a couple hours till the Fed, or less than that, until we get the Fed rate decision. Probably going to be a little bit quiet in the market till then, so make sure that you're trading something which is actually giving you opportunities. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Neil. Excellent as always, guys. And make sure, if you like what you just heard, you like that content, you like that style of lesson, you gotta join us every day right around lunchtime. It's gonna be happening now with Adara, then immediately after that, it will be Neil's lesson of the day. We always get asked about that, so just want to point that out. KC526, as well as others, pointing out Assassino, Miggy, Mog, Mo into the high of the day, 57% midday mover. Look, it had a couple of pumps up earlier in the day between 9:30 to 10, but the real volume coming in at 12 o'clock right at the break of noon. High of the day, 747 like the airplane. We're trading at 7 1/3 right now. Great strength. There's the move back into the high of the day, then almost immediately drops back down into the low sevens. Here's 7. Prior bar low, just to give you an idea, 662 is prior bar low, 10 EMA on the 5, 628. So those are the levels I'll be looking at. I already put in a dip trade at 6 3/4 to try to pick up the price a little bit above prior bar low. It's not really coming into my level, so I may or may not get the print. Very much alive to this one and looking to get in. MIGI on the NQ up 55%. That's the good news about this one. The bad news is it's very spready. I've seen it as wide as 20 pennies. I've seen it as tight as like 5. Right now it's opening up again, 15. I just saw 20 pennies, 10 pennies now, not bad. But there's the $0.50, and there's a new high a day, Joseph. Seller at the $0.50, guys. It's not going to give me probably 6 3/4 at all, as it's hanging out at the high of the day, making a new high a day. I don't want to punch in at the highs, man. I try to see these micro pullbacks. Let's put the 5-second chart on the top screen. The pullbacks are coming in. I want to say around the 50 EMA on the 5-second, which is showing me like mid-teens. There's another high of days, 770 now. Miggy on one. Let's see if it comes in to that 50 EMA. I'm trying to pick up the micro pullbacks. Let's go this many shares, and then we'll go this. So let's see if we can get that. Nope, right back into the high of the day. Joseph, this is insanely strong. What do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, same thing, guy. All right, let's head over to it there, guys. We're going to talk about what I got going on here momentarily.
We had a couple of stories and headlines come out here when Neil was doing his lesson of the day. None of these are like super moving, these stocks, but I think they're worth mentioning regardless. Here is PDD, Pinduoduo, this one on watch after Financial Times reported that Brussels raided Temu, which of course is run by PDD, in a foreign subsidy investigation. So PDD on watch. Second here is one I know Sharif watches, Palo Alto Networks, PANW on watch here after Google announced that the company is going to be their latest addition to the Google Unified Security Recommended program. So again, Palo Alto with a Google tie-up, and then PDD's Temu getting raided in Brussels. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Anything for you or Run Warrior? We'll take a look at RBLX, a Run Warrior. That's his name, a Run Warrior. Yeah. All right, so RBLX. I forget, I'll have to pull it up. It was on the upgrades, downgrades this morning. I forget what side. Actually, let's pull that up right now as we take, before I get distracted here. I mean, this is a pretty choppy price action leading in today's intraday session. You can see if we go over to the lower time frames as well, too, that there's probably going to be some liquidity issues, and then you see all these massive spots. So yeah, and it's typically not like that, to be honest with you. You see some more volume in Roblox. It comes in play once in a blue moon, and then when it is, it just skyrockets. But what a phenomenal run this name has been on. I absolutely have no idea about what Roblox truly is. I know it's a game, but yeah, I don't know. Sharif, have you ever played Roblox?
I've never. You make games on it, Joey, and then you can play other people's games and stuff. You publish them. That's what I've never been on it.
Yeah, I've never been on it either. I knew it was definitely really popular amongst the kids.
Yes, sir.
I mean, 427% from May of 24, which is phenomenal. If you go to our April lows, this thing went on a big time run, and that's where you're going to get the majority of your gains, 200%, right, in a span of a couple of months. So that's some good stuff there. Let's actually head over to our upgrades, downgrades, and see what kind of names we have on there. Because I actually, for myself, want to recall where exactly I put it. So here it is, guys, upgrades. We have a lot on the list, to be honest with you. And I did see Roblox somewhere around this neck of the woods. Here it is. This is initiating a buy, guys. B. Riley Securities price target lifted to $125, so not too bad whatsoever. And there's some other big names. Peloton initiate the sell. I think that's a good call at the end of the day, to be honest with you. And Urban Outfitters, not too good of a look either. Speaking of some of the retail names, Sharif, what's our friend AEO up to? Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah. I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you.
You told me, and I definitely heard that.
No, but explain why I was telling you what I was saying.
Yeah, okay.
Look at the candle from yesterday. It's a two red candle pullback after a big breakout. That is a bull flag. If you include the, well, you never really know how these ones are going to go, Joey, but that's kind of what I see.
Yeah, I mean, it's been on a nice run here, guys. I mean, you got to take it 76% from the middle of October or early October even. So that's a nice run. This is where I lose officially, so let's see if we can hold up there.
Sorry, just give me a second because I just got into Miggy and it's
on for sure.
Yeah.
Nice indecision print here on Netflix, guys. 5-minute print. As you can see, it broke through some of these lows. I'm going to do it, man. Yeah, we're going to take this stab right here on NFLX to see if we can get this rocking and rolling. I was thinking about going short Tesla. I said to Sharif, this is it, brother. And he started chuckling. But that would have been nice posting up there at 1922. I had a feeling that it was going to break down. So let's take a look and get this back up here as I get ready and prepare to trade on some Netflix. Good, yeah. All right, NFLX. And then we're going to go relatively small here, looking for a bounce. But I do like what we got going on the 5-minute. Oh, and the 1 minute as well, too. AEO bet. Yeah, there you go. Ram posting the video, guys. Make sure you hit that click that link in the chat, and you're going to figure out what we got going on. Nice isolated volume print on the 1 minute. And now you're slowly starting to grind higher there on Netflix.
Yeah, Miggy got me exactly, Vincent. It did. I got caught offside on this one, so we will give back a little bit. We caught a couple of bids to the high side, but no, I'm negative on the name. And look, we'll set up a little bit better. 6 1/3 is where I see possible support there. If it holds up at that level, we'll get back in. But right now, I'm focused on this trade. IRBT, I added nicely into that 488 dip. Looking for continuation back above 5. There's 04s. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up through some of the levels that I have. There is 5s. There's the print. Nice look now on IRBT as it works its way back again off the 20 moving average. Funny enough, not one that I often use, but I've got it up there in case I need it. And the way I see IRBT today, it's respecting the 20. It did it over here. It did it again over here. And it just did it over here. I know. So let me just, for those who are listening, not watching, 1140, double bottom into the 20, 1005, 1010. It does breach the 20 on a wick basis, closes above it, and it did it again over here, 1210, 1215, drops into the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart and moves right back up. So we're going to see what we can do on this one. I think I've got 91s or something like that on. Yeah, 91s. Separately, I didn't mention this one, but we did real well here on KIT. KITT. We did take that flat top break. I think I had 18s and we took it all the way up into 27s. Elastic came back down. It looks like a possible double top. So I am alert to a flat bottom break on KITT. But guess what? It dropped into the volume weighted average price. So if it wants to hold VWAP here, I'll get back into Kit, man, and we'll scalp it back up again. Back to Miggy. As Miggy is still holding above 6.5. There's Miggy losing the bid, Joey. Oh no, bleeding its own blood. Halt parameter, 622, guys. See that red rectangle on my level 2? That is where the limit down is. LULD stands for limit up, limit down. So if we do hit that 622, we got to spend about, oh, now it changed to 611 because it keeps adjusting as the price and the timer obviously develop. So 611 halt level right now on MIGI. It's at the 10 EMA. It's a skosh above VWAP. There's 611, false halt for the moment. There it is again, Joey. It looks like we might halt here on Miggy at 611. We need 10 seconds at this level, and then we're gonna get a gray out. Looks like it might be graying out here, up 30, almost 33%. 3, 2, and there it is. Gray out on MIGI. We are now halted on the way down. Be on the lookout here. Keeping an eye on IRBT as it just lost 5 again. Let me take some profit here. Now that I know it's, you know, a little indecisive about this $5 level. So there we go. We get the print there on IRBT. What else am I looking at? IBIO has lost VWAP. It's going to lose its spot on the side chart momentarily. But this one, I was speaking to Ben, Joseph, back. Ben.
Oh, yeah, Ben. Yeah.
Well, from yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to Big Ben in the background. He's a big guy, right?
He's
a pretty big guy.
Hey, I like that, though. Big Ben.
Big Ben.
He kind of looks like Roethlisberger a little bit.
He does. He does.
Man.
Oh,
he does.
crap,
Yeah,
he
does. He does. I like
nice
that
call
one.
out on that. And Big Ben, obviously, in London,
Ben.
right? So shout out to Ben in the back. He was telling me he took a banger on I'm gonna call this Biggie, man. BBGI. He took a banger on this one. He got caught in an uphold from 11, and the tap showed like 15, and he just threw the mock or the move, sorry, the market on open order, and he printed up several storms. So shout out to Big Ben in the background there. Want to shout him out. Good trade on his part there, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, here we are. We're posted up at 65, 94.65 here on NFLX. This might be the last trade of the day, folks, full disclosure, so we'll see what we can get going on here if we catch this fill. And if it breaks the LOD, then we are bonkers, and that is going to be the end of it for your boy today. But yeah, I mean, it might not be a good idea, to be honest with you, with the NASDAQ looking like it wants to really, really curl over here. Do I get out of it? Do I save it for FOMC? I did it. I'm saving it. Saving it. No, it's all good. I'm saving it as it starts to rebound. So fun stuff here. Or do I get back in, man? Let me know what you guys think. No, obviously I'm being sarcastic because I have to make my own decisions, and I continue to do so, and I will continue to do so. There it goes, Ethereum. Right? Essentially living in its own world right now. New high of the day. Bitcoin started slightly lagging. Now starting to play catch up, guys. It's heading towards the HOD. Wise move says, okay, it wasn't though. Look at it. I think it can rebound here. I'm going to do it, man. Fortune favors the bold, right, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Let's get involved. Yeah, let's rock and roll here. We're going to post up at 70s to see if we can get this cooking up for us. The market can rebound at any given moment. So, bang, we're going to go right back to where we were previously to see if we can catch that fill. As Bitcoin's starting to climb a little bit higher, you're seeing Tesla go back. Nvidia doing not much whatsoever. Joe Full porting, where can I get that algo? Oh, my friend.
Oh, you're going to charge money, my boy.
Listen. I know essentially nothing about coding, right?
You're vibe coding, right?
What is that?
They're calling it vibe coding. I don't know why, but that's what they're called.
Just plugging what you got up here into exactly. So that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. If I need more detail, I'll go to Jose. But guys, you have to take it into consideration. As of January, it will be my 5th year, right? It will be my 5th year trading. So essentially, it's 5 years of what's up here that I just typed into ChatGPT and got it to spit out the code, and there was obviously refining within that. So, I mean, you can create your own nowadays. It's relatively simple, but you just have to know what you want and be very, very specific in the detail, all right? So, yeah, straight vibe coding with a vest. Exactly, so we're rock and rolling. Joe got a vest or go home. Vest only. Okay, all right, brother. Well, I don't have it with me, so, and I ain't going home either because guys, we are now 5 cents in the money here on NFLX 94.70s. A nice move. So let's see if we can get a pop in, break that previous pivot high. There is some resistance that we're going to be keeping an eye out at 94.8s. Keep an eye out on that one there, guys. So that's what we got going on with Netflix. And one day maybe, Sharif and I were just briefly talking about it, but we'll get more in depth. Because you have the morning note. It's always great to add some things, whether it be via an options detail or possibly that. But the thing is, though, Sharif,
yes, sir.
It's essentially priceless because you can't buy the experience.
No, you really can't. But great segue, Joe, because I wanted to. I actually wanted to ask the viewers this. So for those who have been using my morning note, and I think it's been around for a while now. What the hell is this thing doing, dude? I asked you to open up the dang thing. Give me a sec. So what I really wanted to ask you guys is, what improvements do you think that we can make? So I basically included the following. You get the entire story, you get 3 areas of support and resistance, and you get the trader takeaway, which often gives you a bit of a wider look at things, intraday view, swing view, investment view. But what other kind of section, that's the word I'm looking for, do you think that I should include in the morning note? So keep in mind that it has to be something that I can do every day on scale. So if you've been using the morning note, I'd love to hear back from you guys about a certain section. I was thinking maybe whether to put a bullish or bearish twist on things, so it'll be like a red or green background for the name. Obviously, that's not that hard to do because, just look if it's up or down on the day or the story is bearish.
Some people are saying add some of your small cap names to it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. So I don't include the small caps, and there's a reason I don't do that, Joe, because the ones that are running in the pre-market, they often don't run during the midday. So I've been kind of mulling that over. Let me read some of the things that are people are saying. Add small cap gapper, because that's what you were saying. A vest section, Christopher Ocean, what styles? Come on, bro.
All right, bro.
Think of AI as your own little libertarian. No, that's not what I'm looking for there. What else we got? Add your gym photos on it. All right, Roland Joe, sounds good. Get rid of the PDF. Place it on a members only. Brendan's laughing. I mean, what can I do, bro? I mean, I'll throw in a workout session every now and again. But
what are those things called? Those advent calendars? Apparently they want one of those.
Shut up, Joe. Like killing me, bro. Get rid of the PDF. That's actually not a bad idea. We have actually really discussed that. We were thinking about putting it possibly into a different program, but really the best way to hold on to the formatting has been PDF, and that's why we kind of insisted on that. Miggy's open and it's rocketing up off of the volume weighted average price. Joe, go ahead while I read some of these.
All it takes, folks, is just one, and here we go. We're starting to get something going here in NFLX. 94.70 is going to be that entry. We get 20 cents just risking 10 right there, so a 2-to-1. And hey, we are so back. It's not even funny. Just like that, it's a fact. Where is Mike Peter Ryder? I haven't seen him in the chat today. But hey, guys, a lot of good things going on right now. Let's see if this move can be sustained here in NFLX. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you. And yeah, continue.
There's some great comments by you guys right now. Great comments. But I got to do this right now, Joey.
Do what you got to do.
Are we doing it right now, Assassino? Absolutely. For too long, guys, trading actually meant risking your own money or not even having enough to start with. Also, the fear of losing, it kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that is thankfully changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets, especially with their limited risk trading model. Traders in this case can actually use funded capital and then trade the pool. They absorb all the downside. It allows you to focus on what truly matters, which is the discipline, the consistency, and of course that growth. And the excellent part is when you hit that profit target, you keep up to 70% of your profits. There's no fear, guys. There's no barriers. There's only real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it is powered by Trade the Pool. So you need to visit them at tradethepool.com or scan that QR code now to get 10% off. Shout out to the great folks there. Jamlocky coming up with a great idea. Ichiro with some good comments as well. Zero Gravity says, I like the idea for bullish or bearish. I think some icon for it in play. That's a great idea as well. Jameson was saying include the RSI. Is it, it really depends on the time frame. Is it overbought or oversold? I think that's a really good idea as well. A lot of people are using the relative strength index. Christopher Ocean coming in with a comment as well. The show should have a Discord behind the membership. We did actually have one, by the way. More to come on that in a second. You can post it there and have several discussions on the thread. Great suggestions by you guys, actually.
I like the Discord idea. think that'd be a good.
Great suggestions by you guys. I do appreciate that. Joey, we're still holding on to a piece here on IRBT as it comes back in to that key area of technical support that is the 20 moving average on the 5. But I think I've overstayed my welcome here as the lower highs, I think, are in control. So it's a 520 high, and since we put in that 520 high, it has been a series of lower highs. So I'm getting out of dodge there, and we'll see what the next trade will be. We're going to keep an eye here. BBGI is going to halt up again. Here it is, 1967, false halt, dropping into 19. Let's see where the limit up is. It's still 1967, hasn't changed. Does this one continue above 2078, high of the day, dipping into mid-18s, back into 19 we go. There's the halt parameter again at 67, but it keeps false halting as the sell orders come in quite aggressively at that level. BBGI up 371%.
All right, guys, here it is. We're still holding on to approximately 70% here of our NFLX trade. We're down 2%. We took some off, so now it's risk-free. It comes back to my break-even. We're out of dodge on this one, and we're going to look for that next opportunity. I did like the short on Tesla, considering how long it's been consolidating, and then now it's finally starting to break down, heading into that 12:30, not quite lunchtime, but an hour and a half or so until the Fed rate decision. And sure enough, you're going to see some volatility step into the market. Be patient, sit on your hands for a little bit, guys, and just give yourself those opportunities. 2 to 2:30, I think it's great to wait until Jerome's done speaking as well. That's going to tell you a lot what the price action is, where the volatility, specific ranges, and then you can base trades off of that. Don't be over anxious, or don't feel FOMO. Like, oh, I'm missing out. No, there's going to be plenty of opportunities, because guess what? Tomorrow, the market is most definitely going to be in play regardless of the decision, right? So be patient, wait for those. I know Roland Joe's like, hey, man, I came ready. I had my A game, and unfortunately, you hit that max loss. Obviously not to call you out, but we've all been there, and we've all done that. So now you know. And I thought it was you who said earlier in the week, hey, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is going to be relatively choppy. Watch out. Lower that risk leading into the FOMC. And if we go back since the beginning of the week, you can see that it has been relatively choppy. These names took some while to find direction. Look what Tesla's been up to today. Look what the TQs did for the first hour. Look what the SPY did for the first hour. Essentially went sideways. Eastward is a direction, guys. Don't forget that. It doesn't have to be just up or down. So if you're really good at range trading, that's what you're looking for. And it took a little while for us to break out. Now we have Ethereum starting to come back in. Tesla continuously selling here. But if we can break this 94.80 level on Netflix without having to come back into the middle of this range, I like our chances from coming to test this 95 level. And then that's going to be absolutely prime time. IBIT, not as strong as Ethereum here, guys. So you can see we didn't quite get to that previous high day of around 52.56. Now you're heading right back in towards the volume weighted average price. So it looks like the sellers are in control for the moment, Sharif.
Sorry, Joe, just give me a sec.
Absolutely.
I got into
do your thing. Yeah. So I mean, here it is, right? There's the TQs looking like it's heading towards that neckline. Keep an eye out for this. That's an inverse. Is this an inverse head and shoulders? If only I could turn that around. I think so. You have the head, and then you have shoulder 1, shoulder 2, and then we have that neckline being formed. Why is it slightly red? Okay. So yeah, we have that being formed. If that breaks, watch out. There might be some more downside as Netflix is starting to come back into my break even. Let's see if we can hold this 94.70 level, and if we can, then I think we'll be all right. But we're now trading at 94.75, which isn't too good of a look. After this hefty pullback here, you can see that the volume was relatively light. I'm like, oh, I've seen this many times before. When you have these indecision prints at the lows with the isolated volume signature, you go up and then you engulf essentially what you just gained, but then it just climbs right back up. So we're fortunate enough to catch that in the right place at the right time, and we're going to continue to hold on to this trade until proven wrong. All right, so innocent until proven guilty, and Tesla continuing to bleed. As long as we hold this, I think we're okay, but if it does break, then we better watch out. I thought Nvidia was going to be significantly stronger. Also keep an eye on the tape, guys. That's some positive signs now, trading up to 94.80 in Netflix, so we're getting a rebound here in Nvidia. I thought this was going to be strong. It's unfortunate that we had zero continuation after, I believe this was Tuesday's price action. This was yesterday, right? Disappointment, big time. You sell off a little bit, now you're making that additional leg lower, but this was just like, what is going on here? I honestly don't think I've ever seen anything like this. You have that strong opening drive, consolidate, catalyst comes in, you give back the majority of the move, and then we decide, oh, in the post market where there isn't as many participants, we're going to let this start rocking and rolling. And then sure enough, you can see this is the blue ocean open right there, and then it continues to, or close, I should say, trades lower in blue ocean, and then sure enough, you trade down to 189. So you have that slight gap down in Wednesday's open, pre-market open, guys.
All right, guys, we're in BBGI right now. We got 99s. I've been wetting the beak into the low 30s, coming back down into my area here into 18. It's been holding the 10 EMA on the 5 quite well, but it's not rocketing up, right? And there's a seller in the low 30s, high 20s. It keeps coming back into that level, only to be met with aggressive selling. So there we go. We'll get stopped out in the last remaining amount as it will lose a 10 EMA. So we scalped a little bit, but still negative on this name. So a bit of a tougher one today, Joey. I mean, we started well, and then it ended up giving back a little bit. So that's kind of the way that works. You win some, you lose some. This one's going to halt down 1640 right now. It is showing the halt parameter coming in at 1640 on BBGI, showing 92s now, though, on the price action. It has found support at the 20 before. The 20 is at, I want to say 1575, 15 2/3. So we'll keep an eye out on that. MNTS, I'm being told by the chat, is making a move over here. So I need to look at that one. Yes, it is. It's breaking out. MNTS on the rampage to the high side. So let's throw in that ticker right now on the side charts. Here it is. It's still below some area highs, especially, yes, that pre-market high that we put in at 830. That takes us all the way up to $1.20, but we are reclaiming that dollar area. Let's see how well we do or whether we squeeze up into 120. Let me throw in the ticker there for you guys. MNTS looking real good here after basically trading below the volume weighted average price all morning. So a good recovery by the name, but we'll keep an eye out on that, see if it can take out the pre-market high, because I will not trade that until it gets above that pre-market high. Miggy is really making a move back up, guys. What a hold up off VWAP. There it is, a beautiful move by Miggy. Halt parameter showing 738. Be on the lookout here, guys. Miggy is making moves right back into 7.25. The real resistance, though, from the first earlier candles were 7.25, even though 775 is the high of the day. Halt parameter showing 753 here on Miggy, up 55%. And it's done a decent amount of volume, about 6.8 million shares, especially for one that really just showed up midday. So Miggy Mogmo, baby, looking to take out that high at 775. We'll get involved in this one if it is warranted. Let's see if it gets above and stays above that 7.25, because that 7.25 is where I see a lot of the resistance from the earlier candles. There's 7 1/3. The halt level now is 7 and 763. I'm seeing now on Miggy. Let's see if we can get into this one. Maybe give it to 7, maybe 7 mid-teens, in and around that risk, about 10 pennies. Let's see if this one's coming down or heading back up. Really having trouble clearing that 7.25 decisively. This candle, still has about another 3.5 minutes before it closes, so we won't be able to base anything off that until we have this candle's lower high close. Okay, right back down into 7. Ugly topping tail candle forming right now on the 5-minute on Miggy as it drops into 7. Is this a buying opportunity here on Miggy Mogmo, or are we about to put in a topping tail candle and head back to 6.25? That's what it feels like. There we go, back down into 6s. Oh, it's losing the bid here, Joey. Right down into the 80s. Yeah, it didn't feel that one, didn't touch that one, but MIGI definitely involved in the midday action here in the world of small cap gappers. So gonna take my time punching into this one, if at all. Joey already got beat up on it a little bit on that earlier move, so I don't want to go too negative on it.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to go too. At least we weren't beaten to a pulp on IBIT there, brother. All right, there we go on TSLL. Come on, baby. Let's go head right back into the middle of this range, guys. So not too bad of a look so far. You can see the bid is still at 1911. A nice little pop there. Oh.
What happened, Joey?
Bang, that's what we need to see. Come on, you can do it. Tesla, as the market is rebounding, bouncing right off a key support level. So a nice little pop just like that. I told you it's small win, and then you get to hammer some potentially strong trades. I'm keeping my eyes on the tape like there's no tomorrow, so just stalking it. And if we do start to reject this level aggressively, then we might have to just get out, break even. A clean flush of the 12s right there, not the best sign, and you can see it start to dive a little bit. So we want to see immediate reaction just like that. So the size is still at the bid, guys. Keep that in mind. We're getting those in-between prints, but we're also getting some clean flushes right at the ask. A couple more of those, we're going to be able to go a couple increments higher, and then there we go. We print 1914s, so a nice, solid look. Let's get our quote highlights up here, guys. So we're really honed in right now because we have to be. I mean, but we were this morning 110%. I wake up with the mentality of like, all right, let's go seize the day. But sometimes it doesn't always work like that. All you can do is just put probability in your favor. But there it is, guys. This is what I was talking about. We rejected this prior support level, acting as potential resistance right now. As long as we don't crack 1906s, I'm going to try to stick and hold to my guns on this specific trade. But this pullback here isn't the best. But regardless of what it is, we'll continuously do so. I mean, that NFLX trade was half decent, but it hasn't recovered since. So there's going to be a key support level right here, guys. Keep that in mind. And if that breaks, there's going to be probably some more downside in Netflix. Surprisingly so. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like 90, 89s here in NFLX, and then you start to get bought back up. I think the company's just too strong and too powerful to fail. Too big to fail is essentially what I'm getting at. Too many people watch Netflix, and then obviously with things that they can have in the potential pipeline. But yeah, Tesla not really being too good to us today. I mean, if we bought the support level right here, you get that little bit of a bounce, and I think we're trying to do the exact same thing right now and trying to get that move right back into VWAP there, Sharif.
All right, guys. Keeping an eye here on Miggy, scalping, getting in right at 7 as it pops. I'm just taking some out. Looking for the continuation, though, man. I feel like if this one gets above the $0.25, we could really squeeze on Miggy. New candle just opened up now. Let's see if we can hold the prior area. Let's get in a little bit over here. There's the continuation into the $0.33. Let's see if we can get into the 40s. There is the top on the 40s. Let's see if we can get some more here. Looking for continuation into the 50s, 34 showing up. That is still below prior bar high, so we'll take out some there. Seller, big seller at 34 here on Miggy, guys. 33s, 34s at the $0.33. They're really defending that, but we do have higher lows. Let's just watch out, though, that we're not being lured into what's it called, a bull trap at the moment. So keeping my eye closely here on Miggy, looking for that continuation into 40s. We didn't take out prior bar high quite yet, but the deal is we have a substantially higher low. There's 33s again. Can't shake the seller at 33, man. That seller is a staunchy little, you know what. And the thing is, now they're posting at lower levels. It was 34s, 33s, now it's 30s. So be on the lookout here as the seller's trying to take this bad boy down on MIGI. Keeping a close eye on this one. Oh, wow, that just flushed against me quite hard. Eek. Eek. All right, well, that's kind of the way that is. Yeah, so keeping an eye on this one. Right back into 7, though. Yeah, I just have to think about this one for a second. Yeah, it just keeps finding support at the 10. I think I just keep getting in at the wrong area, quite frankly, because it keeps getting bought up off that level. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get in the right amount of shares so that I can actually DCA into the 10 EMA on the 5, which is, I think, at the 6 2/3, in between 50 and 75. So we'll do just that. And I'm going to set up my orders at those levels. Let's go ahead and wait in the 80s. And then I'm going to also wait right in that $0.00 area. So let's go ahead and wait for there. To see if we can kind of pick up something off that level and then rock it back up. So right now we have 7 on the dot, not too bad. Looking for some better of a price though. If it loses the 10 EMA, then it loses me as a trader. Also involved in VELO, looking for this one to continue to hold up. We have nice shares in this one as well on VELO, so let's take some profits as this one does pop up into local area highs there on that level. So that's what we're looking at there. But keeping my eye firmly here on Miggy, as this one is more of a dangerous trade. Still holding on to the level there, looking for that continuation either into the dip trades that I have here to defend 3/4 and 2/3, or to come back into that 25 penny area. But VELO really breaking out here, guys. There we go. Nice continuation on VELO. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. Why did the spread open up so much on Velo, man? It's 70 on the ask, 61 on the bid. What's going on with that? So we'll have to definitely keep an eye out on that. But what I'm trying to do, Joey, is I'm trying to build a position on Miggy at more advantageous levels because I keep punching in at highs, and that just keeps getting me in trouble. So I need to be a little bit careful with that.
Yeah, fair enough, man. I know that feeling too. Try to grab the lower end of the range. This is it. We're almost chopping around for 5 minutes here on TSLL, so we might end up taking a loss. The longer that it takes to climb, the less that I like it. If Netflix does break through that support level, shows any indecisions, then maybe we're going to try to take a continuation on that long. The volume-weighted average price is tracking relatively tight as well. I mean, it's not that tight actually. Now that I'm looking at it, so you might get somewhat of a rebound, which I like. You just have to be more patient, wait for it to curl over. I always use that cruise ship and speedboat analogy. Some stocks take significantly longer to turn around than others. We're not always going to get those V-shaped reversals, and that's okay. You just have to be able to identify when things are forming that base, slowly starting to curl around, and then you want to wait till you can get to on that lower end of that range. Why? So you can drastically increase your risk to reward ratio. You can see that I'm in at 11s right here. I'm out at 0.05, so that's 6 cents. Just like, boom, it's that simple. We're not going to complicate things. I wouldn't like it if I didn't have the ability to have such a tight stop and having that previous pivot low. So there it is, 1914s on Tesla. But it's been a grind, man. Shout out to Pharrell. It's been a grind without any form of questioning, and I wouldn't be surprised if it does come back. Okay, yes, just like that. Just like that, Sharif. We like it. Stick to the guns, baby. Here, a nice little pop there on TSLL. Let's see if we can catch a fill. All right, there we go. We got 14s on that print. It did go up to 15s. At this point, I do like our chances to climb up to 18s. We broke through this resistance zone right here, and there you go. You get a nice additional pop. It's small wins, and then sure enough, you're right back in this game. I said after that Netflix trade, we are so bad. Oh, I shouldn't have took that one. Did I take it? I did. No. All right. So that's right. I got filled at the exact same price. So maybe we'll post up at 16s, see if we can grab something there. We're now printing 15s on the ask, but not quite the bid. Let's kind of increase our quote highlight here so we don't have so many. And there we go. We want to look for that imbalance and that ladder being formed on the level 2, guys. So keep that in mind. A nice little pop in TSLL. Now we're risk off. Right? So now we can breathe. Woosah, woosah, woosah.
Woosah.
As we hit another high right there, my boy.
Hit that
for show. I'm getting that for show. I'm getting that for show, Sharif. There we go. Another pop there in TSLL. We take a little bit more off, guys. We are now sitting on 50% remaining of the position. The comeback kid, baby.
Oh,
kid.
yeah. Honestly, bro, we're gonna call you that.
Hold on, man.
I want to call you that.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, Joey.
It
feels like you're dunking on everybody too. It's like
why? I'm not.
No. When you laugh at, I know you're not. I know who you are, right? So I know that you're not like that. But like the laugh.
No, you know what it is? It's because it's the doubters. I'm laughing at the doubters. Like ha ha. You know what I mean?
I feel
don't doubt the boy, man.
All right, man. We're doing it live. We got nicely back in the money on Miggy Mog Mo, man. I added aggressively into 60s, and I scalped all the way up to 15. So we did make a substantial amount back on Miggy Mog Mo, but it's still putting in a lower trend here, Joey. Now, what it can do is it's basically putting in a higher low on this current candle. But I just don't want to overstay my welcome on this one. It's not trending up through 7.25 like I was hoping. 7.25 to me seems like that real resistance level, even though 775 is the high of the day. But I don't want to, just be scalping and stressing myself out on this one. I'd rather take the cleaner trade. I picked up the dip trades. That got me out of some trouble, but it's still putting in a lower high trend, so I don't want to be picking up more dip trades and then catch myself offside. Let's see, there's 7.25 again. Great move here for Miggy. Can we decidedly, though, get above 7.25? There's the selling again at the $0.25. Unsurprised by that. How we doing here on Velo? We're doing okay. We're looking for that continuation, though. Seller at 75 that just came in. Big move up there. There's Miggy right back into that triple top, man. Jeez Louise. 735 high, 734, and now, so you have a double top at 734 on the 1240, and 1245 candle, and then the 1235 candle has 735. So there is a monster seller at the third of a dollar that we can't shake. It seems to me like it's the quarter dollar, but now it's looking more like the third of a dollar where that seller is stepping in and has been stepping in basically all morning. So Miggy being kept down by the 7 1/3 seller, but still up 56%. So not a bad look. There's a 7 1/3 again. Now they're selling at 30s, dipping down into the quarter dollar. Yeah, there's a whole lot of selling there. I feel like if it gets taken out, it's going to get taken out quite aggressively. 34 showing up. Are they posting up on multiple gateways or multiple price levels, I should say? Probably multiple gateways as well. What I mean is we were talking about 733, but then as you just saw there, we had a 734 seller come in. And there's another 733 seller again coming back into that level and being met with a wall of selling. So, yeah, it's going to have to get above this level. Don't see a good trade other than a dip trade off, 675 where the 10 EMA is, unless we decidedly take out that 7 1/3 seller. So let's pack our patience on this one. We still have some time left on the show. It's about 12:45. We'll be sending you to the big boys a little early today, about 10 minutes, so that they can cover the FOMC meeting and give us your kind of the look there. But we do have to pause for a moment here on the midday as we have a special guest with Adara at the big desk.
We're very pleased to have on here with us today Colin Bletsky, COO and Director of Must Grow Biologics Corp, trading on the TSXV as MGRO and the OTCQB as MGROF. Colin, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Great, thank you. And thank you so much here for being with us. So let's get right into it because your company sells mustard-derived biofertilizers. So can you tell us a little bit about your U.S. sales and the demand for your product?
Yeah, our U.S. sales are moving along very rapidly and ahead of our projections, I would say. Currently, we launched in 2024 with our product called Terrasante. This was across the West Coast, really focusing in potatoes, focusing in strawberries and other key crops in that U.S. market. And we had some very good yield data, very good trials with a lot of key customers in that area. And we've seen a really good ramp up into 2025. And so far, the product continues to perform. It's working well at farm gate level. We're seeing a lot of good support, and we're really excited for that 2026 season.
Tell us a little bit about the feedback you've been getting from potato farmers on yields and economics right now.
Yes, we did trials more into Washington and Idaho, and we've seen a good increase in yield as well as good increase in the size of potatoes. And why that's important is yield side, of course, you're producing more food. We've seen roughly about a 2 ton per acre increase, which was considerable value to that farm gate level. The other side of things, we've seen a larger, more quality potatoes, so increased size of A's and B's. And what that means is those products can get sold at a higher price point into the marketplace. And that allows for less calls. So the less calls you have, essentially, the more money you make. So at a grower level, that grower was estimating roughly about a $5,000 USD per acre return, which is a considerable amount of ROI.
Yeah, and that is very exciting to hear. Now, I want to also talk here about the size of our U.S. target market. So how large is this target market within the United States? And how does your revenue growth correspond to acreage targets?
Yeah, so we are targeting the 5.6 million acres of high-value fruit and vegetables and potatoes. And within that, potatoes is a key crop. It's roughly just under 1 million acres of annual planting. And so these two are very large opportunities for us. On a revenue side, it's going to depend on the crop. So if you get into higher value crops such as strawberries, you're looking that for every 1,000 acres of strawberries that are utilized, and our product that's utilized in strawberries is roughly about just over $800,000 US per 1,000 acres, so about $800 an acre. Into potatoes, it's a little lower dose rate, so you're seeing roughly about $160,000 US per 1,000 acres of potatoes. So when you look at the opportunity for us to get into a meaningful sales, that 5 to 7 million mark, you're only looking between 8 to 9,000 acres of actual application. So a considerable amount of opportunity for us, a lot of value per acre, and a lot of value for the farmer on utilizing our product as well.
Let's talk a little bit about the size of the farms here that you're working with. What size farms are buying Must Grow's product right now, and how do you see demand expanding from where you guys are currently?
Yeah, and we're dealing with many different farmers. So the way we take, an approach we take is working with the farmers, showing the value. So in potatoes right now, these are some very large potato growers, ranging anywhere from 200 acres of potatoes, and some cases upwards of 6,000 to 7,000 acres. When we get into things like strawberries or leafy greens, we're dealing with the very large food companies. You can think of Dole's, Driscoll's, Cal Giants. Specifically, when you look at strawberries, some of those companies are controlling and working through 20, 30, and in some ways up to 60,000 acres of produce. So we're working with the large growers, working with small growers, we're working with a lot of different organic as well as conventional growers. So it's across the map, but we are touching pretty much all types of growers, positioning our product right now in the U.S.
That's really exciting in terms of the amount of exposure you guys are getting. So I have to ask as well, is there anything else that you want our audience to know about Must Grow right now?
Yeah, you know what? I would say the biggest thing about us, we are moving from that, I would say, technology-based company with 112 patents now into a commercial sales. And we're selling actively in Canada with our distribution team here. We're positioning Terrasante in the US and driving that, seeing the good growth, seeing good activity, seeing good results. And now we're looking to expand that product line outwards, looking to Netherlands, looking to South America, into Brazil, and even into Asia. So this is, I would say, the first start of it. You need to start working with farmers. You need to start working with the market to show validity of your product, show the efficacy, and then you can move outwards. And that's the stage we're at, is really that, I would say, small company right now, small sales, but that high growth opportunity and large market size.
Yeah, I think that the growth opportunity, definitely something to remember. Thank you again to Colin Bletsky, COO and Director of Must Grow Biologics Corp, for being on with us. You can find this ticker MGRO on the TSXV and then MGROF on the OTCQB. Thank you so much, Colin.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Thank you to Colin, and thank you to Adara. Great information, great interview there. Joey,
yeah,
was something going on during the interview?
Oh man, who is that?
Mr. Miggy Mog frickin' Mo. Oh my goodness, this got me out of a lot of trouble, bro. I was on the verge of getting shut down, and now we're almost positive on the day. What a move up here for Mr. Mixers, and I went heavy. Like well, for me, not, relatively speaking for other people on the show, but there it is, 827. That's the high of the day, back into the high of 817. Mr. Miggy Mog Mo's on that good stuff right now, especially as what I was saying specifically, that 7 1/3 seller had to get the hell out of the way. He's been decimated. I told you, run for your life, Mr. Seller. Up into 827. Very, very strong trade on Mr. Miggy Mog Mo, up 75%. But we're holding this one too, Joey. VELO. We got 57s. It's showing me 88s now. We took good size with this one as well. So Mr. Velo, nice little rounded move there off the 20 EMA on the 5. So we're going to keep an eye on MIGI and VELO. They certainly got me out of some trouble today. Very happy that we were able to do that, and I had the compunction to pump in. I appreciate that. There is no power to shut down. Shout out to Ozan. You don't even know, man.
Hold on.
You don't even know.
Yeah, Sharif,
Yes, sir.
that beautiful stuff there, man. Oh, whoa.
You're wash trading. That's why.
That's why.
You're gonna get.
No. All right, there we go. All right, good. We're good, man. And we wanted that fill there at 1923. Didn't come. Came back aggressive against us. Nice work there on that trade, though, Sharif. Oh, comeback kid. That trophy. I wish I had. Oh, we do have one right here. It's right here. This is the trophy right here. All right?
I like it. And
don't
the thing
show
is,
the peeps.
No, we can't. We don't show them the numbers.
Yeah, we don't want to show
Joey.
them the numbers, bro.
So what was I going to say? Yeah. So the 75 million, that was the Lotto Max.
This is it right
Nobody
here.
won it. So it's now 80 million.
Right here.
Yeah, schmillion. And then the other one, 649, is 40 million.
Yeah, bang. We're going to take
Joey,
that, man.
The question is.
What is it?
The question is.
Yeah.
The first big thing. You're not going to tell me, I knew you were coming
get out of here. Hey. All right, that's it.
Get it, Reb. You guys see that vest?
That's crazy.
You guys saw the vest,
Listen, we have video evidence now. If it goes missing, we know
he's wearing a vest. So what's the first thing? Big purchase. Of course. And she's just going around taking your ticket like she owns it. What's the first big purchase? I'm not talking about paying off.
Beach house.
For real?
Yeah.
The first big purchase.
Yeah, I don't have to pay.
Muskoka, or are you buying a beach house down there?
Brother.
Beach.
Yeah.
Forget about Muskoka.
We're going to Mexico. All right. Going straight up, or maybe Belize, Jamaica. I don't know. I have so many options. You know what? I was thinking with that 40 million.
With that 40 million.
Yeah, exactly. We got so many on it with Joey options. With the options on this one, I'm thinking I'd just buy $1 million property in 5 different countries. What do you think about that?
Go big or go home.
Yeah,
eh?
yeah.
Go
What do you
big
think
or
about
home.
that?
So there's going to be a lot of carrying costs to that, Joey. So I think I'm going to hit.
Oh, it's tax-free too, my boy.
Oh,
you don't
wait,
have to,
Belize?
No, the lottery ticket. We don't got to pay any
No,
tax.
that.
on
But
it.
when you buy the property, you have to pay a real estate tax.
Yeah,
you probably
yeah,
have to
that's
pay
right.
maintenance, all that kind of stuff there.
small
But you're not
potatoes.
small potatoes.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially if you put that money to work and it doesn't run out. You don't invest too much. You don't spend too much of the capital, right? Yeah, you deploy a little bit of that capital to wet your beak a little bit.
With the 40, 15 right away.
15 right away.
Into bonds, everything else.
Bonds.
Yeah.
You're not going high risk.
No, why would I do that?
I'm putting
man?
it into the
5%.
queues.
You're putting it in the queues right away.
Queues.
Hey, we got another 5 million
Into
for that.
the
We got
queues.
40, brother. I could put.
But you don't want to
15.
put too much too quick. You want to buy those dips. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we're at all-time highs,
Yeah.
right? So you don't want to deploy too much too
Exactly.
quickly.
Don't want to go too quickly.
But yeah, your point well taken there. I put some money in money market funds, get that
Yeah,
nice
absolutely get that
that
money
nice
market.
coupon consistently.
What's your first big purchase?
The first big purchase, I'm buying Ram another vest. Shout out to Ram. What did she put?
I will. If win, I don't even know what this says. Ram gets 5%.
Wow, she just gave herself an equitable
5%.
distribution of 5. She gave herself equity.
I'm kind, eh?
I'm kind.
You know this one. I am kind. Everybody gets a 0.5%. Everybody gets
All right, guys. We're feeling good right now. Joey, we should probably start the news because we're going to have to send them over a little bit early to the big boys as we are expecting, of course, Fed Chair Powell and the FOMC to cut rates by a 1/4 point, widely being spoken about in the financial circles as a hawkish cut. So we do expect some hawkish commentary coming during the interview. That could have the effect, of course, guys, of pushing the market down as, you know, if he makes these sort of less dovish comments, even cut or not, we could see some downward arrows on the market. We'll have to wait and see, of course. If you're a newer trader, so this is typically how it works, we get the Fed rate decision electronically at 2 o'clock. Coming with that is Chair Powell's prepared statement, which is published on the FOMC website right at 2 o'clock. He then reads off that statement at 2:30. After he's read that statement, he then takes questions from the press corps there, and that's where the wild card comes in. Those are the non-prepared comments. So we're going to be all ears. We're going to have Adira at the big desk. Sia's here today on my left, as you can see her. She's going to be doing, I guess, her first FOMC meeting, so she'll get to know what it's all about. I'm sure you guys will give her a lot of love if she does come on screen. Guys, Miggy Mogmo, another hive day, 8:39. Joey, it popped from 8:27, where, you know, I was trading this one into 7:44, popping right back up into 8:39. There's a lot of volatility in this name. Try to pick it up off key levels. Good look right now for MIGI, as this one's not giving up the ghost. Midday runner started really moving at around 12 o'clock. So you like these ones a bit better since they haven't, their best trade is not behind them. Hyper stagflation, autopilot made the market crash once. What do you mean autopilot? Are you talking about Tesla autopilot? What does that mean? What does that mean? Explain to me. Crouching tiger, hidden rally. Love that. Is bullish on Apple. Turtleneck, you know I'm bullish on Apple. It's my, by far, and not even close, my largest position in my long-term account, but we've been holding it for years now. So, you know, we've reaped those rewards. But it is, it has been a tough hold because you know you watch likes of Nvidia and the likes of Google and others. Joey rocket up all the time, and Apple is just not that kind of stock.
No,
right?
it's not that. It's not that kind of stock, man. But I think with these big boys, man, they each have their time in the spotlight. We're all out of Tesla here, guys. So you can see right off of those lows, nice 5-cent risk. You take 10, 11 cents on that one, a little bit more than that. So 2-to-1 was hit there on TSLA. I got all out, inverted hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price. I think there's going to be a little bit more selling. You have that inverted print there on the TQs, engulfing volume signature, guys. And then you have that indecision print right at some key resistance zones. And you can see that we're starting to come right back into the range. So once we break, look at Meta Go. Sell a little bit more. We're going to grab some. I'm pretty sure this thing was in the 70s not too long ago. What was that previous high? 676. So you're now like $20 literally off of that specific level. I don't have that buy button, but we're gonna hit that bang, 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 and see what we got going on with that. So yeah, I'm a buyer of Netflix. I'm a buyer of Meta all day, every day, guys.
All day,
well, I
every
mean, not
day.
every, literally not from an intraday standpoint, but
All day,
in the
every day.
long term, most definitely. But yeah, I mean,
So
there it is, a
mean.
big time volume actually here. Let's take a little bit deeper look into this. Look at this outstanding volume print. This is going to be the third largest print so far today, and we still have a couple minutes left, 3 minutes left on this 5-minute candle to be printed. So let's see if some more buying pressure steps in here and we close as a complete hammer right at some key support levels. Maybe get somewhat of a bounce in META, guys.
Fluffy Hippo said, I'd look younger if I shaved my mustache off. Then Ram, you know, true to form, wants to bully me. She's like, don't make him do that. Like implying that, you know, I look worse. Shout out to Ram. So mean all the time. Mosback, 123, Sharif, Joe, ASBI, going good today. Any opinions? Let's look. Here it is. ASBI. Did you type that in right, brother? ABSI, sorry, my dyslexia, ABSI. Okay, not bad. Catching a nice bit of a bid here. This is a flat top break ascending wedge candidate. The higher lows are what I immediately see, and that clear area of resistance at 380 to 3 low 80s, 83, 82, whatever in that area. What's operative here, in my opinion, is the higher lows and that flat top. That shape looks real good. If you can catch it right, this one might rock it up. But look at VELO Joseph, man. We got 57s on. We just took out 905, actually. Shout out to the area code.
Oh.
Showing 908s now. I've posted. I've still got more outs. On this one, we're posting above the high of the day at 14s. It is a 910 high of day here on VELO. VELO was negative for me, but we made that back and then some. We're actually positive now on VELO. Please, as dang punch. Let's see if we can do a little bit more damage on this one. But to go back to ABSI, I do like this pattern, brother. It is not a bad look over here, especially if you catch it at an area low and then ride that for the flat top break, you know, above that 3 mid-80s. Let me know how it goes. Casey freaking 526. She's unstoppable force. And she's dropping another 10 free premium memberships for Trader TV Live. So if you are watching us right now on YouTube and you are in the chat, you are now eligible. I don't know if they got distributed quite yet. Yes. Okay, so who got the memberships? Unique, Carbon got one, Mystery God got one, Giza got one, Samo. Who else, man? The bedhead guy, I like that. Clover Solo. Go Bills 3803 got one.
Go Bills.
X Dammy 87. So all of you guys got the free membership. Thank you very much, Casey 526. And you guys can now go into the post section. So I'll show you guys exactly where to go over here to be able to see my morning watch list. So you're gonna weasel on over. We're gonna switch our account, Joey. We're gonna go like that, and then we're gonna go to the Trader TV homepage. Go view your channel. There you go. Just go to posts, and then you'll see it right here. There it is. Sharif's morning note every day, and then you'll see members only in green. Just click the read more, and there she is right there. You click that. There's the Google Drive. You get that every single morning. As you can see, it's posted bright and early before we go live. It usually is posted around 7:45. You know, maybe 7:50, but certainly way before 8 o'clock because I have my duties on the big desk. Thank you so much, Casey 526, for that as well. And Fluffy Hippo, I seen it. You cannot spoil the... That's so nice of you, Casey. I appreciate... Or Fluffy Hippo. So kind and all class Fluffy Hippo. I like her name, Joey.
Adrian Petrus just gifted 20 memberships.
Oh, no. What is going on?
Membership. It's the membership moment.
20 membies from... What's... I've got to read out his name properly here, Joey, because I can't see it that well. Adrian Petrus. Shout out to I'm assuming it's a play off Adrian Peterson, one of my favorite running backs, man. He's also from Texas, but never played for the Cowboys. But thank you so much for the 20 Trader TV Live gifted memberships. Again, guys, if you guys are one of the ones who got the membership, you got to be in the chat, right? Otherwise, you can't get the membership. So we're constantly getting individuals like Casey and Adrian, as well as others. Nimrod used to do it a lot as well.
Yeah, what's our bro been?
I don't know what he's up to, bro. You're the one that talks to him all the time.
Yeah.
You got to be in the chat in order to get the membies. So thank you so much for that.
Listening.
Guys. Yeah, shout out to Nimrod, man. I miss him. I'm going to message him because I haven't even spoken to him in a long time. So I want to see what he's up to. Hope he's been doing real well, man.
Yeah, man. He was doing real well. I can tell you that.
Joey, we got another high of day on VELO. 916 high a day. Didn't cross. So I had my order at 14s. It didn't print. That's okay. I am a Cowboys fan. How did that happen? The Mag 7 News? I'll tell you how it happened. Grade 8, we had to do this anthology, right? I don't know if anybody else had to do that in the Greater Toronto area. We had to do this anthology, and I was told that I had to actually do it on a sports team. So the Cowboys were, this is 1995, 8th grade, and I had to do it on a sports team, as I said. And that was kind of like my middle school was my foray into football. I really wasn't a football guy until grade 7. I had been a soccer guy. So started watching. You don't really have a preference for the team because you don't really follow a sport. Who's winning? Cowboys. I'm like, all right, I'll do the anthology on the Cowboys. So I sent them, and this is back in the day, you couldn't get anything online. I sent them a request for what they called the media kit, and they would send you this huge like parcel in the mail with all this information on the players and all that kind of stuff. And so I just fell in love with the team at the time, man. And then we won the Super Bowl against the Steelers that year. So it was nice. And we haven't won the Super Bowl ever since. So we haven't been close. Not even the NFC Championship, man.
Yeah,
so well, it's tough. But that's how that happened. That's really the extent of the story.
All right, good stuff, man. All right, Zipper Binder. I appreciate those kind words, my friend. I'm looking at Meta. Let's see if these levels can hold up. Some aggressive selling here, guys. Keep that in mind, right? Some big-time selling here in META right through that neckline. So you're punching through support. You can see the momentum pick up as you're heading towards that support level. It cracks. But look at this 1-minute print. This is going to be the largest that we've seen on the intraday price action. That's a big signal, in my opinion. So we're going to wait. If it comes down into here, we're going to use FBL. We're going to use that 2x leverage product, right? And look for these levels to continuously hold. We want to keep that risk as tight as we possibly can. So once it cracks that zone, then we're out of dodge. But we're not going to complain what we had there on Tesla. Gerald, I hope you're having a fantastic day, my boy. So there it is. Tesla, give it 5 cents of risk. You hit that 2-to-1 as you start to climb a little bit higher. See that inverted hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price. I'm like, all right, let's just lock in what we have remaining, around 33%. And then sure enough, it is climbing higher, but I have no issues with it whatsoever. But my boy.
Yes, sir.
You know who it is.
What is it?
It's Adam James, HPN. It's football. The Gunners, I don't know who the Gunners are.
Arsenal,
Oh, Arsenal.
bro.
Okay, all right.
Arsenal. We're still in first, but I'm very disappointed with what happened, but go ahead.
How is TSL2 average and TSLR in the green? They're both 2x long. Yeah, that's a great question. I have no idea. I've never traded TSLR. Thank you for that $5 super chat.
It's interesting.
Take a look at what we got going on. Ooh, it's very e-liquid. Let's pull it up here so we can see where, let's see, TSLL is not down 2.5%. It's up 0.5%. Let's take a look at TSLR.
See, look at it, Joey.
Is that Amex, I'm assuming, here? Come on, you could do it.
You can do it. You want me to look?
Yeah, I'm
TSLR is the ticker?
Yeah.
It is on the NASDAQ, Joey.
Is it on there?
It's the NASDAQ, yeah.
SLR, let's see.
Well,
yeah,
at least on IB. We may not have permission.
Yeah, we don't even
But you're on AM, brother.
Well, I know, but I just pulled it up here.
Okay.
Right, and it's not there, so I can't really tell you. What's it? Do you see?
Just pull it up on IB.
I don't have the percentage metrics like you do on there. What is yours saying?
Here, you want me to pull it up?
Yeah,
I can do it.
right
Yeah,
here.
right here, man. TSLR, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
here
up
it is.
0.3%.
Yes, LR. Here it goes, Joey.
3%.
0.3, exactly
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
31.98 trading right now.
I mean, there's a 20 bips difference right there. I don't know why. That thing's not the granite. Those granites, I don't know about that, man. It's not working out relatively well, that's for sure. So yeah, that's what we got going on. I don't know why you'd be trading TSLR over this, in my opinion. One's $31, one's $19, and then you can see the huge disparity within the liquidity. So I don't understand why you would be trading one that's not very liquid. There goes Tesla.
What?
Oh my days. Yeah, there it is. We didn't hold on to it. We got it all out. So we're not going to complain now, climbing up to 1924. So not too bad of a look. It would have been nice to hold on to it. Again, there's no real reason for me to get out, but I was just, hey, let's lock it in and let's just be patient now. We only got 45 minutes roughly until the FOMC. So I'm not going to be trading anything. I'm going to eat my lunch. I'm going to let Jerome Powell yap on a little bit, and then I'm going to look for trades based off of that.
I can't believe. Wow. All right, man. We made it. We made it a little bit back there, Joey. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, man. That's good. That's a big move.
Yeah, we're almost shut down. All right, let's start the news, guys. We're going to be a little bit lighter on the news today. Adair won't be joining us today as she has to take care of her FOMC duties. So just Joey and I. It'll be the boys today. So let's get right down to work. And we want to talk initially, of course, about the demand for the H200 in China. We spoke to you yesterday about the Chinese regulator dissuading its companies from touching these chips. But now, you know, the market dynamics are what they are, and then they want them. So ByteDance, Alibaba have apparently approached Nvidia about placing major orders for that H200s, but the companies first want clarity on supply as well as the regulatory approval before committing with big money, with Beijing yet to issue formal guidance on the H200, as that is a new development, of course. Give you an idea how the H200 pairs, or compares, I should say, to the H20. It's being spoken about here, Joey, as 6 times more powerful, obviously making it much more attractive. China has recently, though, restricted government-backed entities as well as their tech companies from buying Nvidia's chips, which is limiting Nvidia's market share to dang near zero. Jensen's words, not mine. Government regulators have been meeting with major Chinese tech firms to evaluate the demand that they have in their country, as well as prepare a coordinated regulatory response. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows for these Chinese companies that want to buy the H200, and that's because the H200 production is very limited. It is basically a 2023 chip. The H100 is its successor. Blackwell is the successor to the H100, so the amount that are being made currently are very, very small, and so, you know, getting them in quantity could be a bit trickier. But we already know the H200 already has a presence in China, despite not being legally sold there, because Chinese universities, military-linked laboratories, data centers, they've all used and attempted to get more of these H200s, Joey, via indirect channels. We spoke about a story yesterday where 2 Americans and a Canadian were charged with smuggling all these H100 and H200s into China.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we knew that there was going to be somewhat demand for these things, considering the H20, obviously the H200 being substantially more powerful, but with the Chinese regulators, we had a lot of these large corporations actually getting the licensing to purchase them, which was a big time thing. And I think that's just going to display the fact that, hey, the H200, there's going to be demand. And I think that was something that we were really worried about. Do the Chinese actually want these chips? But you have these big players saying, hey, we want them. And sure enough, Jensen's going to sell it to him if he
absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, we should note that President Trump said that the Commerce Department would have to vet all the different purchasers, even Chinese. That's one thing. The other thing is the Chinese companies, they've always wanted NVIDIA silicon. It's the regulator. The Chinese regulator doesn't want them using it for a number of reasons. One, you know, officially they've said, oh, they've got back doors, kill switches, they can be remotely controlled. But in my humble opinion, it is because they want to force their own tech industry to catch up and not to rely on American technology, because that gives the Americans leverage in negotiations and many other things. So
let me ask you this, Sharif. I'm saying, yeah, they can purchase this tech, but we know what the Chinese is good at. They're good at taking other technology, making it their own, and also cheaper as well, too.
They are.
So if I'm the Chinese government, I'm like, hey, ship as many as you would like, all of them, because we're just going to mimic your tech at the end of the day.
The problem, Joey, you're absolutely right. The problem, though, lies with ASML, and that's why I'm an investor in ASML. The and Zeiss as well, which gives the mirrors to ASML. They can't seem to replicate that technology quite yet. When they do, to me, it's a matter of when, not if. But for now, we do have the strategic advantage, we meaning North America. Let's go on to Microsoft's $17.5 billion investment in India. So I'm going to cover Amazon and Microsoft because they're both India investments, and we'll just speak about them as a cohesive whole. They announced $17.5 billion to be spent or invested in over 4 years, the largest investment it's ever made in Asia. It's going to be for cloud, of course, and AI hyperscale builds. This follows a high-profile meeting between Satya Nadella and Prime Minister Modi, so it makes sense there. And they've already, Microsoft that is, have committed $3 billion in addition to the 17.5 back in January, which brings the total, of course, to 20.5. The goal, expand data centers, give GPU-rich computer clusters to the Indians, and create sovereign, what they call cloud zones, as we've seen this sovereign AI build out, especially in the Middle East, really take shape. Azure AI is going to be integrated into the major national platforms, especially the Ministry of Labor there and the National Career Services. Microsoft says it's doubling its January commitment to try and train as many as 20 million Indians on AI by 2030, and the company already employs about 22,000 people so far in the country. Going on to Amazon, because again, an India headline, they're committing $35 billion to India through 2030 for the same thing, cloud and AI infrastructure. They've already invested $40 billion, so that brings the total to $75 billion once fully spent. It's going to be deployed, of course, towards AI-driven digitization, export expansion, and large-scale job creation. And they want to create about 1 million jobs there by 2030.
Yep.
And they're saying India lacks sufficient compute infrastructure for advanced AI workloads, which is a key bottleneck for AWS. And they're looking to kind of cure that, Joey, by investing in hardware.
Yeah, I mean, we're slowly starting to see these, the American mega cap names creep into India, which I think could be a massive emerging market. I think the first one out of them all was Apple a couple years ago, opening up some Apple stores there as well. And then we started seeing them slowly start to creep in. Tesla's in there as well too. Now you have Amazon. So a lot going on. Now you got Microsoft building some plants in there as well too. So a lot of things that can happen there potentially in India.
All right, we're going to skip over this Apple story because it's basically the same thing from Citi. iPhone sales are good. They're raising their price target. Nothing we haven't heard of already. Let's talk about Oracle, though. Oracle reports after the bell today. It's not just the FOMC. It's Oracle and Adobe. Make sure you are, keeping an eye on that. We're not live anymore from 4 to 4:30, but if you're invested in the names, obviously you gotta keep an eye out on that as well as the earnings call. So Oracle's been volatile. Up 30% still year to date, despite a brutal October where it lost 23%, then bounced back a little bit in November to the tune of 10%. The street expects clarity today from Oracle. They want to know about their ability to fund these massive AI and data center expansions, and it's going to be the first time we get the new co-CEOs on the earnings call. Safra Catz did the last one there. Oracle's visibility in AI surged after a $300 billion compute deal with, you guessed it, OpenAI. But now, as a result of that deal, Oracle is leaning heavily on the debt markets. More on that in a second. They raised $18 billion in September, and that is one of their largest bond offerings in tech, apparently, in tech at the moment, and their largest IG debt issuer among non-financials. Analysts expect Oracle is going to need about $20 to $30 billion in new debt annually, not just total, for 3 years to fund the build-outs they have in New Mexico, Wisconsin, as well as some other regions. And their total, so far, not the amount that they're going to take on, so far their total debt that from this expansion is $111.6 billion. That's up from $84.5 last year. Cash balance remains low, $10.5 billion. RBC and others, another analyst, Joey, they're expecting alternative capital sources. They can't just keep raising from the debt markets. Analysts expect, though, 15% revenue growth with that top line number to come in at about $16.2 billion. But it was this headline, Joey, that got everybody super pumped. RPOs, remaining performance obligations. We heard about their RPO last time being about $455 billion. They're expecting it, analysts that is, expecting it to exceed over $500 billion this quarter. But as we got word after that headline came in, that a great majority of that $455 billion was to one company, man. OpenAI,
Yeah,
who
it's not good.
themselves is being questioned about how they're going to fund things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you guide this aggressively, and it's obviously the spend as well too is just through the roof. It was really exciting when you had that massive gap up street, but after that, the street hasn't liked it whatsoever. You're down 46%, so you've almost cut that price in half, and you haven't even came close to testing that previous $350 level. The backlog, I mean, so much for it. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if the street's not going to respect it, and they think, hey, man, you guys are just going to spend too much money to meet your specific demands, and I think that's the case here with Oracle.
Exactly, and the thing is too, Joey, if we're basing a lot of the stock price on the RPO, and then OpenAI comes in, it's like, well, all right, well, we're not going to spend $500 billion anymore. There's been efficiencies, okay? We're only going to spend $250. All of a sudden, that RPO number,
it's disastrous.
you know what I mean?
It's disastrous.
So efficiencies here have a way of hurting some of these names.
Oracle's in on the TikTok bit as well.
It is, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, if we talk
Good
about
point.
pipeline, that's not horrible either, right?
That's a
But
good
it's just the guide, and then obviously the capex to meet the backlog and the demand. I think is just too high for the street. They don't like it.
Fair. Let's go on to the next topic, Joey. Marvell. We were talking to you guys about Marvell possibly losing some big contracts. Their CEO went on, I think, Mad Money and made his case. So Marvell CEO Matt Murphy told CNBC's Jim Cramer that rumors claiming that Marvell lost major hyperscalers, the business of major hyperscalers is, quote, flat out wrong. The reports that we gave to you implied that Amazon and Microsoft had reduced their orders for custom silicon from Marvell, but Murphy insisted nothing had changed after the earnings report when he gave us all this. He reiterated that Marvell's position in U.S. hyperscalers is, quote, deep and, quote, rock solid, stressing continuity in orders as well as partnerships. Marvell announced, of course, as we reported to you a couple of weeks ago, that they had acquired Celestial AI for $3.25 billion, which is certainly going to help their photonics and AI accelerator capabilities, Joey. We never really know what the truth is going to be, but the dude came out and said that ain't true. If he says that and it ends up being he's not right, he's going to get in a lot of trouble. So I'm more inclined to think the analyst is wrong here and the CEO is right.
I would like
what do you think?
Yeah, I think so. The exact same thing. I mean, could this be the next potential Broadcom move, Sharif? If they have all this demand in which they're referring to, you're still down 30%. So you're drastically, you haven't even broke that previous pivot high. So you're underperforming the overall market. January of 25, you haven't even came anywhere close. Your stock was cut more in half, right? But if they have everything that they're saying down the pipeline and the demand is real, then by all means, look at Marvell as AVGO potentially. Look at this stock from the April lows. This thing is drastically outpacing a lot of these big names. I mean, even Amazon. Amazon's been lagging, obviously comparing apples to oranges,
right.
But you're 200% opposed to down 30%. So keep an eye out for Marvell to play a little bit of catch up here.
All right, I want to show this chart or infographic before we go on to the next story. And this is what this is, guys. So the EU makes more, this is super interesting, more from fines on U.S. tech than their own tech companies paying tax. At least that was the case in 2024. So in 2024, the EU fined U.S. tech companies 3.8 billion euros. And in that same year, their own tech companies, including SAP, others, SAP, paid 3.2 billion euros in taxes. That doesn't happen every year, but that may be a standout. Apple paying the most there, 1.8 billion. Meta, a little over $1 billion. LinkedIn paid 310. I think Uber paid 290. And the reason I'm talking about that is because this story coming up next, Intel EU antitrust fine cut by 1/3. We'll talk about that when we get back from Madeira.
Market dropping here as we digest comments from White House senior economic advisor Kevin Hassett. Now, again, Kevin Hassett is being heavily favored as the next Fed chair. He's saying that the Fed will likely need more cuts and that stronger data could actually support a 50 basis point cut. He said that the Fed has a lot of room to reduce interest rates. So again here, Hassett talking quite a lot about markets. about Fed rate cuts. Market does not seem to like it. He also just said that a 25 basis point cut would be, quote, a small step in the right direction. So basically hasn't saying, sure, they can cut rates, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. Back to you.
For that. So here's what happened. Europe's General Court, they upheld the EU Commission's 2023 antitrust decision against Intel for anti-competitive practice, but what they did was they reduced the fine. Initially, well, not even initially, I'll get to that in a sec. The fine that was reduced was dropped from 376 million euros to 237 million euros, a $140 million reduction. Here's what happened. The case centers on Intel's payments that they made to HP, Acer, and Lenovo between the years of 2002 to 2006, this is how far back it goes, to delay or block those companies from using AMD's chips. Regulators classify these as what they call naked restrictions, which are payments with no justification other than suppressing the competition. This is why I said the fine was reduced multiple times. The EU first fined Intel 1.06 billion euros in 2009. 2009, think about that. How much that was worth at the time. One of the largest tech fines ever at the time. That ruling, though, was partially annulled in 2022, leading to that revised 376 million euro decision. But as I just showed you, Joey, it is very interesting how this works. I guess I want to comment on the story itself, and then whether or not you feel maybe retaliatory measures are
well, that's what I was thinking.
Are in order.
I'm surprised that Donald hasn't said more about this, right? Like, why isn't he using this, obviously, with like tariff negotiations as well, too? It's like, hey, man, you gotta stop fining our company so much. Do you want us to operate or not? Okay, no problem. You're gonna continue to fine them? 50% tariff or something along those lines. So, I mean, it has to go tit for tat at some point. You don't want to go tit for tat, I should say.
You don't want to do it.
You want to find a median and be like, hey, listen, we're going to cool down on the fines, and then we're going to cool off those tariff, those levies as well, too. So, very interesting stuff, but at least with Intel, they're getting that slash.
They are, and like, I was expecting maybe like just some sort of response against European companies, even if you don't want to mix in the tariffs with this, even if that was their thinking. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
It's interesting stuff. Like, I think the States would have an upper hand on the fact, like, just do, because obviously Europe wants to tap into the American consumer.
They do.
With that being said, it's like, hey, you got to stop fining our companies. How do our corporations pay more in fines than what yours do in tax?
That's just maddening to me. Let's go on to the next story. Palantir with a big contract with the U.S. Navy, expanding, of course, their defense footprint. So they secured a $448 million contract with the U.S. Navy to manage supply chain of its nuclear submarine fleet. The contract adds about $2 billion in new government deals that landed since Trump returned to office. The Navy deployment, it's called Ship OS, and it replaces manual parts tracking labor with predictive AI. It's going to start with submarines, but the platform could later expand to jet fighters, aircraft carriers, as well as additional vessels. And Navy leadership said AI adoption is certainly going to improve schedules, increasing capacity, as well as reduce some cost. Just to give you an idea of how Palantir's contracts now are structured or distributed, I should say, between government and commercial. Government revenue in Q3 for Palantir was $486 million. That's up 52% year over year, but a healthy growth as well for their commercial unit. Their commercial revenue in Q3 came to $397 million, so almost $100 million lighter, but also doubled year over year, Joey. Palantir, is it still up on the day?
I don't know.
All right, let's find out.
Yeah. We're still up. Yeah, we're still holding up around those highs there, Sharif. It's doing pretty good. I have the chart up right here.
Not too bad, actually.
Yeah, it's not too bad whatsoever. I mean, as with Palantir, man, this thing continues to perform, increasing government contracts. We thought for some time, like, hey, they're too reliant, but the commercial's starting to pick up as well, too, and so is abroad. We've seen that segment grow within the company, and I think it's going to continue to do so. So just having the ability to collect a bunch of information and relay that into something that's kind of essentially readable and digestible is huge, and it's been sending this stock to numbers that you would never have guessed, because I remember trading this thing at $10 even. So yeah, some good stuff here in Palantir, holding up relatively well compared to the rest of the market, and it looks like it's on that trajectory to come and test this previous high around $210 there, Sharif, 207 to be exact.
I don't think I'm saying anything different, Jay Dizzle. I'm just saying that it's reached that price. I'm not saying it grew at a faster rate or faster CAGR or slower CAGR. I didn't speak about the rate of growth. That didn't come out of my mouth. So I think you should check what you're saying there, brother. Eli Lilly is going to spend about $6 billion to build a new production facility in Huntsville, Alabama. This is the third new U.S. site that the company's building, and they've now committed $27 billion to new manufacturing builds on top of the $23 billion that they've already invested since 2020. CEO David Rick said the investment accelerates that onshoring pharmaceutical activity as the 100% tariffs possibly for pharmaceuticals manufactured abroad could come into play. We don't really know when. The FDA, though, is giving Lilly a little bit of a nod here. So increased manufacturing capacity, said the CEO, is critical ahead of the drug's regulatory submission because they're aiming to avoid supply shortages that they had with the GLP-1. And the FDA granted Lilly a priority review voucher, potentially speeding up the approval of their new GLP-1 pill to be a little bit faster. So it could get approved in just a few months. Very interesting look there. Next story, because they're both kind of related, Joey. Pfizer strikes a $2.1 billion licensing deal to rebuild its obesity pipeline, but they're not doing it in the way that you think. They signed a $2.1 billion licensing agreement with Yao Pharma, which is a subsidiary of Shanghai Fosun Pharma, to develop and commercialize an early-stage oral GLP-1 pill, obesity pill. The deal includes a $150 million upfront payment and up to almost $2 billion in milestone payments. But Pfizer's renewed push into the obesity drug market is not without some setbacks. We'll get to those setbacks in a second. But here's the deal. This Yao Pharma oral GLP-1 drug, it targets the same hormone, that GLP-1, as Novo Nordisk's Wegovy, but it's still very early in the development stages, meaning commercialization, at least in the way that they're going to reap profits, is still years away. Pfizer will run later stage trials while Yao Pharma will conduct the phase 1 trial. Pfizer intends, though, to use this GLP-1 that they're picking up from Yao Pharma to include with its own molecule a GIP candidate mimicking that dual-action approach that we've seen by Zepbound and Mounjaro. The deal also complements Pfizer's recent $10 billion Metsera acquisition after a heated bidding war with Novo. And here's the deal. Pfizer has screwed up twice already. They scrapped 2 obesity pill drug trials in the last 2 years due to safety and tolerability issues, and they're urgently needing new options, obviously, to stay competitive. BMO notes, though, Joey, that limited supply data on the drug by that Yao Pharma makes this, possibly a bit of a riskier entry. And listen to this, roughly 1 in 8 U.S. adults now report using GLP-1s.
That's crazy.
In the
All right, first things first. I like the pill. Why? Because storage costs, that's really huge. So that's going to increase. It also increases your total addressable market as well, too. You can go to places who don't have certain capacities, too. Now, my question is to you, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that with these obesity pills, it seems like some of these major manufacturers are trying to come out with their own. It does seem like there's somewhat of a demand for it. There's still a current large amount of demand, but could we get too much of a supply to the point where, hey, you're investing too much, like we're talking about the AI trade? Is like, okay, is there going to be down the road, because if everybody becomes skinny, you're not going to need that pill at the end of the day come 5 years down the road.
You know what, bro? I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's going to get to be kind of crowded because everybody's going to have their own. But
there's more fast food restaurants out there.
exactly.
Yeah, there's more.
Got to be
fast
nice
food.
about it, though. I mean,
What is wrong with saying that there's a lot of fast food restaurants out there?
I'm not
and
talking
people-
about you. I'm just saying about the words that I'm selecting.
But let's not beat around the bush here, Sharif. That's oil, sugar, and salt are probably some of the 3 most addictive substances on the planet.
100%.
So when you're spinning that out to the public,
It is what it is, man.
Yeah,
There's
it is.
demand for it. Look, and again, I've talked about this off camera as well. There's other uses for these GLP-1 drugs. A lot of people are talking about addiction issues that it helps with. We'll have to wait and see as those are studied at the moment. So let's go on to the next story. GameStop reported earnings after the bell yesterday. And it was not good top line number. It was a good bottom line number because, well, they're able to shore up costs. They reported revenue of $821 million, but that was down from the previous quarter or from a year ago, year over year on the quarter comps. $860 million, that's a 4.5% decline. earnings came in at positive, though, 24 pennies a share, a notable improvement from the 6 pennies a share they showed last year, which is that cost discipline, despite the top line weakness. We're going to pause for a second, Joey.
All right, guys, Bitcoin, Ethereum moving. Keep that in mind. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now, ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Yeah, Bitcoin and Ethereum are really moving here, guys. Look at Ethereum. I think it's outpacing what Bitcoin's up to right now. So a big, strong move, volume starting to kick in. And then here's IBIT as well, too, guys. So you're now punching through that high of the day, holding the volume-weighted average price, and you're climbing 50 cents just like that, guys. So some nice movement here in Bitcoin and in ETH.
Joey. All right, so that good cost discipline there. Let's talk about what they did, because it's really Bitcoin and then their legacy business. GameStop, they continue to expand into crypto, purchasing Bitcoin earlier this year and putting it on their corporate balance sheet. Their BTC holdings were valued at $528.6 million at the end of Q2, but when you do some mark-to-market accounting, you look at it right now, apparently it's at 519.4, obviously Bitcoin having dropped. But their core video game retail remains challenged due to digital distribution shifts, falling foot traffic, and thinning physical software margins. Joey, is there a future to go in, Ram, to the GameStop, buy a game, or is everybody going to download stuff now?
Well, the only thing is that you just need to buy the physical console, right? But other than that, you can get all the games online, right?
Get all the games online.
Okay, so if you wanted to go buy me a PS5 right now, where are you getting it? Walmart. Okay, that's the answer that I was looking for.
Fabian said, have you heard about the Steam box? No, Fabian, I haven't.
No, what is a Steam box? Wow, Ethereum's going nuts.
Okay, Valve, which controls Steam, has introduced what they're calling a console killer. And is it as good, Fabian, as like apparently it's pretty good, he's saying.
Steam? Yeah.
And they're dropping a
Baby,
VR glass
Why don't you talk to both of us?
I don't know if
we
can,
but... Yeah.
Okay. Steambox is a sauna, says YY. All right, man. It's GameCube, does everything as a computer and console. Ichiro says, I think it's going to flop. It's a non-existent console from Steam, says Omar Diaz. Can't vouch for Steambox. Can vouch for Steambox. It's going to be amazing, says The Volted. So many different comments there, man. I absolutely love it. Yeah, pull it up, Joey. Let's find out what this is. Yeah, man.
Steam, who's it created by?
What is it called again, Fabian?
Steam by
Steambox, Joey. Yeah, bring that in.
Yeah,
Steambox. Yeah.
What is this thing? It looks like a PSP, man.
Steam machine, Joey.
Jeez, get it right, guys.
All right, it's okay.
Let's see. Let's see this thing here.
All right, bring it in so everybody can look at it.
Well, I got to look it up first, brother. Jeez. All right, let's see what we got going on. Steam machine right here.
That's the VR headset that he was saying.
Okay, so this little thing right here.
It's a wireless.
Okay, so like, why am I buying the Steam machine over a PS5?
I'm assuming it's probably a lot cheaper.
Can I play the same? Can I play the majority of the games? Like, can I play a PS5 game on this thing? But but a Steam version of the PS5.
So these are computer games, right? So these are computer games, Fabian, right? That you can play on there, right? That's the. Everything's leaning towards PC gaming. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we talk about market share all the time. You got to take into consideration that Xbox and PS5 pretty much hold the majority, with the exception of Nintendo, right? PC started to get more as the AMD chips got better, as the Nvidia chips got better. You started to see that market share lose. But I don't know. I personally haven't heard of this thing, nor have I seen any form of a commercial. I think it's just going to be hard to remove that dominance that PS5 and the PlayStation 4. Okay. All right.
Well, he said he knows personally 4 people that are going to buy this machine, and there's a lot of comments coming in, so people clearly know about this.
A lot of people are saying that Steam is going to dominate. So,
hey man,
Hey, it already How much is this thing going to cost me here, Fabian?
Yep. $700.
It's not even
a
out
penny.
yet?
No, it's not out. Yeah, no.
It's
Still hype right now, yeah. Okay, that's going to be quite interesting.
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I used to game on the PC back in the day, and but that was really it.
Hey, did you hear that story with Jensen and Sega?
No, I didn't.
So I think in the earlier days of NVDA, Jensen was supposed to create essentially the I could be getting some of this wrong, the Sega console.
Okay.
And then the creator of it, I believe it was the individual in Japan, he said, hey, he goes up to him and says, yeah, we can't make this. And it was literally like at the brink of elimination for NVDA. So he's like, yeah, I can't create this console for you. I can't get you what we told you we were going to get, but I still need you to pay me that money. Yeah, and surprisingly so, he did. Jensen's like, yeah, the CEO of Sega was like, yeah, I'm still going to give that to you, but as an investment. But if he didn't get that $5 million, NVDA would have had to dissolve.
That's interesting. I didn't know that at all.
For those who have fact-checked me, Chad, I'm pretty sure
that's super interesting.
Yeah. So it was NVDA was close to going underwater.
Crazy.
Back when Sega was a big thing,
GPUs,
and then he got the CEO, an individual in Japan. He said he's a fantastic individual. Invest $5 million into NVDA.
Very interesting.
And pay that bill. He's like, hey man, I can't give you what I promised you, but I still need the money.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Stuff. Yeah.
All right, guys. Look, the other news headlines are not that pressing, so we'll just forego them. It's basically Chewy, the reported earnings. We talked a little bit of that in the morning. Maybe we'll go over this one, Joey. GE Vernova is having a great day today. At least it was in the pre. Where is it at right now? It's up 14.5%. So let's cover GE Vernova as they close in on that $200 billion market cap. So they raised, well, they had revenue. They raised their 2028 revenue outlook now to $52 billion, expecting a low double-digit CAGR, compounding annual growth rate, up from the prior $45 billion, and it's grounded in single-digit growth. Management highlighted their early-stage secular growth in electrification with massive multi-decade runway as the global grid scale in AI, as well as electric vehicles, of course, as well as renewable and industrial demand starts to increase. The CEO emphasized that their large installed base and long-cycle solutions position the company to capture sustained market expansion. What else we got here? They updated as well their 2026 guidance. Revenue expected to come in 41 to 42 billion. Free cash flow is going to be around 4.5 to 5 billion. That's up from the prior guide of 3.5 to 4. So good luck there. And they're accelerating their returns, Joey. They doubled their quarterly dividend to 50 pennies. 250 pennies, which is annualized. Look here is $2 a share. That's going to start in Q1. And they also boosted their share repurchase authorization up from 6 billion to 10. Obviously looking to put shareholder value. And they say, look, electricity demand tied to AI data centers, as well as, the electrification of transportation vis-a-vis EVs, is creating a multi-year demand for increased grid power as well as renewable segments, Joey. So they see this as a good longer-term tailwind.
Do you have any more data on this thing? I don't know if this is just the
Remember they spun off from GE?
That's
split.
Why. Yeah, I figured. So, they did. Isn't FedEx is doing that as well too, breaking up into multiple segments as well?
I forgot, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, they're going to, I'm pretty sure, relatively soon. But yeah, 516% in GE Vernova and a big time gap up, guys. So that's a little bit over a year. So I wouldn't be complaining whatsoever. Fantastic stuff. Maybe you get a split around $1,000, but yeah, they did divide from GE as well. Let's take a look at what actual GE is up to.
What is it up to?
That's General Electric. Yeah, I mean, not too bad, Sharif.
Okay.
I mean, hey.
Yeah, it's been not too bad at all, man.
Not too bad. It did break
Vernova trade though,
Yeah,
and I've been saying this for a while, man. And I haven't gotten into any nuclear names, and I always feel like it's just past, but I don't know. I'm in BE, and I've just left it at that. BE is getting rinsed today, by the way.
Yeah, so is
time.
So is SMR.
SMR as well. Guys, I want to bring in BBGI over here because this one is halted to the upside yet again. And it's looking real good, man. BBGI, monster small cap gapper on the day. This will be my biggest loser on the day, though. BBGI, we made some money back on the others, but BBGI still very negative on. We were almost shut down, and now we're barely red on the day. So quite happy with that. This one is halted at 16.26. A fantastic hold on that 110 candle off the volume weighted average price and rocketing right back up, taking a lot of halt levels with it. The high of the day is 2078. As I mentioned, we're halted at 1626. Let's look at the trading screen here and see exactly what to expect in terms of the tap. So we're halted at 1626. The tap is showing 1670. Halt time. 1:45:04, so the earliest we'll be open is 1:50:04. It is currently, get it, Katina, man. It is currently 1:46:53, so we've only been halted for a couple of minutes. This one, at the earliest, will be open at 10:02. Also, iRobot, IRBT, catching another really nice bid off the volume weighted average price. Not even quite down to VWAP, just more into a technical area of support at that 470, 4 2/3, and there it goes back into 5, but 5 has been a troublesome spot for IRBT on the day, despite being a 520 high. You can see a lot of these prints, you know, they try to breach 5 and they fail, and then when we got above 5, we were immediately retracing down with lower highs. It's still up low, 40% on the day, so IRBT looking real good. VELO, we were involved in this one multiple times today. Also, you know, trying to get back above that $9 area. It's still holding trend for the most part with some higher lows. This one's up 35%, looking not too bad. I think that the selling is coming in between $9 to $9.10, $9 and $9.10, Joey. But I lied about going over 10 minutes early. We're going to go over now.
Over now.
A little bit early.
The rollover is now, guys. Just be cautious. Don't go crazy leading into this print. Let JP talk a little bit. Let the volatility cool down, and then you can base trades off of that, guys. Other than that, I wish everyone a successful day. And if you're in the GTA, drive safe, everyone.
Yes, sir. See you guys.
There it is. Thank you, boys. Welcome everybody in, as I think everyone will trickle in rolling over. We got about 11 minutes. And then at that point, well, we'll hear, you guys won't hear it, but we'll hear in our ear, and Dara will hear in her ear, quarter point basis cut, or I think they usually frame it, sometimes they'll frame it the actual percentage you're moving to. So we'll get the quarter point cut, and we'll get the reaction in the market, which sometimes isn't crazy when it's as expected. And then, of course, at 2:30, we'll have Powell coming on the podium, going to the podium. And we're going to go to Adara quickly, but we'll take in all of the action. And there has been some movement going into this, like Bitcoin's starting to move around a little bit in anticipation. Adara?
Yeah, we're going to be back here and giving a lot more attention to this in about 10 minutes once that number comes out. But here's just what it's going to look like. We're going to look at this screen here. We're going to tell you guys what the Fed interest rate decision is. And also, we're going to be getting these summary of economic projections. We do not get that every meeting, so that's certainly going to be something to be aware of. Again, I'll go over all of that for you guys. We'll also get the rate statement where you'll kind of see crossed out what has been changed or added or removed from the last statement. So all of that I'll be going over for you guys right here. We'll take a look at Bitcoin, at the US dollar, and yeah, again, just to remind everybody, as Sean and Neil said, 25 basis point rate cut is what's expecting, but there's a lot of speculation that we might get a more hawkish Powell conference coming through at 2:30 p.m., so keep that in mind. Back to you.
Also got some lunch over here. I didn't even have my lunch yet.
Let me know what you think of that.
I think it's pretty good so far. I mean, I just had one little piece of beef. I'm going to try to eat and trade at the same time. So.
I thought the beef was...
What does it say?
I thought the beef
plain,
was...
or I don't know.
Yeah, it was like zero seasoning in the beef.
Oh, okay.
It was completely plain.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Thai basil, so I don't know.
Yeah, they said it was Thai basil. We're talking about our lunch, everybody. And it was very, very plain. Okay. But hopefully the markets aren't plain. I see a few people in the chat.
They might be.
Still rolling in here. Hopefully we get some crazy action. Look, at the end of the day, on the outside, I mean, like way out there, low probability, according to Kalshi, 2% or maybe 2.5%, or if you're actually looking at the CME tool, it's still 10%, the chance that we don't get a cut. I think you're just really thinking, okay, well, what would you short? I think short open door or IWM, but we're going to get the cut. So I think you just sort of react to what we see. I'm going to be on Bitcoin and open door. Those are the ones that I like. Now that we're less than 10 minutes to go, as I said, Bitcoin is really starting to move. Like it was, tight range, but in the last like half an hour or so, the volatility has more or less doubled on Bitcoin. So I think some of the levels starting to come in could be good for that rubber band action that we use, right? When I say rubber band action, like initial we get expected. Maybe you play some bounces off of lows or some rejections of highs and little scalp trades. And then after 2:30, when Powell's in the press conference, which we will show live, everybody, then you get down to the nitty-gritty of maybe making an actual trend.
Yeah, look, we're, I mean, let's just think about it. If the market does get that rate cut, I mean, what do we expect? The market right now is pricing in that rate cut, right? So I don't think the market's going to be overly volatile if and when we get that. There it is right there, 89% chance right now of that Fed rate cut. So I don't expect too much dancing here. If it comes out, we'll hear it in our ear, and then we'll just go over and we'll have a look at sort of what's been going on, right? I mean, I'm looking at JP Morgan on a battle back today, made back half of what it lost yesterday. So that's nice. The bank's starting to rock and roll. SoFi's starting to go back up to the upside. And look, man, I mean, I'm glad that Neil's talking about Bitcoin, but right onto here, that's literally the only thing I wrote down on my thing about the Fed was be careful today with Fed. And I haven't traded at all. I went to the gym, just got back from the bank literally 5 minutes ago. So right now, IBIT, we're gonna short, watch it here, watch the reaction, looking for a short in IBIT. So we'll see if that can happen with Bitcoin. Last time we got the Fed rate cut, Bitcoin went to the downside. So we'll see if that could happen there today. And again, it's the dot plot, right? We'll look to see where is the extension moving out forward here into the new year, right? Are we going to get those 2 rate cuts? Are we going to get 3 rate cuts next year? Are we going to get 1? What does that plot look like? I think the market wants 2, if not 3. So if we only get 1, I could see the market getting to the south side. So I'm actually going to be biased short for this. So I'm looking right now. We trade the TQQs. Today we had Palantir at the lows. I mean, crazy that we just were getting nervous there and got out right before he left to go to the gym there. It ripped right back up. But Palantir is going to be my P&L number 1. And then the other name I have today is Nvidia. And boy, oh boy, was that good to get out of Nvidia once that broke those levels because we were long and then boom to the downside. So we're just still those 2 for 2. But we're looking at what could move on rate cuts, right? So I'll be looking at the NASDAQ, big names like Apple, a big consumer name. This could move around a bit as well. But ultimately, it's just looking forward to what's coming next, right? And if you look here, if we go all the way out and we say right now we're going to be 350, 375. So if we go out to next December, right? And you sort of look, this is where it is right now. There's a third chance that it's only to 303 and a quarter. So you're talking about 2 rate cuts. So you're looking at 2 more rate cuts after today. And that's 25 basis points. So that's where the market is priced right now. It's a quarter, basically a quarter, like it's almost like pretty even here. They're saying that there's a 10% chance that we have no rate cuts next year. There's a 25% chance of 1 rate cut next year, 30% chance of 2, 21% chance of 3, and then, it's getting a little boring doing this over and over again. But I think this is what's going to be important, right? It's the dot plot. And this is the best look at a dot plot from a chart. That perspective anyways. There was just a story up there. I didn't see what it was.
I think it's JP Morgan's Michelle has been making some comments.
Okay.
Expecting bull markets into year end. There've been a few.
I expect it into year end, of course, yeah.
There are also JP Morgan's Michelle saying it's not, it is, it's 100% deal with Hassett.
Okay, so that's done.
They're saying Hassett's basically a done deal.
And we know he's a cutter.
Yeah, he's definitely a cutter for sure. But I mean, you have to have that consensus. So it's
cutter.
He's only
cut up. Cut up those rates.
Got to.
Hassett.
But I don't know when we're going to get that announcement. That's the other thing. I mean, it's all well and good for everyone to be saying it's going to be Hassett.
I mean, remember, guys, like everyone's saying Powell's going to pull the rug here on his last. What's up there?
For what it's worth, Hassett said himself that you'll get the announcement in 1 to 2 weeks. He just said this. He also said that he is honored to be considered. So we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
What else are you going to say?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm honored to be your next Fed chair. No, I'm not honored at all.
I don't want to be able to retire with $100,000 appearance fees. Why would I want to do that?
I mean, imagine what they like with Bernanke and all these guys yelling and everybody that's just, been through. They've all done quite well for themselves, and they're all rich to begin with, anyways. Okay. Oh, what I was going to say. Here we go. What does Papa Powell want to do? He will cut rates by 25 basis points. But this is what I wanted to. This is what I wanted to go over. Right? Was just the fact that it's not Powell that makes the decisions on these rate cuts. It's a vote.
Yeah.
So he's just the talk. He's the face.
The figurehead.
He's the head of it all. You know, it's not like Donald Trump or anything, like where he doesn't have that power is what I'm saying, where he could just say, tariffs, forget about it, or, you guys voted rate cut? Nah, we're not going to do that. We're actually going to raise. So that kind of stuff, as far as I understand, doesn't have that kind of push. So we'll see, again, the talk from the meeting. I think that's what we're going to do. And that's why it's so important at 2:30 when he hits the podium.
It's not more important, I think.
It's more important, I would say, yeah. But hey, there's still a 10% chance. So what do you think the market does if it's a pause?
Tank.
Tank, yeah.
Well, very specifically, the more rate-sensitive names. Like, I'm thinking, like, IW, like, if for some reason, like, I still think we're going to get a cut. But if there isn't a cut, like, look at, like, things like Open Door, the IWM, maybe some of the EV names, some of the frothier things in the market. You know, have a look at the quantum stuff. Like, those kind of things, I think, will probably get hit the hardest if you're looking for something to do. I saw someone in the chat saying there was a new, and again, I'm just reading what somebody said, there was a new Polymarket account.
Oh, was there?
Someone just put anyways, that bet 40 thou. Kudos to them. That there would not be a cut. Which,
they bet $40,000 there would not be a cut.
Yeah, so somebody stands to make like 1.6 million.
Yeah,
So
they will lose.
People that make those types of bets, or stands to lose $40,000. Obviously, is the way that you should also be able to look at that. So in 2 minutes or so, maybe just slightly before that, we will go to Adara. You're expecting to hear that there's a cut. If you don't, then expect some chaos. If you do, I don't know if it will be all that chaotic.
SMR down 6% already. I mean, to your point, some of these weaker names that sometimes need funds to develop are already starting to get hit here. If there is no cut, I would say Neil's going to be right. I mean, what is that signaling for the market? Are they that worried about the jobs market? Are they that worried about the monetary policy they currently have? Like, why would they not cut right now? If the fact that there's 98 to 2% chance there on Kalshi, that's probably right. Remember, Kalshi nailed Carvana as well. So what's up, Jero, in the chat there? Fed talks, and there's an Intel conference right now. Is there? I don't know. Intel got smoked early and made it all the way back pretty much, only down 1%. All right, guys, we are now 2 minutes away. We will have on this stream, most likely, as long as we're thinking about it, we'll probably put Powell in the corner there once he's on, and with some of the closed captions and whatnot, so you guys can figure that out. But remember, the best thing to do is turn your volume way up. I promise I won't yell, because Adara is going to give us all the strike-throughs, all the new wording, anything like that. If she hears anything about dot plot, she's going to come there. And we're also focused, of course, on his tie color, so we're ready for that one to come through. Hopefully, purple.
I don't even know what color means what.
Is what we're looking at. We don't have any positions.
No.
So people saying positions not showing, Bowie or Bowie.
I almost never have positions going.
I'm not, and if I do have something, it'd be a runner. And right now we've already exited out of everything, so now we have 1 minute left. I'm just gonna go over, let's just watch the NASDAQ. I'll watch the Qs here. We'll probably trade with the TQs again, trade with a $50 name instead of a $600 name. But here we go. We are now moments away, getting anxious right now. 45 seconds until we figure this all out. I think Powell's done a fantastic job. Let's see what his last important decision is here today in guiding the Fed towards potentially a cut. 30 seconds, Adara.
Again, guys, we are expecting a 3.75% here. Prior was 4%, so we're expecting that 25 basis point cut. We're going to be getting this now in about 20 seconds. And also, as Sean mentioned, there's other things to remember as well. There's the dot plot. There's a summary of economic projections. There's also, if there were any dissenting votes, the last couple Feds, we have had dissenting votes. So just be aware, all of these things are worth factoring in as we are now 5 seconds away from this very likely rate cut. And it is out as expected. We got a 25 basis point cut from the Fed. As I get more detail on the vote or the summary of economic projections, I'll let you know. Let's take a look at the market. Market pushing higher here as we send you back to Sean and Neil to react to this. I'm going to be keeping you guys updated as I get more info.
All right, so there it is, man. 25 basis point cut. I just punched into the TQs here, and the reason why is there was that. Okay, let's go. I mean, here we go again, man. We're making a little bit of money now, long now. Voted 9-3. So there it goes. Yes, sir. Wow. What a call, my guy, right there as we continue to go higher. So I just said, like, hey, if it's going to be a cut, then the market is expecting it. So here we go, man. Nice upside move right there. We're in a bull market. We know that. And here it goes. Nice move to the upside. Neil, that's what we're talking about right there. It's another one. We'll fire it off. Props up to those longs as we get a little higher. Waiting now for a continued move. We're going to exit out of this trade and then see what the secondary move is.
Yeah, we'll see what the secondary move is. We're going to go to Adara very quickly just for more context, because we are hearing it come through our ear. Adara, what do you have for us?
This was a 9-3 vote, guys. We had 3 dissenting votes, which is I certainly was not expecting. It is worth noting, apparently the 2 Fed members who were voting in favor of no rate change, that's Schmid and Goolsbee. So Schmid last time also voted against the rate cut. Goolsbee joining him. I have not seen who voted in favor of a larger rate cut. Myron has the last couple of meetings, but if I get updates on that, I will let you know. They also said they're going to be buying $40 billion of Treasury bills over the next 30 days. As I start to see the actual statement, how things have changed, I'll let you know. But here's the DXY, which is certainly pushing lower. This is the 15-minute chart. Take a look here at Bitcoin as well. BTC, much like the market, trying to move a little bit higher, although it's actually given up a lot of that initial wick to the upside. I'm going to look through the summary of economic projections. But again, it is worth noting, I'm seeing 3 dissenting votes apparently.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 9-3, which is exactly what.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I'm surprised because I had actually read that there was going to be at least 3.
That was what we expected.
Nice to see 3 there, and so that was a good one there. All right, man, we are out of 75% of this trade. So we just nailed that right there, putting us obviously where we need to be on this trade. And I'm going to stop out if it goes flat. So let's just wait to see what's going on right now with the NASDAQ. Nice little shoot higher there. And if this goes against me, it won't. It will come out. So if we do come back in for this, we're going to get out of here. The market could easily just tank now. That was exuberance there, so we got out at 75%. And just going to hold and see if there is continuation. If there is not, fine by me, man. 57 has been the top anyway. So right now I'm long the market.
Absolutely. I want to give a big shout out, if we can, to AIML, everybody. Are we ready? There we go. Why? Because you've heard your heartbeat 100,000 times today, and probably a few more on Fed Day as well. Every beat's a data point. AIML Innovations turns that data into potentially life-saving insights and max yield. And AI Engine filters that noise, labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. The mission is to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at aiml.health or follow at AML/Innova on X. Let's go back to Adair. A bit of a reversal coming in here. Bitcoin coming back in. I'm watching Open Door as we are getting pretty decent reversal, Adair.
Yeah, so that might be because there's a lot of sense here, at least that's how people are interpreting this, that yes, the Fed cut rates, but they might want to slow this down going forward. Now, they're apparently seeing rates at 3.4% in 2026 and 3.1% in 2027. That's in the median. They're predicting 1 rate cut for 2026, 1 for 2027, and 0 for 2028. Now, I have this up here. Here's a summary of economic projections. Kind of hard to see. I'll try to zoom in as much as I can here. But as you can see, GDP here, median compared to the September projection, actually a little bit stronger. So Fed is now seeing a median GDP for 2025, 26, 27, and 28, all above their estimates back at the most recent SEP that would be back in September. Unemployment rate, though, is actually exactly the same, more or less. So unemployment rate view for the Fed has not changed from September. PCE is interesting. They're actually seeing a little bit lower PCE here on the median now than they were in September. So interesting look. Again, as I get the rate statement, I'll let you know. I have not seen it float around yet. I just saw it now, so give me a second, guys. Back to you.
All right, so I'm going to go short, as I said I would, on Bitcoin. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. Our trade came right back in, and we got out where we got in. So good trade there for sure. And then I told you guys, I did the work. We're going to see what Bitcoin wants to do right now into this move. Nice move higher. I'm going to stop out if it breaks 60s right here. We're going to see if it does touch back down a little lower. So I'm in position. Again, it's not showing it, but I'm in position right now, short right here with IBIT.
Yeah, I'm over in the same. That's right. Yeah, you said it's not working. I'm sitting at 40s on IBIT, looking for it to just give me the body of that wick for sure. I did jump into open off of the high as well. That's going to be open door. Yeah, as it came off the top. There it goes. You just had to take a fill.
Yeah, I took one, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so open door off of the high. If it makes a new high wick, it's been resistance all day long. So just basically giving it to that topping tail wick. If the market wants to break out, congratulations if it does. But I'm playing that. Going to play like until 2:30 at least. Going to sort of play off of support and resistance to the best of our abilities. We're going to go back to Adair. We got another update.
Here's the statement, guys. There actually weren't that many changes except for just them saying that reserve balances have declined to ample levels, and they're going to start initiating purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities. That's really the only substantially updated thing, in addition to the fact that we now actually have as well 3 dissenting votes. So Fed's Myron, as I said earlier, he was likely the person who voted in favor of a larger than expected cut. That is in fact the case. Austin Goolsbee, as I mentioned, in addition to Schmid, voting to keep rates in place. But yeah, let's talk here about the statement in and of itself. Again, like this paragraph hasn't even really changed. One of the biggest changes here, in addition to the decision to lower the rate and the actual rates, is this wording here of further adjustments to policy. So they're usually, or before they said, in considering additional adjustments to the target range for the Fed funds rate. Now they're saying the extent and timing of additional adjustments. So the Fed is basically saying, yes, there will be more adjustments. We're not sure when, and we're not sure the extent of what they will be. So that is interesting as well. For what it's worth, head of global fixed income over at JP Morgan, Bob Michel, he apparently is live and analyzing these comments, and he said that the Fed has a, quote, hawkish tilt at this meeting. So this might be that hawkish cut that we were hearing analysts talk about. Guys, back to you.
Right, it's a round 2 fight. The market is now ripping right back. So we're going to get stopped out, it looks like, of this crypto space very, very soon here on the move higher. But we've just averaged into it. We're not, again, not taking huge positions here right away at 2 o'clock. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe right now. Be part of this action every single day. I mean, we'll sit here, I'll give you the news, give you everything real time. We know for a fact that there's other stations watching us that do this kind of thing as well. So we want to thank you for watching the real one right now with Trader TV Live. And here we go, man. Nice little move lower here for IBIT. We'll wait to see if it goes, but I'm short right here at 35. So kind of a flattish trade right there. But it's nice to see what's happening in the market, man. There it goes, boom. We got stopped out of a quarter of it. We got it at 75%, then got stopped out. It's risk management, man. If you're joining us for the first time, that's what I'm all about, is that risk management. I know you're in...
IBIT just blow... Oh, sorry,
Open Door.
That's that's what I meant to say. Open Door just blew out the top and is continuing to go as well. Though the Nasdaq is going to do this. I'm going to try to avoid flipping symbols as often. The Nasdaq is blowing to the high, not through, to the top. So I still don't mind playing off the edges here. And I like Open just because of the reaction the last time. Like when the market was doing its back and forth reversals, it tended to move a heck of a little bit more. Same thing with Bitcoin. That was the experience. Nvidia, for everyone out there looking, Nvidia busting through VWAP, been relatively weak. If you awaken Nvidia here, that could help you get through the top. Sellers all day long on Nvidia have been in control. So this one getting through VWAP would be absolutely huge. Guy in the chat, I see you there talking about GE Vernova. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it. And we'll talk about some individual names and things like that a little bit later on. But right now, it's really the reaction in the market, which is attempting to bust those highs. I think you want to pay attention to some of the bigger names. Are they able to follow through? Right now, Nvidia is making a pretty strong attempt.
Yeah, I just wanted to give some quick updates here. The Fed's saying they're watching both sides of their mandate and that downside employment risks have increased. They also said that, again, policy or outlook here, uncertainty about the outlook does remain elevated. So some more concerns here for the Fed.
So it's too early to be into this short, by the way. We need to wait until Powell eventually speaks.
20 minutes.
So, like, because I'm just sitting here thinking, like, okay, what's Adair going to say? But what can she say? Like, it's a prepared speech, basically. They're just going to read it and then strike through some notes and strike through some letters and talk about the dot plot and all that. So that's already out, and the market's digesting it right now. So I think we got to wait a minute. I'm going to give it to that top of 70s. We don't have as many shares as I thought I would have, so I kind of switched my stop just a little bit higher into there. We could realistically come back up to here, but if the news is good and it just keeps on running, then we might as well just stop out of this one. I'm glad Bitcoin's going up. I mean, okay, did it even break 70 there? But we got out anyways. Anyway, I'm not going to get back into that right now. So, okay, we got out there, so we'll have to hit fail. That's going to be our losing stock there. So we have 3 good, 3 bad. But IBIT maybe just too much. Like we don't need to get in. I think we were right with our first little thought there. But I don't know, maybe we just got stopped out at the top. I don't know. I'll put on a little bit. I'll put something back on, but very, very small, just more to watch it. I do think at 2:30 this market does go the other way. But right here, we talked about Bitcoin. I'm into that one. And then I just wanted to see here, let's see what the dollar's doing, the DXY right now in the US dollar. Normally we have it up on our screen, but I don't think we don't have that right now. We used to have some of those indexes and whatnot. So you can see the dollar making moves down right now, and NASDAQ going back up on a weak US dollar. So that makes a little bit of sense. So there it goes on the Fed rate cut downside right there. The TLT, the Treasury, down as well. So down dollar, down 20-year. right now. Other than that, we talked about where Bitcoin's going and what the market's going. Market's going higher.
VIX is asleep.
Yeah, that won't be doing anything right
VIX
now.
is asleep at the wheel right now. Why do I have a 4-hour up there? Let's go to a 15. Doing absolutely nothing here. I mean, slightly, very, very slightly creeping to the upside on the 15-minute. And you want to keep an eye on a few of these things.
Oh, boy,
if something starts to get out of whack, right, then you want to pay attention. So VIX not doing anything, as you mentioned, watching the USD. There's G Vernova up 16%. Oh, they have the power, no questions asked. It feels like you just go back to, wow, regular scheduled programming for that stock. They almost don't care what's happening. The market can't break the high. It can break the high. They raised their guidance. Obviously, that's an AI play because it's all about energy, all about power. So wait until we got to the next top. I said until Powell comes on at 2:30, I just want to play inside the ranges. So had it gone down to 7, I would have been long. I would have been looking for the long 7. Tried it off the current high, yesterday's high here. I'm talking about open doors. You can see here 750. So when it wicked that, short it. I'll look back into the prior high for that trend trade. Yeah, and you're welcome out there. Anybody, if you're interested in a particular name or there's something you'd like us to cover or you have a question, first you got to hop in the chat. To do so, you have to be a subscriber. So hit that hit the subscribe button. And I will ask you one favor if you're new. When you type a symbol, use the $sign. Go $sign, let's just say, oh, can we reset that? I should reset it before I do this. Let's reset the visualizer, which is this thing. We're going to reset it. And then now go $sign so I can show you. I'm going to go $sign SLV because people always want to know how silver and gold are doing. And most of them will start popping in. There we go. Now they're starting to populate. And then you'll start to see what matriculates all the way up to the top. Why is, okay, first of all, it should only do stocks. There's no $sign. BBAI coming in there as well. Warby Parker, it looks like going to be interesting for some people. But we'll keep track and then see what pops to the top of the list. It's an easy way for us to be able to cover what you guys are interested in.
Yeah, exactly. And we made money on TQs, gave it back on IBIT, and just waiting here to see if we do take out that top here on Bitcoin. I mean, what is it signaling? It's signaling one rate cut in 20. What's that dot plot looking like, Adara?
Yeah, I was seeing, from what I've seen, it looks like they're seeing maybe 1 in 26, 1 in 27, none in 2028.
28. Okay, I'm not worried about that. But okay, bearish. So that's bearish. So this is why I'm short right now. I'm short IBIT.
That's a short.
We could go short the market as well if we wanted to, but I'm already here right now. So we'll sit on this one. That doesn't. I mean, that's not. We just showed you where the expectation was. It was a 33% chance of 3 next year. So if they're going to go to 1, that can't be good. But also it could be, right? I mean, you don't need to. It's not Fed. Rate cuts aren't the only thing that moves the market. So they could be seeing good earnings. They could be happy with the job market. They don't need to cut rates. So we'll see. And then, he's going to be called Mr. Too Late again if something happens. But, we do have a change in management coming, obviously, at the head there. So let's just be patient here and watch it. Like, I'm not seeing any outside move other than my main man over here, Palantir, which is now up 4% today. And we were long already at 182.50. I mean, to be up $7 on this trade, we've done it before, but that would have been crazy to hold through the release there. But 189 and change for Palantir. Look, everybody, hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. We're back. We're trading. We're going to have Powell up in just a couple seconds. Once he takes the podium at 2:30, things will start moving around. I mean, I don't know if banks are moving. Like, I don't think if there's anything that's moving outside, let us know. iRobot's still moving today. JP Morgan's made back half of its loss from yesterday, which is great news. SoFi, boom, shakalaka. That's good, man. We're now above 27 again, and that continues to go higher. Uber was getting killed earlier today. Let's see if that still is.
I think Uber is bad. Check out Lyft.
At $84. Yeah, I mean, Uber and I guess Lyft would probably be much worse. Uber down 6%. Some guy's just trying to get long on Uber, so that's a good move by that guy.
Ain't nobody trying to be long Lyft.
I don't know, maybe they're trying to be long Lyft. I don't know either.
Nobody.
But Nvidia right now, 183. So some of these names just aren't, like, I'm trying to just give you guys a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything right here. It looks like Tesla would have been a good winner. That's up $4 right now on that move as well. Remember, the Nasdaq's now green, was red for the majority of the day, stayed underneath VWAP here all morning, poked his head into green, came back. We were red heading into this, so there it goes, nice upside move. So,
you know what's still weak? Oracle's still weak going into their earnings tonight. And think about it, like they want more rate cuts. I mean, what are they tapping? They're tapping the debt markets. Oracle is tapping the debt markets to fund a lot of stuff. So, they're going to care. They're not a small cap, but they're going to care for sure. But it is trying to bounce as it goes. And the market's higher. The market's trying to break out. Let's go over and just quickly show the cues here. Like, obviously, Oracle's relatively weak if it's underneath the volume-weighted average price. But we're repressing the highs as we speak on the NASDAQ, trying to push through. We got about 15 minutes until Powell takes the podium. But right now, we're pumping to the upside. I just reloaded on open. I mean, it got from 50 down to the prior high, but not to VWAP. So reloaded and we'll go scalping again as, oh no, Roadrunner said Netflix is diving. You don't want that. Netflix going down when the market is, blasting's not the right word.
Yeah, I mean, it does.
If the market is like slightly rising higher and at the high of the day, Netflix still at those lows. They just got to say no.
$3.
Because you know what's happening specifically here? WBD is trading at that higher bid now. It's trading all the way up at that $30 level as if that's going to win. People must really be thinking Netflix is going to raise their bid. Because if people thought the Skydance bid was going to win, Netflix should be bouncing on that news. But that's just what I think. I want to pull the trigger to buy the dip on it, but I want them to respond. I feel like just tell them you're not raising your bid, and the stock's going to go up.
Yeah, no, I'm already into Netflix yesterday at 96. I'm completely fine with that. I don't need to be buying more. We should have averaged in. We tried to average in at 90. Literally came up to us. I was a little higher than that, and then once I realized that was the top, I tried to punch through and get some more 90s short. But we'll take it. Just get filled there. Oh, all right. Well, we got some 65s there on the way back down. We're short at 78, so I don't necessarily want to cover this. We'll make it. If I get out now, we make this all back, but we're just waiting. See if we do get it. Okay, must take something out. We'll get some 59s here. Okay, let's go. Good recovery there. And remember, the market was expecting this. So thank you everybody for joining us one more time. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. We are doing this every single day. Here's a TLT down right now. The DXY as well. The dollar trying to stabilize a little bit. I think that will help the market here. What's up, Barry Dingle? It's me, Barry Dingle. Do we know who that is? Can you check the chart for GOSGBX? Sure, it's a penny stock, but retail owns a big portion of the float.
Safe and green holdings.
Sure, Barry Dingle.
First off, I will tell you, not enough volume to be a day trade. If it's 2 o'clock on a Fed day and you've done less than $1 million and you are a $4 stock, it's not a lot of vol. The other thing I will say is I do not like reverse splits and already back down, threatening to break lower. So just be careful with these. I mean, sometimes you get a good run and you can make a bank off a bounce, which I would tend to think you probably should have been in this one. I have no idea what, like 250 when it bounces a 200 period, and then you take what you can get and you wait for it to reset. Because when you reverse split, you trend down, you try to catch hero bids if you can, but I think that's all really doing here. So again, I don't like these reverse split stocks. I find you can find small cap runners. There are small caps out there that have decent looking charts, that have a little bit more, what's the word I want to use, oomph to them than just trying to catch like a hero bounce every now and then, like you would. The reverse splits are nasty. Go look at what happened to Lucid recently after their reverse split. Or better yet, Workhorse. Oh.
Workhorse. Yeah, stay away. I mean, as I was saying
I just don't like those.
Like I was telling Sia, she was looking for some advice or what to invest in. I'm just like, invest in what you know. Don't invest in all these garbage companies. If you're swing trading and you're in the game every day, fine. Like, take that opportunity to play the big runners. But like, if you're trying to invest in something, just try to find the best stocks that are on sale. And sometimes those do go on sale. You might be getting Netflix right now, even Google or something like that, potentially on sale. I'm bidding 55s to get out of another, there it is, getting out of another small piece right here. So we're gonna now go, obviously, green now on IBIT. And I mean, this was a play that I had thought about 6 hours ago when we wrote our sticky note right here, and it was this was the trade for IBIT. Watching weakness in BTC proxies with IBIT, of course. Short setup into the FOMC. Let's figure it out. Let's let the Fed send us lower, and we'll see where it goes. So that's what we're doing right now. We're short. We were short too early. Adam asked me earlier about just noticing that the trade has been trading for me has been leveling up, and what's new. And it's just I made the mistake here getting in too early. So I think waiting for something to happen and giving us levels, that's what's new, and that's what's up. So it's a nice move right now on IBIT. We'll just wait for it. We're flat on the stock now, but it's position pending, so we still could obviously go red on that one. We raised some capital today by selling some Alibaba in order to buy some more Marvell. But if Marvell was at 90, I'd be buying it. But right now, it just made a nice little move higher there. Let's see. Excuse me. See who made the right decision. Selling at 160. All right, Adara.
Into exchanges stumbled across BTCC, top 30 global leaders. The wild part, BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC. If you're in US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. So seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more info. Thank you very much to BTCC. And back to Sean and Neil.
Thank you very much there, Dara. Appreciate you for sure. Just going over some other names in here, just so you can see. I mean, I look up. Here's what the visualizer says. Thank you for putting in actual symbols, everybody. Netflix in here. Tesla is going to be number 3. iRobot. That's still making power moves, but Tesla can't seem to crack 450. 449.90 is the actual high in here, believe it or not, like right up to that top, and can't seem to crack it as it continues to show a little bit of strength along with the market. And iRobot, maybe this one will do its own thing. Oh, I thought this was stronger. You know what? For some reason I thought iRobot was breaking out the top. Still very good at 40% today for iRobot. And the best thing about this for iRobot, it's doing it on its own. Serve down 5%. Rich Tech, oh wow, Rich Tech's up 2%, so it's actually up on the day, but it ain't up 40%. iRobot's doing its own thing and showing a lot of strength relative to its brethren, cohort, peers. But no, not really pressing that high. I thought it was doing a little bit better when people were getting excited. Maybe this one could break out where other things aren't taken out the top.
All right, 6 more 64s here. Yeah, so what I was saying before I almost died was that I got out. So I recently bought some BABA. I got out of what I put in, but I got out of a quarter of my total holdings of Alibaba. I wanted to make sure that that was clear. I still have Alibaba, but up 2% today as they talked about Meta getting involved with Quen. So, you know, that's should have helped Meta, but not. Meta downside right there. So we did cover some more IBIT as we go. And yeah, Netflix, man, I mean, this is not moving on any rate decisions or anything like that. I mean, at 2 o'clock, this is what it did. It actually just went up, down, back up, now back down again. So Netflix getting hit pretty good here right now, almost into that 92, 93 area. Well, it is at 93 now. It's basically here right now. And if you look at a daily chart, I'm still glad that I'm in that ARKQ that I bought live with you guys, man. We bought that at 109, that ETF, ARKQ. That is the Kathy Wood Robotics name that I've been in for a while. And the minute we got that robotics bump last Monday, I just went live on the show and bought that off open. Yeah, so this is, sorry, it's not, it's 88 is where we want to get into here. Somewhere around there, 90, 80, basically 92 to 88. Could find some bids coming through for Netflix. But remember, it has to clear through all this talk right now as far as Warner Brothers, Paramount, Sky, all these different bids coming through. Oh, sorry, not IBIT. What I wanted to look at, oh, I don't even remember anymore. All right, we can, let's get off this. I don't remember what I wanted to do. I have Netflix up right now. I'm not sure what it was.
I wonder if there's a hedge going on with Netflix. Like, part of my brain is saying there's probably people that are shorting Netflix and going along WBD. I think there's probably at least some of that happening. No, but the market is starting to come back in. I think, like I said, would have some trouble if Nvidia does not want to participate in today's party, and it absolutely is not. So that's looking very heavy for sure. Innovative entertainment, I'd be careful. That 30 level on WBD, remember, it's just an offer that the board hasn't responded to. And as of right now, like the only one that's kind of firm is, of course, Netflix. If they don't raise the bid, and if Warner Brothers board never really accepts the Skydance offer, like I've seen it before, like the stock could actually fall. There's a recent one just a couple of days ago, SAAT, I believe it was, whatever. I'll find this info for you later, where it's a similar situation. Some company bid up like 30.75, and the stock was trading at $27, and actually went down initially because one of the major shareholders said they're going to vote against it. So it does matter whether the board likes it, whether the shareholders want it ultimately. You've got to be a bit careful with that. Just don't assume it's going to go to 30. I'm not saying it won't. Like, I thought it was a good long at 27, as I said before, but I think you want to ring some register on Warner Brothers if you can.
Yeah, I think 100% there. I mean, the deal's going to get done and your money's going to get tied up.
That's the other part.
You don't want, like, when the deal's announced at $30, it's $30. You just want to cash out because there's no point unless you do think there's a higher bid coming because your money's tied up for 12 months. So with current rates, 4 or 5% on cash.
Also, the antitrust issues there, like, that's a deal that could take a longer time. Like, even if you... Yeah, exactly. Like, even if it goes through, sometimes you just want to get that money.
Tesla. Oh, I know what I wanted to talk about here. It was Tesla related. It was this ARKQ. This is the Cathie Wood robotics ETF that I bought down here. It was I think it was 109 and change. Maybe today's Wednesday, so it was last week. Yeah, so right into here. It's been doing nicely. So this is an ARKQ. Their top holding is Tesla. So that's good. So hopefully that will continue to go up. I remember I was saying that I wanted to get more Tesla, and I did it via that a little bit. Gave me exposure to many robotics names, and I don't have to manage it. I'll just pay Cathie, whatever she is, to manage that for me, which is fine. I self-manage all my funds anyways. Okay, so that's IBIT. That's ARKQ. All right, here comes IBIT right now. So let's go, man. We'll see how much diamond hands we can exactly have. I have half left. So I have exactly half left, and we have just turned at this level at 50 positive on this name. So I've traded 4 names today, and all 4 are green. So if you followed me on any trade today, you'd be fine. But it's hard to do that because obviously on Palantir here, so many outs. But I mean, as long as you don't have all these outs, maybe you top ticked it, you might be up more than I am on that trade. But 190 there for Palantir, now falling back in. I'm as happy as a pig in you know what, because right now we wait. We are now 2 minutes away. We want to thank everybody. If you're watching right now, make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. Just go over here, click on YouTube, get in here. This is what it looks like. Fed Chair Powell, not happy. 7.5 watching right now. Make sure you do hit that like. Come on, man. 400 likes. Let's get that going just a little bit. And for everybody that's part of our membership right now, for $5 a month, you get, it's nothing. It just helps support the show. You get all these cool little emojis there, so that's nothing. But you also get our members-only morning research note, which has tons. Let's go, IBIT. There's tons of futures trades on there as well. But let me guess, did you just get a fill?
No.
No, okay, because our thing went off again. So that's why I was...
Like 3 minutes ago.
Okay, so maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
I got to fill an open door like 2.5, 3 minutes.
So maybe that's what it was. I'm going to get filled right here at 40s. There it goes. It goes right back on again. So yeah, I think there's something going on with every time you get a fill over there.
And you guys let us know if the position board goes out. Oh, with only 1 minute to go, I know I meant to do this. People have been asking about that BBGI.
Oh yeah.
And we talked. Okay, so look, we don't mind updating here, but I don't think anyone really is trading this stock. No one at real trading would trade this thing. I think not many people anyways. But the tap on the current halt is 22. This stock just goes from halt to halt, probably a couple dozen today. Like if I pull up I wouldn't even bother to count. This and OCG are just halt fest all day long. It's a complete insanity. So just be careful trading and understand the risks. Obviously 420% speaks for itself on BBGI, and OCG is also a similar type. And I think it's a little bit more expensive. I think that one's, again, trading a little bit higher, but it's going to go from halt to halt. We don't mind. I have my locator up at all times to be able to tell you what the tap is. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on them, but I don't think anyone's going to trade it. So I'm going to reload back up at like 49.50. You keep getting down, but not to VWAP here on Open Door. And I'm watching Nvidia start to creep back up. Ooh. I feel like if Nvidia breaks out, that's going to be the sign to go. Like if Powell should be hitting the podium any second now, as you can see, it's 2:30 and he's not there. So obviously,
what?
Oh, I mean, yeah, he's running a little bit late.
I didn't even realize the time. When you said it was 2:30, I was like, oh, for sure he's there.
He's not there yet.
I like that little podium.
I think he's usually on.
Tags in the background looks pretty nice. All right.
It's his last time, so I shouldn't. It's the last.
Just before he goes, I took out some more right here at 50 again. So we got a great fill down there at 40s. That's the VWAP trade. We're back to the high spot for us, or for myself right now today. I do have a bid at 49 there as well, in case that does come back in to get another little bit of a fill right here. So I think we're going to go to Powell right now. So see you, everybody.
Remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although important federal government data for the past couple of months have yet to be released, available public and private sector data suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed as much since our meeting in October. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. As a separate matter, we also decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities solely for the purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time, thus supporting effective control of our policy rate. I will have more to say about monetary policy and its implementation after briefly reviewing economic developments. Although some key government data have yet to be released, available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Consumer spending appears to have remained solid, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector remains weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government has likely weighed on economic activity in the current quarter, but these effects should be mostly offset by higher growth next quarter, reflecting the reopening. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects that real GDP will rise 1.7% this year and 2.3% next year, somewhat stronger than projected in September. In the labor market, although official employment data for October and November are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. The official report on the labor market for September, the most recent release, showed that the unemployment rate continued to edge up, reaching 4.4%, and that job gains had slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. In our SEP, the median projection of the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Very little data on inflation have been released since our meeting in October. Total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices also rose 2.8%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from their peaks earlier in the year, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.9% this year and 2.4% next year, a bit lower than the median projection in September. Thereafter, the median falls to 2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by 1/4 percentage point to 3.5 to 3.75%. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. A reasonable base case is that the effects of tariffs on inflation will be relatively short-lived, effectively a one-time shift in the price level. Our obligation is to make sure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. But with downside risks to employment having risen in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to lower our policy rate by a 1/4 percentage point. With today's decision, we have lowered our policy rate 3/4 of a percentage point over our last 3 meetings. This further normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend.
This is what we're waiting for now, guys. We're waiting to talk more about the labor market right here. Let's go. We just averaged into Bitcoin. More short Bitcoin, guys. Ring in the register.
Plausible estimates of neutral and leave us well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the data, the evolving outlook, and the balance.
All right, good trading, guys. We'll check out Open Door.
FOMC participants wrote down their
Open Door upside
of an appropriate path of the federal funds rate.
Bitcoin downside, we reshorted that one.
Judges to be the most likely.
Check out gold and silver, everybody. Gold and silver, neither one of those two broke the highs. Seems like the metals are not really participating in this move whatsoever. There's silver, there's gold heading back into the lows. I put that in the chat because I wanted to see something relatively weak. So you're seeing the metals take it a little bit on the chin. The market was at tops, and these were making lower highs. So I pivot over to that very quickly. Let's go back to Powell.
Decision. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. Let me turn now to issues related to the implementation of monetary policy, with the reminder that these issues are separate from and have no implications for the stance of monetary policy. In light of the continued tightening in money market interest rates relative to our administered rates and other indicators of reserve market conditions, the committee judged that reserve balances have declined to ample levels. Accordingly, at today's meeting, the committee decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities, mainly Treasury bills, for the sole purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time. Such increases in our securities holdings ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range and are necessary because the growth of the economy leads to rising demand over time for our liabilities, including currency and reserves. As detailed in a statement released today by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, reserve management purchases will amount to $40 billion in the first month and may remain elevated for a few months to alleviate expected near-term pressures in money markets. Thereafter, we expect the size of reserve management purchases to decline, though the actual pace will depend on market conditions. In our implementation framework, an ample supply of reserves means that the federal funds rate and other short-term interest rates are primarily controlled by the setting of our administered rates, rather than day-to-day discretionary interventions in money markets. In this regime, standing repurchase agreement, or repo operations, are a critical tool to ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range, even on days of elevated pressures in money markets. Consistent with this view, the committee eliminated the aggregate limit on standing repo operations. These operations are intended to support monetary policy implementation and smooth market functioning and should be used when economically sensible. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably down to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals.
All right, looks like he's going to be over soon.
Understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
Watching out for the
Everything
cues.
we do
Going to battle back on the NASDAQ.
At the Fed, we will do
Nvidia just held VWAP at least.
and price stability.
Yeah, SLV is still where you got it. Okay, so here we go. Now it's question time. So this is what we're going to wait for, guys. Let's hear what these questions are. Probably looking at the job market for me.
Just first turning to the statement, just to be clear, we're on the same page here. The insertion of the phrase, considering the extent of additional adjustments, does that indicate that the Fed is now on hold until there's some clearer signal from inflation or jobs or the evolution of the economy?
Short IBIT again, of course.
So, yes, the adjustments since September bring our policy within a broad range of estimates of neutral. And as we noted in our statement today, we are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. That new language points out that we'll carefully evaluate that incoming data. And also, I would note that
More outs, just getting out on the way down,
by
guys.
75 basis points.
Hitting 54s, see if we can get a little bit lower.
Comes LOD.
September.
Yep. Here comes the market. Yeah, silver going down too. I keep showing it. Nielsen
Market's at
silver.
VWAP too.
Yep, the market's getting lower right now.
Bye-bye, Nvidia.
Economy of all.
Oh, let's go, let's go.
If I could follow up on the outlook there, it seems
All right, back into the 50-period moving average. I'll take a little bit out here at 63s. If we can get it, yes, we do.
fairly steady on
All right, the market's just kind of going up and down right here. We'll keep on listening to this talk here, but you know, I think it's about this. Here we go. He's talking about
improving productivity out there.
I heard the word AI.
So a number of things are driving.
All right, give me those 54s. I'm bidding 54s
If you look broadly
on IBIT.
forecasts, you do see a pickup in growth in many of those now too. So it is, it's partly that consumer spending has held up. It's been resilient, and it to another degree, it is that AI spending on data centers and related to AI has been holding up business investment. So overall, the base expectation for next year is
Getting lighter and lighter positioning,
I
guys.
think with outside forecasters too, is a pickup in growth from today's relatively
There it is.
level of 1.7%. I mentioned that the SEP median is 1.7 for this year growth and 2.3 for next year. You actually, some of that is due to the
Bringing in some cash here, guys.
out of 2026 and put it in
IBIT.
2025. So it would really be 1.9 and 2.1.
Silver probably going. NASDAQ going.
VIX is climbing here, bouncing off. VIX is bouncing off of morning support here.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. This is we talked about going short on Bitcoin. We nailed Bitcoin short, man. Big trade. Let's go. Let's see if we get some 48s right here if we're lucky enough to get that. And again, just basically saying that they're looking for one rate cut next year.
Which you think is bearish.
Talked about getting, I think it was inflation down to 2.4%.
On what Howard was asking.
Good fill there, 50s.
Target rate is nowhere to be seen.
Over here.
No, I don't know what their target rate is. At 2.4, right? Is that what he said?
That's a moving target rate, it seems like. But we can go back and listen to Powell.
Yeah.
But nothing.
The NASDAQ's not doing anything, guys.
Out of pocket, and we haven't moved outside of our range, everybody.
So we're
Look here, this is, if you come over here just quickly, yeah, so the NASDAQ, I'm just going to talk over them just quickly. You know, this was 230, sorry. Huge move to the upside. Now it's come right back in. This is 2 o'clock. So we're basically right where we were, just slightly higher. Great for the long-term account, but,
4%.
you know, with one rate cut, I don't really like it. Let's see. Let's listen.
Inflation was high, very high, and unemployment and the labor market was really solid at that point. So what happened?
Here we go, labor market.
Last summer of 24, inflation came down, and the labor market began to show real signs of weakness. And so we decided, as our framework tells us to do, that when the risks to the two goals become more equal, you should move from a stance that favors really dealing with one of them, in that case inflation, to a more balanced, more neutral setting. And so we did that. We did some cutting, and then we paused for a while to work our way through what was happening in the middle of the year. And then we resumed cuts in September, and we've cut now 3. We now cut a total of 175 basis points. And as I mentioned, you know, we feel like where we're positioned now we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy evolves from here.
If I could just follow up on the SEP, you have a whole lot of big increase in the growth numbers, but not a big decline in the unemployment numbers. And is that an AI factor in there? What is going on?
AI?
The dynamic of you get more growth.
Maybe it's C3 AI is doing something.
Unemployment. Thank you, sir.
LOL.
It is. The implication is obviously
Nvidia not doing anything.
And some of that may be AI. It just also, I think, productivity has just been almost structurally higher for several years.
Tesla all the way back in
If you start
$4.
thinking of it as 2% per year, you can sustain
Check out
higher
Rivian for
growth
Randy.
without more job creation.
Check the U.S. dollar.
Higher productivity is also what enables incomes to rise.
Yeah, nice move in the Dixie here. Nice move in the U.S. dollar.
That may be. That's certainly the implication.
PLT probably heading higher too. Let's check the 20-year Treasury. Small bounce. Lower on the Treasury.
New York Times. Today's decision was clearly very divided. It wasn't just the two official dissents against a cut cut, but there were also soft dissents from 4 others. And I'm just wondering if this reluctance from several people to support recent reductions suggests that there is a much higher bar for cuts in the near term. And what exactly does the committee need to see if things are well positioned right now to support a January reduction?
Sure. So let me just say, as I mentioned, and as I've mentioned here before, the situation is that our 2 goals are a bit in tension, right? So interestingly, everyone around the table at the FOMC agrees that inflation is too high and that we want it to come down, and agrees that the labor market has softened and that there's further risk. Everyone agrees on that. Where the difference is how do you weight those risks, and what does your forecast look like, and where do you, ultimately where do you think the bigger risk is, and it's very unusual to have persistent tension between the 2 parts of the mandate, and when you do, this is what you see, and I think it's actually what you would expect to see, and we do see it. Meanwhile, the discussions we have are as good as any we've had in my 14 years at the Fed. They're very thoughtful, respectful, and you just have people who have strong views, and we come together and we reach a place where we can make a decision. We made a decision today. We had 9 out of 12 supported it, so fairly broad support. But it's not like the normal situation where everyone agrees on the direction and what to do. It's more spread out, and I think that's only inherent in the situation. In terms of what it would take, we all have an outlook in terms of what's going to come, but I think ultimately having cut 75 and the effects of the 75 basis points will only begin to be coming in. As I've said before a couple times, we're well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves. We'll just have to see. And we will get, as you know, quite a bit of data. I should mention on the data, as long as I'm talking about it, that we're going to need to be careful in assessing, particularly the household survey data. There are very technical reasons about the way data are collected in some of these measures, both in inflation and in labor, in the labor market, so that the data may be distorted and not just sort of more volatile, but distorted, and that's really because data was not collected in October and half of November. So we're going to get data, but we're going to have to look at it carefully and with a somewhat skeptical eye by the time of the January meeting. Notwithstanding that, we will have a lot of the December data by the time of the January meeting. So we expect to see a lot more, but I'm just saying that what we get for example, CPI or for the household survey, we're gonna look at that really carefully and understand that it may be distorted by very technical factors.
And just one more question on dissents. I mean, you talk about it in a very positive way, just given the complicated nature of the situation we're in economically. But is there any point in which those dissents become counterproductive, either to the Fed's communication and the messaging around the policy path forward?
I don't feel that we're at that point at all. I don't. I would say, again, these are good, thoughtful, respectful discussions, and you hear people say, and you hear many outside analysts say the same thing. I could make a case for either side. I mean, I could make that case. It's a close call. We have to make decisions. And we always hope that the data will give us a clear read, but in this situation, you have competing. If you look through the SEP, you'll see that a very large number of participants agree that risks are to the upside for unemployment and to the upside for inflation. So what do? You've got one tool. You can't do 2 things at once. So at what pace do you move? What size moves do you make, and that kind of thing? And what's the timing of them? It's a very challenging situation. I think we're in a good place to, as I mentioned, to wait and see how the economy evolves.
Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, there's been some discussion recently of the 1990s. In the 1990s, the committee did 2 discrete sequences of 3 quarter-point cuts, one in 1995-96 and one in 1998.
Hitting 54s.
And after both of those, the next move in rates was up, not down. With policy now closer to neutral, is it a foregone conclusion that the next move in rates is down?
Here we go. What's the next move?
Policy risks as genuinely two-sided from here.
So I don't think that a rate hike is anybody's base case at this point, and I'm not hearing that.
This might be positive.
What you see is
no rate hikes.
Feel we should stop here and that we're at the right place and just wait. Some people feel like we should cut once or more
another bid
this year and next year. But
here we go.
When people are writing down their estimates of policy of where it should go, it is either holding here or cutting a little or cutting more than a little. So I don't see the base case as involving that. So of course, a data set of 2 now 3 is not a big data set, but you are right about those 2 3-cut times in the 90s.
If I could follow up, the unemployment rate has been rising very gradually for the better part of 2 years, and indeed the statement today no longer describes the unemployment rate as remaining low. What gives you confidence it won't continue rising in 2026, especially when housing and other rate-sensitive sectors still appear to be feeling restrictive policy from the notwithstanding the 150 basis points in cuts prior to today?
So I think the idea is that with now having cut 75 basis points more now and having policy, I'd call it in a broad range of plausible estimates of neutral, that will be a place which will enable the labor market to stabilize or to only tick up 1 or 2 more tenths, but we won't see, any kind of a sharper downturn, which we haven't seen any evidence of at all. At the same time, policy is still in a place where it's not accommodative, and we feel like.
When's that Trump tweet coming out? I agree with you guys. When's that Trump tweet coming out?
Related inflation. And as
Mr. One Cut
as they flow through,
Amazon.
That'll show through next year. But as I said, we're well placed to wait and see how that turns out. That is our expectation, but we're going to start to see the data.
Dollar rate where we started,
right or not.
Financials breaking out.
Yeah, financials going.
Financial Times. A lot of people interpreted your comments at the October meeting that, when there's a foggy situation, we slow down to mean that, there wouldn't be a cut now, there'd be a cut in January instead. So it'd be good to get a sense of why did the committee decide to move today rather than to move in January instead? Thank you.
Right. So in October, I said that there was no certainty of moving, and that was indeed correct. I said it's possible you could think about it that way, but I was careful to say other people could look at it differently. So why did we move today? I would point to a couple things. First of all, gradual cooling in the labor market has continued. Unemployment is now up 0.3 from June through September. Payroll jobs averaging 40,000 per month since April. We think there's an overstatement in these numbers by about 60,000, so that would be negative 20,000 per month. And also, just to point out one other thing, surveys of households and businesses both show declining supply and demand for workers. So I think you can say that the labor market has continued to cool gradually, maybe just a touch more gradually than we thought. In terms of inflation, it's come in a touch lower, and I think the evidence is kind of growing that what's happening here is services inflation coming down, and that's offset by increases in goods, and that goods inflation is entirely in sectors where there are tariffs. So that does build on the story, and so far it's only a story, that that the goods inflation, which is really the source of the excess at this point, almost more than half the source of the excess inflation is goods, is tariffs. And you've got to say then, so what do we expect from tariffs? And I would say that is to some extent down to looking for broader economic heat. Do we see a hot economy? Do we see constraints? Do we see what's going on with wages? You saw the ECI report today. It doesn't feel like a hot economy that wants to generate, Phillips curve kind of inflation. So we look at all those things, and we say that this was a decision to make. It obviously wasn't unanimous, but overall, that was the judgment that we made, and that's the action we took.
And just on the ample reserves point, how concerned were people around the table about some of the tensions we've seen in money markets? Thank you.
I wouldn't say concerned. So what really happened is this. Balance sheet shrinkage, sometimes called QT, went on. We had a framework in place for monitoring it, and nothing happened. The overnight reverse repo facility went down pretty much close to zero. And then beginning in September, the federal funds rate started to tick up within the range, right? And it ticked up almost all the way to interest on reserve balances. There's nothing wrong with that. What that's telling you is that we're actually in an ample reserves regime. So, we knew this was going to come. When it finally did come, it came a little quicker than expected, but we were absolutely there to take the actions that we said we would take. So, and those actions are today. So, we announced that we're resuming reserve management purchases. That is completely separate from monetary policy. It's just we need to keep an ample supply of reserves out there. Why so big? The answer to that is, if you look ahead, you'll see that April 15th is coming up, and our framework is such that we want to have ample reserves even at times when reserves are at a low level temporarily. So that's what happens on tax day. People pay a lot of money to the government, reserves drop sharply and temporarily. So this seasonal buildup that we'll see in the next few months was going to happen anyway. It was going to happen because April 15th is it.
Yes, I'm just going to interrupt Powell here quickly to talk about INTC, which is doing well. As Sean mentioned, Intel having some kind of event right now. Apparently an executive from the company saying that they're hoping to finalize their Nvidia investment late this year or early next year. So again, INTC exec apparently commenting on their Nvidia investment. Back to you.
What's going on? It's also happening in the context of a temporary few-month front loading to get reserves high enough to get through the tax period in mid-April. So that's what's happening there.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is the last post-FOMC press conference before an important Supreme Court hearing next month. Can you talk about how you're hoping the Supreme Court will rule? And I'm just curious why the Fed's been so reticent on such a pivotal matter.
It's not something I want to address here, Andrew. We're not legal commentators. It's before the courts, and we think we don't think that we help matters by trying to engage as a public discussant of that. I'll give you a mulligan, though.
No, thanks. I don't know if that means I get 3 questions, but
no, just one more.
I guess I wanted to come back to the 1990s question, and like, do you see that as a useful model for thinking about what is happening in the economy right now?
I don't think it rises to that level. So I did think that in 2019, where we cut 3 times, but this is such a unique situation. It's not the 1970s, let's put it that way, but we do have tension between our 2 goals. And so that's just unique in my time at the Fed, and I think going back a long ways, we haven't had that. In our framework, as you know, says that when that's the case, that we try to, take a balanced approach to the 2 things, and we look at how far they are and how long it would take to get them back to each of them back to the goal. And that's a very subjective analysis, really, but it just tells you you've got to. And I think ultimately what it says is when they're broadly equally threatened or equally at risk, you should be kind of neutral, because if you're either accommodative or tight, you're favoring one or the other goal. And so we've been sort of moving in the direction of neutral. Now we're in the range of neutral. We're in the high end of the range of neutral, I would say, and that's what we're doing now. It so happened that we've cut 3 times. That we haven't made any decision about January, but as I've said, we think we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy performs.
Edward.
Power Hour.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I wanted to ask you, the inflation expectations has come down in your SEP report. Do you see the tariff price increases as passing through in the next 3 months? Is it a 6-month process that we're looking for that to end? And then because of that, is jobs the threat to the economy?
So with tariff inflation, it takes, there's the announcement of a tariff, and then there's, they start to take effect, and then it takes some months. Goods may have to be shipped from other parts of the, it may take, quite a while for an individual tariff to take its full effect. But once it's had that effect, then the question is, isn't that just a one-time price increase? So we actually look at it, all of the announcements and what you get from all that. You see sort of for each one of them, there's a time period, and then it's fully in. So if there are no new tariff announcements, and we don't know that, but let's assume there are no major new tariff announcements, inflation from goods should peak in the first quarter or so, right, or roughly. We haven't been able to predict this with any precision. No one is. But call it the first quarter or so of next year should be the peak. And from here, it shouldn't be big. It should be a couple tenths or even less than that. We don't really have precision on this. And after that, again, if there are no new tariffs that are being announced that will take 9 months to get fully in, and 9 months is also an estimate, then you should start to see that coming down in the back half of next year.
And I want to see if I could address sort of the elephant in the room. The president's been talking openly about a new Fed chairman. Does that hinder your current job right now or change your thinking at all?
No.
Mike.
Great, no.
Mulligan's for it. Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. 10-year rates are 50 basis points higher than when you started cutting back in September of 2024, and the yield curve basically has been steepening. Why do you think that continuing to cut now, especially in the absence of data, is going to bring down the yield on the thing that will move the economy the most?
So we're looking at the real economy and focusing on that. And you've got when the long bonds move around, you've got to look at why they're moving around. If you look at inflation compensation, it's very that's one part of it is inflation compensation break-evens, and they're at very comfortable levels. They're at levels consistent once you get out past the very short term now. Break-evens are at at quite levels that are quite consistent with 2% inflation over time. So there's nothing happening with rates going up out there that suggests concern about inflation in the long term or anything like that. I mean, I look at these things pretty regularly. Same thing with surveys. Surveys are all saying that the public understands our commitment to 2% and expects us to get back there. So why are rates going up? It has to be something else. It must be, an expectation of higher growth or something like that. And that's a lot of what's been going on. I mean, you saw a big move, toward the end of last year, which was not to do with us. It was to do with other developments.
Well, you just mentioned that the public is expecting you to get back to 2%, and Americans overwhelmingly are citing high prices, inflation, as their number one concern. Can you explain to them why you're prioritizing the labor market, which seems relatively stable to most people, instead of their number one concern, inflation?
So we, as you know, we have a network of contacts in the U.S. economy, which is really unmatched if you go through the 12 reserve banks. So we hear loud and clear how people are experiencing really costs. It's really high costs. And a lot of that is not the current rate of inflation. A lot of that is just embedded higher cost due to higher inflation in 2022 and 23. So that's what's going on. And so the best thing we can do is restore inflation to its 2% goal, and our policy is intended to do that, but also have a strong economy where real wages are going up.
Keep an eye here on Microsoft or any of these AI or cybersecurity names. Axios reporting that apparently OpenAI has said that their new models are likely posing a high cybersecurity risk. So again, OpenAI reportedly saying that their own models likely pose a high cybersecurity risk. If there's any more context on this, I'll let you know. But yeah, that's MSTR. Let's pull up MSFT. See how that one's doing. Either way, keep an eye on MSFT, not reacting too much to this. But again, OpenAI reportedly warning of cybersecurity risks with its own models. Victoria.
Not great.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. Just to follow up on that, I mean, this is now the third time that you've cut this year and inflation is around 3%. So is the message that you're sort of trying to send with that you're okay with where inflation is for now, as long as people understand that at some point you still want to get back to 2% because inflation is relatively stable where it is?
Everyone should understand, and the surveys show that they do, that we're committed to 2% inflation, and we will deliver 2% inflation. But it's a complicated, unusual, difficult situation where the labor market is also under pressure, where job creation may actually be negative. Now, supply of workers has also gone way down, so the unemployment rate hasn't moved that much. But, you know, it's a labor market that seems to have significant downside risks. People care a lot about that. That's their jobs. That's their ability, if they get laid off or if they're entering the labor force, to find work. So that's really important to people. The story with inflation, and you know, we're well aware that this is a story at this point, is that if you get away from tariffs, inflation is in the low 2s, right? So it's really tariffs that's causing most of the inflation overshoot. And we do think of those as likely to, in the current situation, as likely to be a one-time price increase. Our job is to make sure that it is, and we will do that job. But right now, you've got this difficult balance, and there are risks to both sides. There's no risk-free path. If it was just inflation and the labor market was just really strong, and then rates would be higher, as they were for more than a year. You know, we didn't have to worry about inflation. Sorry about the labor market, because the labor market unemployment was very low. If you remember when inflation was very high, there was a labor shortage, so we could focus entirely on inflation.
Take the future short here.
It's different. We actually have risks to both, and I think we're doing the best we can for people. They also care about their jobs. They do care about affordability, and the best thing we can do there is both to support economic activity, but also, you know, make sure that when tariff inflation goes down and disappears, inflation lands around 2%.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Just to follow up, you keep talking about job growth being negative. Why do you think job growth is so much worse than some of the official data? Why do you think job growth is, to follow up on your comments about job growth, why is it so much worse than the official data is suggesting?
Oh, well, we know, I think I don't think this is particularly controversial. It's very difficult to estimate job growth in real time. They don't count everybody. They have a survey. And there's been something of a systematic overcount. And so we expected, and they correct it twice a year. So the last time they corrected it, we thought the correction would be 800,000 or 900,000. I won't get the numbers exactly right. And that was exactly what happened. So we think that has persisted. And so there's an overcount in the payroll job numbers, we think, continuing, and it will be corrected. I don't have the exact month in my head right now, and that's just, I think forecasters generally understand that. So, and we think it's about 60,000 a month, so 40,000 jobs could be negative 20.
Yeah, just be aware. Turns out U.S. President Donald Trump is also talking. I saw on his calendar he was supposed to speak. I thought it was not going to be for the press. He is talking for the press, and the reason I bring this up is because AAPL on Watch Trump saying that he heard from the CEO of Apple, of course Tim Cook, that it's hard to hire people. So again, be aware, U.S. President Donald Trump is talking. I am listening to both him and Powell. Back to you.
But I think a world where job creation is negative, I just think we need to watch that situation very carefully and be in a position where we're not, pushing down on job creation with our policy.
When we're talking about supply, we have seen major American employers like Amazon cite AI in job cuts. How much right now are you factoring in AI into the current weakness in the job market?
So it's probably part of the story. It's not a big part of the story yet. We don't know whether it will be. But, for example, if you look at, you can't miss the big announcements of layoffs and also companies saying that they're not going to hire anybody for a long time, and they cite AI. That's all clearly happening. At the same time, people are not filing for unemployment insurance, and since job creation, job finding rates are extremely low, if there were big numbers of layoffs, you'd expect the continuing claims to go up, and you expect new claims to go up. It really haven't much, so it's a little bit curious. But longer term, though, the question is, what are we going to see here? And we don't know, but it's it may be that in past technology, really significant technology innovation eras, you have seen some jobs destroyed and other jobs made. Ultimately, what's happened for a couple hundred years is when you get through all that, you have higher productivity and you have new jobs, and there are enough jobs for people. This may be different. It's every time we have a wave of technology, we think, oh, this could put a lot of people out of work. What are they going to do? In the past, there's always been more work and higher productivity, and incomes have risen. What will happen here, we're going to have to see. But right now is such early days. We don't think we see much. It's certainly not showing up in layoffs yet.
Thank you, Chair. Enda Curran, Bloomberg News. Given the breadth of views on the policy committee, why is there such a division of views between
on the policy what?
On the committee.
Thank you.
Why is there such a division of views between the presidents and the board members?
It's not so stark as that. The views are more varied in each group as well. There's some of that, but I would say they're also governors and they're people on both sides in both groups. I wouldn't put too much in that.
Okay, and just to follow up, please, given your growth upgrade, how would you factor in, or what would be the economic impact if the Supreme Court is to strike down the tariffs that they're currently hearing, please, in terms of growth and inflation? Thank you.
I really don't know. It would depend. It would depend on a whole bunch of things we don't know. So I can't really help you there.
Christine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Christine Romans, NBC News. I wanted to ask you about how the higher income households are really driving spending right now. They're backed by home equity and stock market wealth, but lower income consumers are really struggling with the accumulation of 5 years now of rising prices. It's price levels, not really the inflation rate, holding some of these families back. How sustainable is this so-called K-shaped economy, and what are the Fed's thoughts on whether that's a risk going forward?
So we do, through our vast network of contacts and just through our observation of what's going on in the economy, we hear about this a lot. If you listen to the earnings reports for consumer-facing companies that tend to deal with low and moderate income people, they'll all say that we're seeing people, tightening their belts, changing products that they buy, buying less, and that sort of thing. And so it's clearly a thing. It's also clearly a thing that, asset values, housing values, and securities values are high, and they tend to be owned by people more at the higher end of the income and wealth. So as how sustainable it is, I don't know. Most of the consumption does happen by people who have more means. I think the top third accounts for way more than a third of the consumption, for example. So it's a good question how sustainable that is. The best we can do is to have a price stability and a strong labor market. And what we saw, for example, what we saw at the end of the very, very long expansion that ended with the outbreak of the pandemic, we saw that it was 10 years and 8 months or something like that, the longest one in recorded history. In the last 2 years, most of the largest part of the wage gains were going.
I can't hear anything this guy's saying. We have Powell blasting in our ear, but
he's loud in our ear.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a nice move for the market here, starting to get higher and higher and higher. So I kept on showing you guys just this level. Like, we're stopping out if it breaks here, the weekly high, and I think you can even just switch over to the long. Like, I was waiting for him to be done before we flipped over to the long, but who knows? This is 314 now. And still going on. So a little bit more than I think we thought. But congratulations, Powell. You got it done. And good question and answer period there. Interesting to see inflation, down to the 2.4, 2.7 area is what we're looking at there. Not too much talk, really not too much talk about the jobs market. Talked a little bit about AI. I don't think he gave us anything we didn't know already. Just talked about productivity there. And then, obviously, Adara mentioned Trump going off there, but it was nothing really to do about Powell, I don't think.
Sorry, just an update. The CEOs of Qualcomm, IBM, HPE, and Dell are all at this roundtable, so just be aware, in addition to name dropping Tim Cook, there are a lot of CEOs on watch, guys. I'm going to keep a track of all of it for you right now. Trump's my priority.
Yeah, and remember, we have 45 minutes and we get Oracle and Adobe reporting after the bell. Oracle's relatively weak. Tesla's having no trouble with any of this.
No, I mean, Palantir, a lot of these stocks are...
Oh, yeah, Tesla, Palantir, I mean, distinctly different. Nvidia still... You know, Nvidia's still in the red, man. Yeah, we keep pressing higher. Nvidia just doesn't seem to want to break back out. Let's go back to Adara.
Just keep an eye out here at Lockheed Martin. This name is incredibly strong today. As you can see, they just announced a partnership with Microsoft for next-gen counter UAS technologies. LMT, back to you.
I was just thinking LMT. Okay, yeah, that might be a good one to look at there if there's some talk. I might just, like, we're basically in this trade right here, right now. We're still up on the TQs because of this move, but if it breaks 10s, I don't think we'll give it all back, but we'll basically be up nothing. So just waiting. I was going to say we could flatten this out. It's now back into the money a little bit. All right, maybe he's gone. Is that why? No. Okay, I thought maybe he'd stepped away. That's kind of what I'm waiting for, right, is for that step off, man, right there. So we'll see if it does come through. I'm bidding now low 90s, see if we can get a little bit of a fill there, just take some pressure off, because the long's been right, not the short. So we'll sit in this right now. We could have, like I said, we just could have just got out right there. Small risk. We've already associated this. Here it comes. I don't know what was just said there that gave the market a little bit of a shake, but
the turn in metals was distinct and absurd. Silver, you guys would have seen this like right when it broke that local high. So think about that whipsaw action that you get at 230. So at 230, there's your whipsaw action. There's the high, there's the low. Doesn't break the low. When it breaks the high, high-ho silver off to the races. Gold did pretty much the same thing. As we're flipping through, I was showing you guys the VIX or UVXY. It's going to move the same anyways. But yeah, you can see what's going on. There's gold. But have a look at the downturn. Like, volatility's only been dropping. Like, there wasn't any back and forth action. It was only heading to the downside, which is spurring this on. That's why it's a little surprising. Some of the chip names not doing as well as others. We'll see what Nvidia can do tomorrow, but the rally is pretty much everywhere else at this moment. Like, I'm not seeing anything that's incredibly weak at this point. And as we were showing you as well, I'm trying to flip through all the names that you guys were putting in the chat or letting us know about IWM breaking out in a big way. So this should be all-time highs. It is. All-time highs here for the IWM. That Russell breakout is finally happening. Now, can the financials also break out? XLF, right back up to the top. Gets to the top, you just can't break the top.
Yeah, it's nice to see JP coming back a little bit after yesterday.
Right
Pretty
back
bad.
to where it was before.
Almost, yeah. It was down 4%.
Yeah, effective.
Yeah, effective. Yeah, good. We like it a lot. Right now, Oracle after hours, so we know about that one. Sia getting set up. She'll be on momentarily. Let's check out what's going on with Robinhood here as well. 136 and change. So pretty choppy, you know, for many of these names here. Who's over there, Andre? Pretty choppy for many of these names. Robinhood. If you guys want to show the chart, oh, there we go. Trump will be talking about technology and AI today. Thank you, Sarah, for that one. Here's SoFi doing nothing again as well. All right, man. I mean, here it comes right back in again. These great futures trade that I have here. And it's just the TQs, and of course, I only use the TQs. I've already explained why. I just don't like looking at the way the futures actually look on here, and would much rather trade this as a stock than a contract. So that's what we choose. It's just like Pikachu's, you know, you can't catch them all. 93s. Oh, we just missed 93. I thought we got that. We did not. We're bidding 93. Am I not? Oh no, I'm bidding 90s. Oh, yeah, 93. Sorry. There we go. So there we go. 90s as well. So we take out a little bit more, just taking away some pressure of this trade, as it's just really rode this 21 period all the way up. So if we're gonna take a little bit off there, which we just did, just to get away from it. So we're short 95s, we just covered 96s. We just covered there 93s and 90s and 86s. So actually we didn't even get our 86. So we'll wait to see if that comes in again. Waiting to get taken out 57.15, 57.10 top. That was just based on what we've been doing this week. So the weekly high is right there, 57 change. You know, if it wasn't Fed right now, I mean, playing this, if it wasn't Fed right now, you might not have this kind of momentum. So I was just going to say, but like, this is the top that we've wanted, right? We wanted Palantir. Oh, sorry, we wanted the TQs at 57. It just came here right now. So Still waiting for him to get out of here. But he's talking right now, I guess, talking about his legacy. I'm just hearing in my ear right now. So I think he's getting close to being done. Get down right now. I'll take another 90, 91, Phil, if we can get it there. And then we'll just, be off of this and wait to see if the move is down or up from now. Just trying to see.
He's talking about his legacy. That's got to be the end.
Yeah, that's what I want. Many years ahead. Don't worry. There's bigger things. I don't know. What was this guy? A psychologist or something? But we'll figure out where Powell's going right now. But yeah, it looks like he's going to be wrapping up shortly. So when he does, that'd be great. And looks like the Nasdaq will take out the top as well momentarily. So. Yeah, we'll get stopped out of that last little trade here, and it'd be fine if that is what happens. I'm just waiting for him to leave. I don't know if that's
what I'm looking for.
Going to happen, and if it does, then I might punch short at some point. Yes.
Keep an eye on MU. Trump is talking to a lot of CEOs here. He just asked one of them who's the king of memory, and the guy said Micron. So MU did spike a little bit here. Keep an eye on MU. Again, I'm still keeping an eye on Powell comments, but Trump is talking to a lot of CEOs of publicly traded companies right now, trying to balance it all. Back to you.
Thanks, Darren.
Who did he ask? The Micron CEO that question? But yeah, there it is. Hey, Micron CEO, who's the king of the product that you sell? We are. But yeah, Micron.
I don't think Sanjay Malhotra is here, though. But
Okay,
I'll keep an eye.
Who said it then?
Yeah. I was just wondering who said it
that's
then.
not bad.
Okay, so at the end of the day, Micron right now up and taking out new all-time highs. So I was saying this, I thought this is the house of cards, and we were somewhat right when it went from 250 down to 200, but it has been on a mission right there back up to the upside, man. You can't build these data centers, you can't get them going without this memory. So there it goes, upside on Micron.
I think you're safer betting against memory in like SNDK.
Yeah,
like,
well, I mean,
it's like pick on the weaker name.
I'd be right.
Sometimes it's kind of like how you'd like if you think
Adobe.
like if well, I was gonna say Oracle.
Oh yeah, no, I was saying Adobe's reporting tonight.
Oh yeah, well, I'm just saying like if you're gonna bet against like if you think AI is the bubble, all that kind of stuff, it's like we'll go at Oracle instead of Nvidia. That's easy. It's low hanging fruit.
And how long is this guy gonna talk for?
If he goes to the close, that's a record. I feel like usually by now he's going to be done. So I was premature to that 41. It's interesting how this morning I was saying I wanted to short 41 in Intel, and we never got there, and then now we're getting there. So it broke trend. I'm in. There's a trend break. I was in too early there. I might have had a bad trend line, whatever it is. This is the bottom after 2 o'clock. There's a clear trend line break. There's the wick high. That's the out. It's 99, so effectively the even dollar will be the out on INTC there. But as mentioned, after
the event has ended.
Oh, it is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I just looked over and saw the same thing.
I read the same thing there.
So. Matt Carnes, I have not seen it.
We did get a 91, Phil.
Oh, I was going to show you guys this, the early look on the imbalances. Just so you know, I get it. Kellanova or K is 19 million to sell, and Ares is 7 million to buy. I believe both of those are deals. Why is Ares a buy? Oh no, that's right. Ares is going into the S&P 500, 37 million expected. It's 7 million right now. Kellanova is coming out of the S&P 500, Russell 1000, FTSE, and MSCI. So it's coming out of like 4 indexes because the deal is closing. So that is why you will see K there. It's actually expected, believe it or not, to be much larger. Expected 69 million to sell. It's 19. So that could be an interesting one going into the close, which is a bit away.
I know a lot of you said that I was cooked on this TQQ trade, but we ain't cooked, man. We are cooking right now. Nah, just playing around. I have no idea where this is going to go. Right now, we're short. It's started to work. We just covered a bunch there at 80s. Like, you got 85s, you got 86s. Like, I'm just sort of putting them out right now. I thought maybe, oh, here, I'll take a 90. There it is. We'll take another 90, Phil. Now we can let it go, man. I'm bidding 75. We'll see if this falls back in. The 50-period moving average is at 60. We'll see if that hits. And we'll see if we get a little bit of a downside push now. So we're in this. Powell's gone. See you later. And again, maybe if we can get a recap of it, if Adair has, there's probably some notes about this to recap what was said today. But nice move to the downside into 75 is where I'm going to wait to see if we can cover some more. We're getting out. Like, the move has been up. So if we have to scalp out this, we'll scalp that out, man, and be happy with it, and, you know, just be like, whatever, dude. Just did not make the big move that we had thought it would. We did wind up getting, I mean, IBIT came out right there, which is fine by me. I mean, we did well, and we got out of a bunch, and then eventually it broke 53, which is a good out. We got out there. I actually forgot to, I started trading the TQs and actually forgot about this because basically, as soon as the TQs we started getting short is when it started to rip. So there it is, big candle there. Bitcoin goes up. Now Bitcoin coming back down just a little bit now. So we'll have to wait to see if there's any sort of reaction to that one. And then just quickly, man, during that break, I was showing you guys, well, we all were, just different things. Let's check out what the dollar's doing right now. It was, I was gonna say it was straight downside. We did have that one little bump there. I think that was on some job or housing talk there. That was right at 230 or 240 or so. Nice move up, and since then, straight down there for the US dollar. And then we like to look at, well, we can look at TLT on our own accounts as well, but that had a nice move. Basically right back to 2 o'clock. This is 2 o'clock. So you're right to where we were there. And then the VIX just going lower. I don't even need to look at this. I mean, there's the VIX at lows right now. I mean, I can just, if my Q's position is going to be flat, then I don't think anything's happening with the VIX right now. We need the VIX to go up in order for the futures to go down. And that's right now not happening. A lot of certainty in the market, actually. And it's just certain that it wants to go higher. So. Yeah, that's what's going on right now. Broadcom goes tomorrow.
So we're certain we will get Broadcom earnings tomorrow. That's for sure. Wow, that's thank you for the super chat. That is a heck of a name there. So I'm not even going to bother trying. Usually I would, but you can give that one a go if you want. All-time high.
I don't even know where to start. Like Eder. Oh, it's Portuguese. Okay, then. Gabriel Alves. Gabriel Alves.
Thank you.
Yes, Portuguese.
Thank you, Andre.
Sorry about the fate of the Portuguese this World Cup.
Ouch.
I have no idea.
Ouch.
Portugal and Italy are like.
Oh, they're obviously.
Yeah.
Well, Portugal and England are rivals as well. So I'm an England fan, and they're also rivals.
Yeah.
But then Broadcom's at fresh highs. I always feel like going into this particular earnings cycle, if you're breaking out all-time highs going into it, I'd be a little bit cautious.
Powell's done. Trump's still talking.
I never feel that good about the stocks that are right on the top. I feel like profit taking usually.
Powell gone. Yeah, we saw that event ended there, Adara. We saw that little stream there. But Powell's gone. But more importantly, if Donald is speaking, then we'll look to see. Adara mentioned that some positive words there, possibly for Micron in that little meeting. They're going higher. We do know, is Jensen there at least? Who do we know that's there, Adara? Do we know who is in this roundtable?
Antonio Neri of HPE. I know the CEO of IBM is there. I know that the CEO of HPQ, I believe, is also there. Cristiano Iman of Qualcomm. It's like a very big group. And Michael Dell is kind of the star of the show.
Yeah, I guess so. He is. Michael Dell. Yeah, shout out to that man. Doing the best, man. Michael Dell with donations.
Yeah, that was so.
$7 billion to start those kids accounts, basically. What a great contribution there to the world. And yeah, just hopefully, again, just American, but it was to start investment accounts for every newborn or something like that, wasn't it?
Well, for those that, I think it was at certain income levels for the families that wouldn't be able to, which I think is incredibly valuable.
Exactly. So
literally having a conversation about investment accounts with a friend, and he was like, "Oh, how do I?" He wanted to teach them about managing money.
Yeah, of course.
He said, "You know what? You have that investment account. Literally make them write reports and do research, and then get control of 1% of their college account. Like just not enough to do anything bad or anything, but they'll have some skin in the game there." And I think it's a cool thing. And ultimately, you want to learn about the market. You want to learn about compounding. You want to learn about interest rates. And
only Texas children. Is that what this is?
No, it was only in Texas?
I don't know. Maybe we should find out more before we comment on it, because that would be disappointing.
No, I thought okay.
It's not only in Texas. Dell initially only wanted it to be in Texas.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good. Because I always defer to Adara. I was pretty sure I read that it was.
I just saw someone in the chat there, but
yeah, when if Adara says it,
we will confirm.
Then we believe it. Why am I looking at IBM?
Well, because we had the IBM, and we had Dell going there, we had IBM, we had HPQ, just talking about some of the CEOs that were at the round table there. And again, it looks like a server-side roundtable. Maybe SMCI is there as well. We'll have to see what's going on with SMCI. $34 now, looking to go lower. Looking to go higher, sorry, SMCI. Ooh, this could be a decent short. Look, we might have just got taken out. We didn't get taken out. I thought we got taken out of this. We did not. Put another bid here. I thought we got taken out of this. We did not. It didn't even, what am I talking about? Oh, it did. It went to 09. It basically went to our price. So yeah, we're taking some more out here on these futures as they continue to climb higher right now. But yeah, that was, wow. Okay, man, lucky right there that didn't come out. So we're gonna appreciate that luck and just get another piece out right there at 91. I just punched those 91s out right there. It's only a 10-cent win, but if it falls down, fine. We still have not a lot of skin in the game. We have about 40% left. So I'm gonna put another bid right there at 80 for 5%, and then put another 10% bid at 74s and see if that comes through here for the down sloping futures we're hoping for. But right now, man, it's looking like a nice little run here in the TQs. And will we end the day where we are? And there, again, the reason why I'm short, I don't think Powell said anything that would change my mind. We were expecting a rate cut. We got the rate cut. This is what it looks like now. Remember, I haven't refreshed this, so we're gonna have a quick look. So it looked like a nice little, kind of like a little mountainscape there. Well, we refresh it right now, and we're gonna find out now what they think for January. What we were looking for was January of 27. Well, maybe December. So it's still kind of the same thing. So not much has actually changed, unless this isn't updated. This must not be updated. All right, the next rate cut. We're gonna go to Adair in 1 second. The next rate cut right now, they're saying in January, it's 75% chance no cut. Right now, 75 no cut, obviously a quarter, yay. So what's up, Adair?
Trump is talking about Powell. He called him the deadhead Fed, and then he also said that he's a stiff. And he also says that he doesn't know why we can't have 20 to 25% GDP growth. So Trump is very much talking about the market right now, guys. Like, in addition to having CEOs of public companies with him, his comments are very much about the market and about the economy. So be careful, be aware. Again, 20 to 25% GDP growth from U.S. President Donald Trump. Back to you.
So Kalshi has it at 82, but it's not a distinction without a difference. There's been about 5 to 10% difference between the Fed funds rate tool and the Kalshi. So Fed decision in January, 82% here. Hey, there's a small, I guess, bet on a cut of greater than a quarter point. At least a little bit interesting. I don't think we had any odds on that the time before. So yeah, nothing too crazy there. As you said, the VIX, I mean, it's slowing down, decelerating, I guess would be the best way to think about it on the 15 here. The VIX has hit a bottom, and it's not going to do it at all. I didn't get any fruit salad.
My coffee hit the fruit salad button, so I immediately had to
pull
up the money sign.
I don't remember why. It was the first time I didn't get the fruit salad this morning for some reason. It was like I know what it was.
Late. That's why. I know the weather.
It's because Randy was kind enough to bring me a plate of breakfast, and I usually grab the breakfast and get my.
And when you're there, you visualize the.
You break your routine, and that's an easy way to miss something. Especially, they say that's one of the big things, like when someone forgets a kid in the back seat when you're driving. It's because like something in your morning, you just did something different, broke the routine, and you were on autopilot, and then forgot something big. So, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get any crazy price action. I waited all day for a chance at 41, and Intel strong going into that top. If it breaks, then I'm gonna jump out. Oh yeah, that's just Trump saying that it could have been more. And then we're gonna probably hear about when if the odds stay this way, for them sticking put in January, you're going to hear a heck of a lot more from the president about that, I would suspect.
Yeah, I think, I mean, shares of retail companies trade higher here, obviously, as the Fed winds up cutting. We're just trying to find out why Warby Parker upgraded today to outperform. This is just, I'm trying to go through the notes and not really seeing too much here. Partners with Google AI on Monday, Warby Parker. So that's this move there. And again, it's that whole like, are we doing glasses or are we not right now? Like, oh, wow, what a move up here for WRBY today. 25% going right back to all-time highs, a relatively new IPO, I believe. This name just got that Google bump and continued today, maybe upgrades, but yeah, Warby Parker, thanks for pointing that one out there in the chat. This one just continues to go, go, go. Rate cut was small. That number could have been more, always could have been. Could have been less, could have been more, could have been neutral. But right there, $30 now for Warby Parker. I mean, I don't know. Again, the AI glasses race continues, man. And we saw Meta team up with Oakley and Ray-Ban and things like that. But it looks like right now, Warby Parker getting a lot of love there back in. All right. relatively slow right now.
There's a whole, that BBGI.
Oh yeah, BBGI. What price is that
Again,
now?
$22.
Yowzers.
BBGI is halted. I'm not kidding you. It's at least 25 times today. Complete insanity. I don't know. I'm actually missing some of the pre-market in there. Trust me, it was even crazier. But the current tap, it's no longer even giving you a crazy tap. It's effectively just telling you the last few times it's going to open where it is. So 440% for this name. Obviously having a pretty good go of it. We have still 15 minutes till the imbalances outside of the two index actions, which we told you about. Aries going into the S&P 500. Coming out of that and a bunch of other ones. It's coming out of basically every index. It's in like 4 different ones. You have the SOC sell as a sell of 1.8 million in there. That's about it.
Balances.
There's a few things that are large, but I say SOC sell and then the 2 index moves, and we're going back up to there.
Trump and Michael Dell and these other CEOs are still talking, but again, I do want to let you guys know that Trump has been mentioning rates. He said that the rate cut could have been a little bit more, and I have to mention as well here, Synopsys, Oracle, and Adobe reporting after the bell. Here is our fun infographic here for Synopsys. You can take a look at this on X at TTV Research. I also have specific earnings previews for ORCL and ADBE that I've posted on X at TTV Research, so definitely join us there for that content. Keep an eye here as well on ORBS. Dan Ives saying he's going to be going to tomorrow's WorldCoin event with Sam Altman. So ORBS on watch, all these earnings on watch, and like and subscribe. And back to Sean and Neil.
And of course, he has to mention he's going to these conferences and he has to drop all these names because that's the only reason why any of these would move in your favor. Nothing happening with WorldCoin, as I know, or any of the coins. So we had Kevin O'Leary on. You go find his little talk there. And if you guys do your own research, like, Solana was supposed to be it, right? And then all of a sudden, we could have them on. Oops, Solana.
Solana we should have.
Even if we just go to the ETF anyways, for right now. But, this name has really fallen. This was like, oh my God, the Genius Act. Everyone's building these stable coins on Solana. There has to be something about this. Yeah, and the same thing there for the WorldCoin and all that. So, I mean, this is what they got to do, man. They got to put their face in front of it. They got to make ridiculous claims, and then people follow them, right? Like Ethereum to $7,000 or $10,000 and Bitcoin to 200,000. I would just say, if you're interested in it, look at some of the price action. And I own Solana. I wish for the best of Solana and Bitcoin. I mean, I bought recently on the dips here, but not recently. I think my last buy was 102 or something on Bitcoin, and now it's at 93. So we'd like to see this go up, but realistically, I think still Bitcoin and Ethereum are going to be the ones you're in. I mean, and I own a lot of Cardano and Solana and XRP. So I am definitely excited about those names for their potential. But honestly, I just think it's not greater fool theory, but you got to find someone that's going to willing to pay higher than the current price, and it can't be based on earnings. It can't. It's what are they developing?
I own crypto, but to say it's not just because something is the greater fool theory doesn't mean that it doesn't work. That's a huge misconception. Every single equity that doesn't pay a dividend rests on the greater fool theory. There's the theory that there's future earnings that will make it go higher, but you still only make money if there's no dividend if somebody buys it from you at a higher price, or they eventually pay out a dividend. That's still where you get money from. So, I actually really dislike it. It's like you'll have people that talk about the stock market like on other programs, and you probably know what I'm talking about, who will talk about crypto as it's the greater fool theory. I'm like, so is more than half of the stock market too. It's just that is an easier fundamental case to make for why it's going up, but it doesn't mean you still don't get anything till you ring the register. And that's what the theory is all about. That being said, watch out for BMNR coming into some big levels. I just have something in my eye, by the way. Coming into some big levels here, because if you look at the 44 level on BMNR, it's been constant, breakaway, consolidation, support, resistance, and it's the 50 period now and running. And obviously, this is going to move. This is going to move a little bit more than Bitcoin. It's going to move more than probably Ethereum. If I look at the ETF, it's a 24-hour market. I get it, but ETHA has moved in the same time frame 2%, and then you're getting 6 on BMNR. So as much as everyone wants to say, "Hey, look at BMNR fall when Ethereum goes down," at least if you catch the right bid, you get a pretty sizable and decent move out of it.
Yeah. People in the chat there are like saying like, are we going to get any imbalances? I don't know, man. I mean, I don't think, yeah, there's index action today, right? But I don't, you know, there's a lot of size on here. I mean, so J&J with a sell, 1.8 million or 1.08 million. Wu-Tang is here, Western Union, of course. Citigroup with a buy. You know, so there is some action here for right now. Will they pair off? At 350, we'll find out, and then we'll obviously get NASDAQ. Look at Citigroup. Wow, this chart is just like no to JP Morgan. This is like, dude, why are you buying JP Morgan? Buy me. Should have. Where is JPM? I saw them on here. I think they were a small little sell. Oh, I don't see. Oh, there it is. JP. Oh, 310. Okay, yeah, all the way back. Yeah, I mentioned to Neil they weren't all the way back, but they almost are.
All the way back.
They almost are. Yeah, I mean
effectively.
Couple, yeah, less than 1%. I think it was down 4 and a bit yesterday. So nice move right there, back upside for JP Morgan. Maybe people were just sort of nervous about the Fed. I don't know.
You know what they say?
For the banks, but then Netflix. Yep.
Did JP come all this way not to fill the rest of the gap in? Some people say that. They're like, when this starts happening, you tend to have, you float to the next liquidity point. So like, why not? Where's the resistance going to be? Like maybe a little bit here and maybe a little bit at 315. But if JP gets back, then I think we finally get this breakout on XLF. I just think there's going to be an opportunity here eventually, at some point. 54 half on the XLF. JP gets there, XLF takes it out, and then we get to go for sure. Man. Only about 8 or 9 minutes to go. So Christopher Ocean made a really good point about the imbalances. Oh, where'd K? Oh, I will scroll down. I'm like, oh, K was 19 million. It's not there anymore. A lot of times these will pair off. What's different about, my head's in the way. What's different about these, A and Aries, is if you're just tuning in now, Aries is being added to the S&P 500. K is leaving the S&P 500, Russell 1000, FTSE, and the MSCI. Oh, oddly enough, Boeing is supposed to be a 4.7 million share buy as it's being its increase on the S&P 500 for Boeing. Boeing's in New York. I guess if it was already, we'd see it if it was there. Well, there it is. It's early the wrong way. So right now, Boeing is in the wrong direction. We're expecting a buy on Boeing. An increase in the S&P 500. I like that.
All right, here we go. We just got another 91 there on the TQs. Like, honestly, you know, I thought like once Powell left, you know, maybe something would happen. But all it looks like is you scan this, you get to find out who the next, it takes you right to the website, it tells you who the next Fed chair is. But 25, I don't know, 900, like, I mean, it's a nice, bless you, nice level there on the NASDAQ right now. And I mean, just looking at the overall market, you're gonna look at the SPY. We saw brand new all-time highs in the IWM today. Like, talk about the easiest trade on the board. Like, if you think there's gonna be a rate cut, that's happened now multiple times. You can go back to September to see that move as well when we had a rate cut then. But there's the SPY right at the highs. Great daily chart for the S&P 500. Like, really, man, 690 again. Like, what a move higher for the S&P 500. It was just 650, and everyone was like, hide your kids, hide your wife. And since that spot, you've just got like the NASDAQ, like, should the S&P 500 really have like 8 or 9 straight up days? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not an up day. That's green anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 minus color problems. But yeah, still straight upside.
I know why that happens. It's
over the weekend,
in
maybe?
our system, because, so real trading is a day trading firm. So the way it works is from the open, on those and the dailies, it's like from the open to the close instead of from the prior, to give you a notion that, well, if you day trade, if you're looking at it from a day trading perspective, on that day it moved up.
We should probably fix that.
And again, like I should put another ticket. I put a ticket in for it before, but it's
okay.
It's like, well,
ignored.
Well, it was more along the lines of, well, you can look at any other source that'll tell you that. This at least gives you a unique way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Because anybody can pull up a daily chart in every other source and look at it the other way. Whereas here, sometimes it is important to say, well, what is the stock from the open? It's not a terrible thing to look at. I mean, I tend to disagree. But I also put in a feature for that imbalance locator and the halts, which I think will be interesting. That BBO, we have 5 minutes to go.
Tesla doing anything? Oh, Tesla.
Where is it?
Tesla broke through 450 like it doesn't even matter.
And yesterday's highs.
Right there. Wow, Tesla 456.
Bye-bye.
Hey man, we called 480. We have a couple of days. That might even hit. What's up, Adair?
Yeah, keep an eye here on Chubb and AIG. Here is CB Chubb. AIG is over here. So AIG was pushing higher, CB pushing lower. I don't have a lot of context on this. I couldn't find much when I looked into it, but the most recent headline is Insurance Insider saying that Chubb has denied that it submitted an offer for AIG. So again, AIG pushing higher, Chubb denying that they actually submitted an offer to acquire them. Back to you.
Okay, well, I mean, if Chubb has flat out denied the rumor, then I wouldn't be buying tops on something like that. That just seems a little crazy to me, but good luck. Whenever there's buyout rumors, like you want, like a no comment wouldn't be that bad. A whole we don't discuss, blah, blah, blah. But if you flat out deny that you're making, good luck, AIG. You know what, the thing is, it's not, sometimes it sustains a bid because it's not too out of pocket where the stock is. Like it's bouncing off support anyway, so people feel like, it's not the end of the world to bet that a deal would happen. Speaking of, we forgot to check back in on Netflix.
All right.
Well, the thing is, Netflix wasn't participating in the market rally anyways. You know, Netflix, here's the reality. Netflix is going to do its own thing until we see some kind of an update with regards to this Warner Brothers saga. So unfortunately, the market can go up all it wants right now because Netflix is, they're tied to these guys. Although WBD, failing off of that 30 level.
What is that for? A strip of acid? What was that you're trying to give me there? No, she had a piece of tape and she was like, "Do you want this?" I was like, "I don't know." And that's why I asked her, like, what is that exactly? Thanks for mean for that. Yeah, Tesla guys is $40 away, like $45 away from $500 right now. Tesla, like 100%. It's a monster, Tesla. I mean, it's great. Like absolutely great. So like, love this stock. We talked about the AI advantages here and the robotics and everything, right? It's been really great to see this stock get higher. And I think it does, not that anybody in our chat are haters or anything like that, but there are a lot of people that cheer against Tesla, and that's completely fine too. I mean, there's so many other names in the S&P 500, literally 499 more names to worry about. So if you don't like this name, there's Rivian, there's there's actually, that's about it. You got Ford, of course. They've been moving higher as well. $13.50 now for Ford. Great move there. 3% today for that. GM.
If you want to bet on autonomous, you don't even have to be in the car space. You can just buy Google.
Yeah. Love some Google.
The thing about Alphabet, for all the everyone wants autonomous, you can buy Alphabet for that. You want AI, you can buy Alphabet for that.
Yep.
You want to buy quantum, you got Alphabet for that. It checks a lot of boxes. And, they make boatloads of money and have a great cash position. The valuation's not ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just not bad at all. And sometimes
Google.
It's just an easier way to do it. That's why people talk about diversification. That's why the Mag 7ers it's like, oh, the market's so concentrated. Well, it's a little bit unique. The reason that it's so concentrated relative to before is you've never had a situation where this group of companies have their hands in so many different pockets of the economy where they had these like self-generated moats around them. To a certain extent, not all of them, not necessarily all of them.
Well, Google's going to be the leader in quantum. They're leader in YouTube. Like they've got the social media stuff going on there.
Exactly.
But GM is the leader of the free world, it looks like. General Motors here, regardless of if this chart is right or not. Oh boy.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, like, what a move for GM. Like, cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. I own this stock.
Bang, bang.
I got to get out of this stock pretty soon. Again, trying to raise some cash to buy more AI stuff, like an idiot that I am. But nice move to the upside right there, 81. I really like, so one of my plays that I've really done well on recently was IoT. We talked about Samsara. Really, really like this name, man. Bought this name in the mid-30s, high 30s. Recently, they've had a really good run here. Samsara, nice earnings report. We did talk about this. We even tweeted it out about a month ago that this was one that I was looking at. That is for sure. It is Samsara, one of the best. From one of the best to another one of the best. We have so many good sort of news, broadcasts, everything. She's brand new right now to the show, and this is her third day, I was going to say. It's Sia, everybody. Let's see what her update is all about.
From the FOMC decision today, Fed delivers a total of 25 basis point cut as expected, and a total of 3 dissents we're seeing today from Governor Miron, Kansas City Fed President Jeffrey Schmidt, and Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee. Chair Powell delivered a quarter-point cut to the Fed's benchmark interest rate and mentioned that no one's base case right now is for a rate hike either. The conference also marked the 4th consecutive time there has been at least one dissent. And another thing that's super noteworthy here is that the Fed's target range is now at its lowest range than it has been since the latter half of 2022. Thank you so much. Back to the guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Short and brief, accurate. We like it right there. I mean, Google at 321. I was really hoping that Google was going to get to the downside. There comes the imbalances right now, actually.
K comes out way smaller. So it was 14. It's now 5 to the sell side. That Aries is a buy, which is expected. It's going S&P. Nvidia buy 1.4 million. You've got Walmart's a buy as well. So it looks like mostly buy side. I'm going to punch out flat on Intel there. CMCSA, nothing too crazy. Cisco, 1.2 in the other direction. So Cisco is a sell, at least. Just scrolling down to see if we find any other big names. Microsoft, 1 million to the buy side. So big cap tech looking like they're all buys. And then, of course, it's those big two, Aries and K, which is not a, oh, there it is. What the heck? That was.
Video with a bid.
Oh, it's all over the place. That went from 4 to 16 to 9. On K. Nvidia is still 1.4.
Yeah, some good stuff happening right now in the market, obviously, as we continue to go out. It looks like we'll go out at not all-time highs, but close enough to it right now. We just showed you the SPY is right there, IWM is right there, and Powell goes, we're holding rates, and moving forward, they cut rates today. The hold looks like that might be the case for January, so we might not get another rate cut until, well, who knows when. We'll see that rate cut calculator as we go on. But here it is, man, the TQ's starting to go down. So, you know, I wish it was going a little bit more than this, but, you know, we'll be up on the Qs today. And it was just an overall a really good day, man. Here we go. Let's bring this down. Bring it on down to 80s? No, we did not get the 80 fill. My best fill was 87s. We are now, there it is. Now we get the 80s. Yeah, Lickerville, yeah, there. It was a Justin Timberlake there. It was a good one. Jimmy Fallon, I think we're doing some of that on Saturday Night Live. Okay, here it is, 79. Ooh, missed it. Okay, I'm just going to punch a little bit here, take some 82s. We'll see if we get a little bit lower. Hey, man, it's a 20-cent win. 20-cent win is a 20-cent win. We'll take that all day long. There it is. We get some more out as it continues to go a little lower right now into the close. 352, man. We're also bidding 74s there than in the 60s, but we only have 20% left of this trade, so we'll see where it goes from here. But so far, so good on the futures short, man. We shorted the market. We waited for Powell to get out of there. Thought it was going to make lower moves, but went long right there as soon as the announcement was made. So that was a banger. That was a great trade, and we got out of a quarter. We held a quarter and got out for flat. Then we waited, very, very patient, waited for that move to come in to 57, which was a level that we had wrote before, and we're happy with it because with Powell on the mic, didn't expect much to change. He talked up a good game. It came up to our level. We shorted it, and then as we like to say around here, the rest is history. And there it is, man. We did it again, everybody. So congratulations and props up to anybody that believed in me right there. There it goes to the downside. It's a futures trade. We haven't hit this once, so we're going to hit it right now. We go back to the futures another day for another positive trade on the NASDAQ.
And thank you, Adara. We just remember we have earnings after the bell. We've got Oracle, 10% expected move, Adobe 7%, and Synopsys 7.6%. Those are the big names. Obviously, Oracle going to be a pretty big deal with regards to the AI house of cards, as people like to call it. And this was one of the weakest stocks in the market going into almost a complete V shape and then some. But for too long, everybody, trading has meant risking your own money. You know what? You might have also not had enough to start out. And that fear of losing kept a lot of traders on the sidelines. And that's going to change, or it is changing, because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders interact with the market. The limited risk trading model allows traders to use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. So traders can focus on what matters. Discipline, of course, consistency, and growth. And when you hit the profit target, you get to keep 70% of those profits. No fair barriers, just a real opportunity. The revolution of limited risk trading is powered by Trade the Pool, and you can visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. And we're going to go back to Adara.
Okay. He's just saying that CNN should be sold separately. He wants CNN to be part of the deal. And CNN should be sold. What a surprise that he says that. And of course, but I don't think that has anything to do, maybe not politically, but I mean, I don't know. It's just amazing that Donald Trump, no matter what you think of this guy, he doesn't need to be involved in this.
Well,
you know, this guy's...
No, he doesn't, but I would say
this guy's a little unhinged, needless to say.
If they were forced to strip out some of the things that you wouldn't want for Netflix anyways, and then Netflix gets only the things that might actually matter to them and pays a little bit less, that's not bad. That would be good for Netflix.
I've already made my bed
Like that meddling wouldn't be bad for Netflix.
I just think he's like, he's always, it's fine. It's his MO, and it's fine to say whatever he wants. I just feels like, you know, what's he going to say next? He doesn't like this IBM deal, and then the next thing you know, this Confluent's going to start to go to the downside. Of course, he does have some family matters to deal with, as his brother, keep saying brother-in-law, his son-in-law, there, Jared Kushner, involved in this deal as well. So we'll see what winds up happening. Yeah, with the financing, of course, with the financing, what a surprise. Netflix continues to go lower, though, so we'll wait to see. Maybe we pick up some more here at 88. We'll see what happens with Netflix tomorrow. Down a little bit here today, down 4%. And, you know, falling knife right here looks like to be the NFLX trade. I mean, look, we made money here during this afternoon, so it's been so far so good here. Trading the Qs. We did take IBIT. That's stock blitz. Who hit that one? Fabian hit that one. Look. Oh, that was Ramin. Okay, Ramin or Fabian there. Thanks, guys. But there it is to the downside right now on IBIT. So we nailed it. We nailed the short call, but again, like the market went upside. So can't take a win. Well, a win is a win, but we had to get out of it. So there it is. Nice little move there. And we'll just wait to see now. I'm only in one position. It'll be the futures, and we'll just wait to see into the close where we go. So I'm just bidding 74s and in the 60s. We'll see if we get that fill or not.
Yeah, I was trying to get some. K has actually stayed like 13 million to the sell side, but like it's an $83 stock with like a 4-cent range today, so you can barely even get the offer right now to try to take advantage, and then sort of like just get in and then take the print kind of deal. But I can't get filled on this sucker, which is crazy. Lots of people trying to get the offer. 13 mil sell there. Aries is still a bit of a buy. Everything else, 355 came and the small imbalance is all flipped. So you're not going to see Nvidia there anymore. You're not going to see Microsoft there anymore. All of those bids have gone away to the wayside. But as we said, the big names that are going to matter today, and for Adobe, it's like, okay, the 4 times we care about Adobe all year when they report. Oracle, a bit of a different story. We do look at this one, and we care about how badly they've been beaten down recently. So it would be good for them to reassure. I don't know how much the numbers are going to matter relative to, can you talk to us about needing to go into the debt market and the reliance on OpenAI? And you need some confidence, because the market isn't very confident with Oracle over those 2 factors. So they're going to need to assuage some investors that way.
Oh. Remember, when the position board goes off, Neil takes a fill, not me. So there we go.
I didn't.
Yeah, it's back. Yeah. So, okay, here we go. Let's just go. Here goes the TQs down to 73, 74. We're getting more fills now. Yeah, it's whenever one of us takes a fill somewhere there. But there it is. Nice move to the downside right now. We're just covering more and more and more right now. So there it goes. Only 2 minutes left. And, just letting this sort of fill out. I mean, we nailed this trade. This was a good trade for us. We talked about the TQs there at the end of the day. We can quickly check here on the dollar and whatnot, if I can find that. And it's right here, right now, on the VIX. So there it goes. That's the VIX, the DXY. VIX is fine. Like, I mean, as the market goes down, which is great for me, the VIX will be what it is. And there's the dollar just hovering right now, not doing a whole heck of a lot into that there again. All right, position board gone again there. So I'll speak to the guys. I'm pretty sure we know what's going on. And there it goes, TQQs here. We'll bid some 74s and just cover that position. And there we go. We are now out. There is no more positions for me. Good trading there at the end of the day as we wind up going long on the futures right there and then back to them for the short to really print out there. So again, another real successful Fed day. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. We made a little bit of money. And we're pretty happy about it. So there it goes, man. Good job so far. Oracle coming tonight with Adobe.
Of course. And look, I don't know what time specifically. I didn't double check to see what time Oracle's going to be coming.
I got
about 30
Andre
seconds to go
production.
into the close. I did get something at least, but I couldn't get filled on K, so it's going to suck. But it is what it is. Oracle, the first one that's going to matter. Adobe, they're just a stock that's been in a world of trouble and going to be hurting a little bit. They haven't been able to catch a bid. Neither one of these two names have been doing well lately, but in about 10 seconds, we're going to close this bell, brought to you by AIML Health. You can check them out on the CSE AIML, and we will ring it now-ish. All right, there we go.
Thank you, Gio.
Great show. Thanks, guys and gals. Big shout out to Adara, of course, always keeping all the news. On a Fed day, it's obviously going to be a little bit busier than usual, and Sia coming on there being clear and concise as she has been every single time she's popped on. Shout out to the Midday boys as well, Joe and Sharif doing a fantastic job. I want to stick around, hopefully. I don't know how quickly this is coming. Like, if they come, like, if one of these pops right now, we'd at least be able to tell you what's happening on Oracle, but nothing yet for them or Adobe yet.
Thank you so much for all of the nice comments. We are back at 8 a.m., so join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. And we'll go over all this all over again, man. We'll have some reaction to the market. You know, we nailed that short at the end. We got it early. Good trading on the Qs over there. We traded some silver, some open door, and some IBIT there on the future, on the interest rate announcement today, which was a cut. So a cut of a quarter point. Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Ramin. Thanks, Brendo, Sia, Andre, Sharif. Neil, of course. There they are. Hey, what's up, Ramin? And Fabian and Adara. Everybody, thank you so much. Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Mark, for all the work he's been doing in the back as well. Joe and Sharif. Thank you to everybody. I saw someone do this. Sean, okay, there in the chat. Yeah, we're okay. That is for sure. The winning streak continues, man. Another net positive day. Very, very happy with that as we just continue to make that money here. And I hope you guys did as well. That's Neil. I'm Sean. Ciao till 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Have a great evening.
Good luck.